Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders. And of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. We got an all-star cast each and every day. Real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency in everything they do. We got the best show that you've got. Anything that you're not going to see here is something besides TopstepTV. TopstepTV, the number one broadcast and stream that you will find. And we've got education, support. We got good looks, cool swag, and of course, tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Roy Rogers, and I'm his trusty Golden Palomino Stallion Trigger. We got an exciting and informative educational programming for you today and throughout the week. We will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader. Of course, even that voice in your head that keeps telling you the best thing to hold on to in life is each other. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, is your game plan ready? You're on mute there, my brother.
Oh my. I am sorry. Again, I did that. I apologize. Yes, my game plan is all ready, Eddie.
Okay, great. Is your checklist checked?
Checked.
Journal ready for the day?
Already. I got a nice blank sheet of paper right here waiting for me.
Oh, that's a pretty blank sheet. Are you ready for the fire drill?
I am.
Oh, boy. Yeah, it's going to happen today. Let's say hello to everybody's friend and that handsome man and trading mentor, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Good morning, John. How are you today?
I'm doing great, Eddie. Feeling good. Looking forward to, well, obviously we're seeing some volatility. It's going to be an interesting trading day. And feeling blessed that I have the opportunity to be here with everybody. Can't tell you how grateful I am to have these opportunities. So looking forward to a great day.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's light the wick and get this party started. Talk about a leap year. To the moon, Alice. We do see that NASDAQ, it keeps changing on me, but it's up 0.6, ES up 0.3, crude 0.4, gold 0.5, and Dow, come on, Dow, you can do it, baby. Come on, up 0.2. Earlier this morning, we did see the contracts. Dow was a little bit lower, about 90 points, 0.2. S&P dipped 0.2, and the NASDAQ had fallen 0.2 also. But now that we see this, things have changed. Three main indices closed lower yesterday, but on track to register gains this month after these strong results from NVIDIA that seem to remove worries about the substantial ability of the AI-driven rally. So NASDAQ Composite is on course to post a gain over about 5% this month. The S&P jumped 4.6, the Dow added 2.1. And speaking of the Dow Jones Industrial Average 4-month winning streak, it's been this high. It hasn't been this high since May 2001. Speaking of AI, the SEC is investigating OpenAI leadership, the saga surrounding leadership on OpenAI and a potential investors were misled is set to be investigated by the SEC, according to Wall Street Journal. The move followed OpenAI board decision in November to fire Sam Altman, remove him from the board, only for Altman to return to his position just a few days later. Regulatory is specifically looking into the internal communications involving Altman and had also sent a subpoena to OpenAI in December. Once again, this is from our friends at the Wall Street Journal. John, what else is on the news board today?
Well, certainly quite a bit. It's the PCE numbers came out today. And, well, first off, we'll start with the jobless claims. Initial jobless claims were expected to come out at 209,000. They came out at 215,000. But that's not the talk of the story. That's not the talk of the town, I should say. Today, everything is about the PCE numbers, which really came out exactly as expected. And the markets are responding very favorably to that, especially after the last month release, which came out a little bit hot. So I think the markets are very pleased with these numbers. I don't really want to have to go through each and every one of them, but the core Month over month was 0.4%, which is exactly what it was expected. All the other PCE numbers came out as expected. A couple of things, though. The January personal spending slowed to 0.2%. Now, that was expected, but that just indicates a slowing of spending in the month of January. However, the personal income rose at a higher rate than expected. They were looking at 0.4%. That came out 1% higher. After all of this, at 8:45, we've got the Chicago PMI, 9 o'clock pending home sales, 9:30, the nat gas numbers, and 3 talking feds that I see on the schedule so far. They do have a tendency to pop up from here and there. At 9:50, we have Bostic speaking. Another talking fed, Goolsby, is speaking at 10 o'clock. And then 12:15, we have Meester speaking. As far as earnings today, Best Buy, Hormel, and Bath and Body Works were the kind of the ones that stuck out to me this morning. Nothing wildly impactful. Again, all eyes are on the PCE numbers and the response to that. After the close, Anheuser-Busch, Dell, and Hewlett-Packard are due out. It's a pretty long list today, but smaller numbers. Nothing going to be wildly impactful as far as earnings are concerned. The VIX took a nosedive after the number came out this morning. Last I checked, it was at 13.74. The dollar index also took a little bit of a nosedive, down a little bit this morning at 103.9. Again, last I checked, the yield on the 10-year, a little bit of a pop-up, still above that 4% at 4.27% so far this morning. So that's what we've got for the economic numbers and what's already out and what is due out. Make sure you are aware. We will be letting you know throughout the broadcast when these things are coming out, and looking forward to a good trading day. Eddie, back to you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now it's time for crude. When? It's time right now for crude. Who? Crude. Dude, where's my crude? Oil prices edged lower today, avoiding the previous session. As you can see, crude looked like it wanted to jump up there and join the other products that were racing to the moon. But it looks like it just did a 180, came right back down. But anyway, we did see earlier crude trading lower 0.6%, and that was the Brent. Crude oil inventories rose for the 5th consecutive week, increased by 4.2 million barrels. That was the week that ended February 23rd. This was from our good friends at EIA. Johnny, today's a very exciting day here for us at Top Step Trader, but in the comedian world, there is a sad note. Comedian Richard Lewis, if you don't know who he is, Google him, and you'd be like, oh, that guy. The darkly funny, perennial black-clad comedian and actor, known for playing a semi-fictionalized version of himself in HBO Curb Your Enthusiasm, passed away February 27th at his home in Los Angeles. He was 76, so he will be missed very much. Great comedian. Yes, and all right, let's change the attitude here. Top Step Tip of the Week. Jack, you got our Top Step Tip of the Week? There it is. Practice with a demo account. Practice, practice, practice. And emotions. You could practice emotions, play a significant role in trading, influencing decision-making and of course, behavior. Now, traders education also includes lessons on psychology, emotional discipline to help traders manage fear, greed, and other emotions that can impact their trading performance. So it's good to practice and always check yourself on that. Johnny, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah. If you aren't used to trading volatility, perhaps similar to what we've seen so far this morning, it's a good idea to try and figure out how to handle volatility in your practice account, in your demo account. That these are difficult days to trade. A lot of even professional traders will kind of keep their hands off for a little while before getting into trading. So, especially when there's a market state change possible like today, that demo account can be a good way to practice and develop strategies for trading more volatile periods of time.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, my friends, let's get ready here. John's going to show us his charts. And John, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. So always starting with the daily in the E-mini S&Ps. Just kind of start this pretty much every day with the same thing. upside structure remains intact. The bull flag also remains intact, and it is at risk of breaking to the upside today. We've been seeing lower volume on this little pullback that kind of creates a bull flag. We lost 9,000 in open interest yesterday. That is also indicative of more of a pullback and preparation for another move than anything else. Of course, the PCE today is, this might just be the catalyst that the market has been waiting for a continuation move to the upside. Take a look at this on the 30-minute chart. We'll do a little scaling here. We're going to go a little bit back here. So we've been watching and seeing that volume has been kind of slow on this pullback. Lower highs, lower lows. The market stayed in the short time frame was to the downside, but when the PCE numbers came out, we've had a significant breakout with volume, with a reason for this move. So not only is this move news driven, it can be technically driven as well. Sitting down here this morning, looking at where the market was and kind of looking at, all right, if we head to the downside, there's a big gap to fill down here. If we break out above the bear flag, there could be a substantial continuation move to the upside, not just news driven, but technically. Now, I'm not trying to predict anything, but technically, this breakout of this bull flag should or could, we wouldn't say should, it could bring new business into the marketplace. The S&Ps have been falling in open interest on this push to the downside. This move might bring new business into the marketplace. And if that new business is to the long side, this could be a pretty decent continuation move to the upside. Yesterday's profile was a normal variation, neutral day. Think about what we had yesterday. We had some pretty good negative delta throughout the session yesterday. We're kind of looking at that as a potential where longer time frame traders may have started to accumulate new longs, or in the case of open interest, liquidated some shorts, got out of some short positions. The delta yesterday indicative of potential longer time frame buyers in the marketplace, and if that is the case, they're looking pretty happy right now. Be careful. There's likely to be a lot of traps today. It is a volatile morning here so far. We'll have to see how this continues to play out throughout the day. Now, similar situation in the NASDAQ. Of course, we know that the longer time frame upside structure remains intact. We've had a bit of a pullback yesterday that actually brought in open interest. The volume was a little bit higher, but still not tremendous, but still sort of building that bull flag that we saw in the S&Ps. This volume was again slow yesterday, but we have been adding a little bit of open interest. So if there are some trapped shorts in the NASDAQ, I would say that is a probability that does exist. Again, today is PCE, ACH, anything can happen. Taking a look at the 30-minute chart, here we go. So very similar situation, kind of a gentle pullback against the bigger picture of upside structure. We've had a breakout above this level. We have the potential to bring new business, new adjustments in the inventory in all time frames for a continuation move to the upside. We've already checked this naked point of control up here. If we continue to see meaningful participation up here, I would say that there's pretty good probabilities that we could continue this move to the upside. This bear flag breakout could bring us back, potentially to last week's high or even higher levels. If it fails, then we come back into the bear flag. And then if we do start to look to the downside, we do have this huge gap down below that remains unfilled. Gaps like to get filled. Don't think it's going to happen today, but again, not trying to predict anything, just trying to put things in context. And if we're going to be looking at context, this is a technical breakout that is also a news driven breakout. It's going to be an interesting trading day today, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at crude oil. Now, crude is getting a little bit of a potential breakout. It's really been struggling at this weekly kickoff high for 3 days now. It's been in play. It's been very difficult, I think, to trade. And we're, now seeing a move to the upside here and another potential breakout to the upside. We failed that breakout yesterday. We've got the weekly kickoff high, 78.70. We've got last week's high, 78.92. And we've got this trend line that comes across the top here, 1, 2, almost 3 good points of contact. So this whole area here is kind of ripe for execution, but very, very difficult to navigate. How are we going to navigate this? Well, here's the 30-minute chart. Excuse me one second. Just getting over the last little bit of this nasty little cold that I've had. I apologize. So, well, the market opened in range and in value from yesterday. So the market is really kind of becoming a little bit magnetic towards this level. I mean, it trades above it, trades below it, trades above it, trades below it, trades above it, back down below it. It's a very difficult trade to very difficult market to try and navigate right now, in my opinion, and just my thoughts. I really want to avoid now trading the weekly kickoff level because it's become magnetic and it's really centrally located in the range from yesterday and largely in the area of balance that we've created. We've got an inside day started today in crude oil. So I'm going to try and be patient, let the market establish its initial balance and focus on that initial balance for opportunities. I would love to hear what Deanna has to say about that. And I'm sure she's going to be chiming into the chat here and talking a little bit about what's going on in crude oil today. But again, I'm not in any hurry to get into anything here in crude. And I'm kind of thinking of avoiding weekly kickoff high because it's become somewhat magnetic and focusing on extremes. Down here, yesterday's low, yesterday's high, those are a little more interesting areas for me. And so be careful in crude oil today. Now let's take a look at gold, which is potentially changing market state. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4 days in balance. The news has driven price above this trend line, which we're only 2 points of contact on it, but a news-driven move away from balance. Rules say we should go with a substantial breakout from balance, and that's exactly what is happening right now. So before the number came out, the first thing I wrote on my little piece of paper here about crude oil was indecision. Well, that may have changed now. Volume has been low. Open interest has been largely inert for the last week. No changes in positioning or anything like that. So now we're starting to see this market maybe pick a direction. Again, you got to be careful on days like today because there can be a lot of traps and a lot of kind of weird pullbacks and stuff like that. So let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So here's the 30. Here's that trend line that was coming across. Here's the area of balance that we've been in. So here's the high of that balance. Last week's high, we could say, would be the high of that area of balance. I would like to see this market hold above that last week's high. Certainly a pullback to the point of control that we just traded through here on the 730 bar. So that one's been checked, but a pullback to this trend line might be something interesting as well if we get that opportunity. I'm just happy to see that that there's some sort of change or some sort of decision making going on here in gold. One of the things I wrote before the PCE numbers came out was avoid the middle of the area of balance, and I think that's a good idea. So if we're looking at where did the market break out of balance? We could pretty much kind of put it right at that trend line, right at this naked point of control. If we continue to see business coming in, then a continuation move could be in play here. Again, not trying to predict anything, not trying to say, to suggest the purchase or sale of anything here, just trying to help put a little bit of context over these markets. And the context today is change, and change is a big part of trading. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you take your deep breath, prepare yourself for the trading day, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. And please remember to pray for peace. We need all the prayers we can get. And let's have an interesting, profitable, and fun trading day.
I'm with you, buddy. Count me in. Looking forward to that. And on top of that, yes, we've got an all-star cast today. And of course, yes, Fire Joe. It has not happened yet. For those that are typing in chat, no, it hasn't. Patience. Remember, patience makes a great trader. All right. So there is the menu for today. We got Anne-Maire going to join us at Fast Markets. Mick and Hoag, Shoulder Tap. Isaac Rivera and Coach Dakota are going to join Andre in Power Players. Vanessa is going to be here with TopQuiz. JD and Robert, group coaching. We've got Hoag, Dolby, RIPS for recapping with RIPS. That's going to be our 1 o'clock segment. Remember, this is all Central Time. And of course, the famous and enjoyable tradertainment trading. Andre Dolby RIPS will be doing Power Hour. And don't forget, tonight, 8 o'clock p.m., Coach Dakota. All right, Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. All right, Johnny, I'm going to meet you at the coffee machine. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back here. Get yourself ready. This is going to be a great day. See you in a bit. All right, time to get the hyenas in the gates. And I'm going to pass that over to Andre. Good morning, Andre.
Good morning, Eddie. Thank you so much. John, good morning. Anne-Marie, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Anne-Marie, how are you feeling this morning?
I'm doing quite well. Backstage when we have to say go, they give us a countdown. And there I go, picking up my cup, drinking like it's nothing. I'm so sorry.
Anne-Marie, it's not like I didn't go 5, 4, 3, 2.
She's caught
Well,
by
we're making
surprise.
that
My own world.
Oh, so good. Johnny, real quick, we're talking in the waiting room about PCE. You said it came in line across the board?
Yes, yeah, they all came out as expected. The only difference was personal spending slowed as expected. The personal income, however, rose a little bit higher than expected. So that's the only one that didn't come out in line. The markets are loving it right now.
Yeah, well, that's bullish for equities. How do we interpret that moving forward with rate cuts and such? Everything's still on track for 3 cuts, according to Williams yesterday?
The way I would say, yes. I think that we're just opening up here right now. So I would think that the Fed is going to be pleased by that, but I don't think that that's going to be enough to push any rate cuts any closer than perhaps July, as kind of people are thinking. So we will have to see. We're seeing some buyers coming in here on the open.
Yes, we are. We are open. 5,100 bid S&Ps. We're above the 18,000s in the NASDAQ. Take a quick look at tilt. We are seeing 78% long in, it's moving on me here, in crude. 78 and 78% long in NASDAQ. 78% long NASDAQ as we rally, making new highs on the day.
I'm watching the opening range, and I will let you know if it breaks out, when it breaks out either side. It is a 35-point opening range in the NASDAQ. It's a little bit bit risky on that, but really a 3-point opening range in the S&Ps. So right now I'm looking at a trading combine, and we'll see if we take this opening range trade here.
All right.
NASDAQ just broke out the high of the opening range. So initially we're seeing some buyers getting a little bit aggressive to the upside here. We opened really right at the high of the overnight session. So, we're going to get into some kind of thoughts onto where this market might go. I know that there's some swing highs, on the 30-minute chart here that I'm sure folks are kind of focusing on a little bit to see if there's opportunity for the short side on that. But right now, we just broke out to the upside here in the S&Ps. I'm a little bit late to the party getting in on this, but so right now, long in a 150K combine at 5101.75. Missed the breakout by one tick there, but we're going to take our stop. We're going to move it up a point below the low of the opening range, which is 50.95 half. 50.95 half. I'm going to move this 95 half.
So you took a long there, sir?
Yes.
Okay, fabulous.
Take a quick look at Anne-Marie. We're talking in the green room, waiting room. Is the market go higher or lower? Obviously, a 50-50 shot, but it did look like we were going to roll over there on the open. But here come the buyers. How do we play this? How do we play this open? Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about what the volatility bands tell us, right?
Yes.
First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to widen it out, and I'm going to look for the last time we were at this price point. And I need not the 5-minute, I need the 30-minute chart to open up. And what we'll see is that we've got high action somewhere around 18,060. Sorry, somewhere around there. And so that is combined with what the volatility bands are telling me right now. That's where I think the short is going to be. And so I'm going to do this for 2 reasons. Normally, I will wait for price action to collapse before entering a trade, but I'm doing it this time because right up there at the edge, because of two things that we can see happening with the volatility bands. When we make, and then here, now I have to go to the 5 minute to show you what I mean. So here are the vol bands. Here is that opening range. When we make higher highs that are away from the band, it's telling us that we are in a little bit of an exhaustion mode. So what we have to do is confirm it two ways. One, we want to see it hit old resistance and then collapse off that space. And then two, hang on 2 seconds. I'm putting that also in my Topstep space, my Topstep X. Okay, what we want to do is also see it show a pullback in terms of momentum. So now I'm in, right? My short is in there, up at the very top, and now I'm just going to see whether it holds all this heavy congestion and rotates over, at which point I'll add or it'll stop me out. So that'll be my test for the space. It is running very hot.
Yes, it is.
Very, very hot. And it's the end of the month. And so there's going to be all kinds of, I think it's going to be a really dynamic day in terms of price action. And so I'm still sitting in here. I've got my stop, wide enough, my size small enough to see if it can leak around in this area. I can see from the depth of market that this is moving a little bit. I've got about 116 up here at, it continues to move a little higher. Wow. 110 at the 80 area. So I'm likely to get stopped out. But my strategy says, look to the left for prior resistance and then position at that resistance and wait for it either to collapse or confirm in combination with regular volatility band behavior, which is the higher high I make away from the band, the more likely it is that it collapses. Price action collapses,
right.
That is.
Right. Well,
so
go ahead, Johnny.
So you're saying this long might not be a good idea?
Well, not to hold. It's a good for now, but I don't think it's a good for hold because it should, based on the big picture, it should come back into the value area and either lose steam or gather more buying steam. So the long still has traction. It just depends on where it is the traders decide to plant their feet.
You're saying there's a chance.
I like that, Johnny. Absolutely. Absolutely. Anne-Maire, you said it's going to be a big dynamic day. It is the last day of the month, and we do have a packed calendar today. Eddie, what are our ecos looking like today?
Well, coming up here in about 8 minutes here, I was going to give you a heads up here. We do got Chicago PMI coming in here. Also pending home sales in 22 minutes. Scrolling down here, we do have the FOMC member Bostic speaking at 9:50. Goolsby at 10. We also do have here, scrolling down, Atlanta Fed at GDP at 10:30. Mester will be speaking at 12:15. We've got a balance sheet a little later in the day, and gosh, lots of going on here today. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Sure is, Eddie. Jam-packed. We will keep you posted as those headlines hit the wire. Eddie's always in tune with that. But yeah, this is going to be a action-packed day on Leap Day, February 29th. Who would have thunk it? Leap Day. Here we are, TopstepTV. Yes, we're starting to see a pullback here in S&Ps and NASDAQ. Oil as well. Gold kind of turning over. Take a quick look at the tilt. 69% short now in NASDAQ. It was just heavy long. It did switch to short.
So my vol, sorry to talk over you,
go, please.
Andre. My vol bands suggest that as it comes into The opening range or prior resistance, I have to take profit because I'm in a counter trend move. Everything's moving to the upside, but I have taken a short, which means I've got to be quick or I'm going to be dead. And so I pulled it into just above the opening range, which is the prior highs that I can see in heavy congestion. And that allows me to take, 350.
Nice.
So I'm up 350.
Nice.
I don't know what's going to happen next. I'm just going to have to wait. My thought is it's a buy the dip day. If we look, John, could you open up a daily chart? I want to show folks any kind of moving average that you have up there. We're in a mean reversion positioning formation. And so the space for, we could use the Qs, we could use the NAS, we could use the ES, anything. Let's just put it on a daily and have a peek at it from that perspective.
Okay, I have no moving averages on this chart right now.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Which would you prefer?
Let's put I don't know. Let's put a 10. 10 simple. A 10 simple moving average. What we have in the space right now is a mean reversion that's occurred over the last 4 to 5 trading days. And so we really don't even need a moving average. We could just look at the candlesticks and go, I wonder what's happening here. And what we see is tests of old resistance that become new support. And that's what just happened at the close of the day yesterday. And so if we take a peek at this mean reversion event, we can see that a lot of traders were set up to buy the dip this morning, no matter what. As soon as the gate opened at the Globex, they were like, it's buy the dip event because we're coming into prior congestion. And I don't know, maybe somebody knows what the PCE is really going to be. Heaven forbid people know.
Right.
They got the tap.
Yeah.
So I've got the 10 on there now.
Yeah, and so we can see how it comes right into that?
Yeah.
It's just a lot of people use the 10. Sometimes they use the simple, sometimes they use the exponential. But here's the big thing. It's not so much about where it is, it's about what shape it's in. Is it flat? Is it moving up?
Down.
Is it moving down? That gives you a bigger picture of what's going on. It's sort of like being outside. Let's say I just teleported you to some place and you were standing in a building looking outside. Before you went out, you'd have to go, wait a second, what's the weather like? So you're going to, if the sun is shining and it looks really nice, but all the trees have no leaves, you're probably not going to go out in a tank top and hot pants. Or that was such a, do you remember when
I know
Southwest?
exactly
I'm wearing my hot pants right now.
hot pants, yeah, Henry. Wow.
Oh my God, I know.
Platform shoes and hot pants right now.
I like it.
So I flew
Running down the
Southwest
airport
times.
runway.
Yeah. I flew Southwest a few times, and I enjoyed the humor that they brought to the cabin, right? It was very, very funny. But I was traveling with a gal that was just deeply offended by the attire. And I'm like, you don't have to wear it. Just, they got their bag. Just leave them be. But it was hilarious. I'll never forget it, that when they used to do the hot pants for their flight attendants.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody's here.
We have a nicely dressed man ready to come on the Topstep TV.
What?
I mean, Anne, I had to join you. And every time I'm with you, I have to dress up.
Look at the hair. No hat
Look at
today.
Where are you going?
I don't know. I'm going nowhere.
No, see, it's acceptable for a guy like Michael to come in and just say, hey, listen, when I get out of the shower, I just shake and then I'm done. But I have to tell you, I was such a nerdy girl that I used to do that when I went to high school. I would never fix my hair. I was always the crazy girl because I would go, listen, it's fine. I don't really, it's not gonna be, and I'm just doing my, and see, it's cool for you, but for me, I was totally shamed. I live in a land of shame.
I just got out of the shower, and in the morning, I try to get it going, and then I wear a hat, and then because I go outside. So right now, I'm just in the mood of not wearing a hat. I try to play dress up for you. So that's what's going on right now.
I appreciate it.
I thought you were
fantastic.
meeting
30
the Pope
seconds.
or something.
Yeah.
Come on. I mean, oh, all right. What do we got going on?
You know what you
What
want
I
to
missed
say.
besides
You know what you wanna
hot
say.
pants? I need some levels.
There it is. Make the number come out. We got on the other side of the number. On the other side of the number, we'll get you those levels.
5
Michael.
seconds.
Oh, shoot. I better get flat.
Yep. Flat cancel out, everybody.
Man. I'm out.
All right. And we got Chicago PMI coming in at 44. They were looking at 48 prior, 46. 44 is the PMI for today.
Okay, so that's a little bit of a mixed bag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I flattened right before that as well. So I made $35.
Couple tickies. Good job.
Opening range
know,
remains the low of the session, however. So I'm still looking
Yes.
for longs.
Yes. We have that thin volume profile sitting in the pre-market when the news came out. So we've got all kinds of single print sitting around in there. And we really do have a cross current because from a statistical perspective, what we are looking at here is a fade into an area of support being likely. And so it could be a higher support, which would be some prior highs or some prior opens, which is around that 18,000 level in the NQs. Let's see what it is in ES. We're well over that. Well, we're coming right into the POC.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have as the point of control for the ES? I'm sitting over here right now.
For the ES regular trading hour session now?
Yes.
5101.50, 5101 half, center of the range.
Okay, and so what's your composite say?
I really keep a composite. I can
Do
put
you
one
use a
together for us.
composite?
Not typically.
Okay, interesting. I need to write that down. So it's bouncing off of your POC right now, right?
Right now, yeah, it's at
Yes.
it right now.
Okay. Well, still looks like a buy the dip. It's because the vol bands are vol bands are up like this,
Really?
then you buy at 1 standard deviation and you sell at 2. And so it says this is a buy formation right now. So
I'm staying patient. Patience has been pain. Why are
It has
you
been.
laughing?
It's just funny.
It has been
I know
fun.
you're talking to yourself more so than anyone else. I know that what you're doing right there. Staying patient.
I'm just evaluating things, and I'm seeing no huge reason to rush in. So I'm glad I'm a little
exactly.
late to the party.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yesterday was a good day. I ended up the day 1,300. Monday 1,300, and Tuesday was 1,300 until I lost it all and ended up 140 up.
So, still win streak.
So it's a win streak. Yeah, W's
You know what they-
every day.
You know what that means? I gotta put $20 on 13 on roulette again this time in Vegas.
Oh boy.
I mean, you're gonna get $1,000 chip. Remember, I
Yeah.
owe you $1,000.
It's in
Yeah.
1 week.
Yeah.
1 week, yeah.
I hope you guys have an amazing time together.
Should be.
It-
I'm
it's-
just excited
yeah.
for you all to have such a fun time together.
Michael's like the mayor of Las Vegas, Anne-Marie. So he just, when he goes to Las Vegas, he's like the mayor.
Everybody knows it.
I know nobody there, Andre. There's
that's
nobody
fine.
there I don't.
That's what they all say.
I thought you were the
That could be a
mayor.
good
Anthony. Yeah, I know Anthony. He's on our partner team.
Yeah, Isaac Suffern's out
Vanessa? Is Vanessa? Isaac's out there? Yeah, you're right. All right. Knowing 3 people doesn't make me the mayor, but
there. Well, you got to start somewhere.
yeah, you got.
All right, taking a look at Tilt. You haven't missed much in Tilt. Tilt got a little tilty, heavy, long, Michael, NASDAQ, about 73%. We did see a sell-off there with the red bar there on the 5-minute if you're taking a look at it. So fading the majority was the play there. We have been trading sideways since PMI. I think we have another number here in about 11 minutes. And he will be all over that thing that's pending home sales. Keep an eye on that.
So I've put up I've got a volume composite profile up on my screen now. And seeing the point of control of that, we're down below 50.80, somewhere around 50.78.
Oh, over how many days is that composite?
That is, I mean, since the recent highs, you know, that includes through the 21st of February.
Oh, okay.
Want me to shorten it up a little bit?
Well, you know,
make it
the
longer.
question is really who's watching what, right? So I think I'm a little early to this long, but I only have one ES in here, and my point of control for just the day, which is what I have, it begins at Globex and then continues, and
Okay.
I have that as 50.98. Yeah,
A little bit.
it's getting a little
50.98.
sloppy.
Yep, right there.
Yeah. And I think, you know, what Michael just said about being a little bit patient, letting things shake out a bit, you know, that's really ultimately got him in the catbird seat, because I'm sitting a little bit underwater as the traders try to duke this out. And so I don't, you know, I'm not fond of getting in a trade and then having to languish through it, although it's worked great for a few of the trades that I've taken over the last couple of days. But, you know, my rule of thumb is the following. I am going to sit in a trade and let it go in my direction if it's going to, if I've taken a trade in the direction of trend. If I've taken a trade against the direction of trend, then the first thing I'm going to do is say, all right, I got to make sure my size is small. And then secondly, I have to say, how much patience are you going to give this? And if it starts creeping higher, that answer is going to be, well, none. I'm not going to give this any more patience if it keeps going higher. So that's how I keep myself from falling off.
That's a great adjective. It's a great adjective. Languish. We don't want to languish.
Yes.
Good word.
In trades.
Good word.
That's a new industry term now.
I know exactly what she
$5
means.
word.
$5
This market's doing nothing.
It isn't.
Right.
Yeah. I think they're digesting whether they want to head higher or not. And my suspicion is that they are going to try and shake out weak shorts and then collapse back into the range, because I really believe that we are range bound until the Fed comes out and goes, listen, I know it's only a 20% chance of, oh, Jack, what is it? What chance is the Fed funds rate have of a rate hike or a rate easing for March? Do we have that?
I can
From
look
the
it up real
BLS?
quick. It's
Yeah.
low. It's been dropping since the kind of mania, but let me pull that up.
Yeah, and I think that that's what they're still waiting on. At the end of the day, we're range bound because the market needs a catalyst,
Right.
And I
Yep.
am not sure if there is this kind of catalyst. I found, Jack, how can I get you an image? I want to show you this super interesting image that I got this morning that someone said that Paul Tudor Jones says about market range expansions. This is why I think we're going to buy the dip day also, because I read this. And he has this little thing that says, if you've got a range and that range expands by 4.5 times, any pullback becomes a buy zone.
Say that again.
In a range breakout. So let me find the image. How can I? Oh, I can just put it on my screen. Duh. I'm such a dope. I'm a dope.
Be nice to yourself, Ann.
I know, right?
She's a dope. No, I guess I've been listening to Deanna so much that I found myself singing through some of my words. I'm totally picking up that habit, which is great.
In the future, Anne-Marie, too, you can just email me. You have my email. Just email me anything you want to throw up there.
Okay, so check this out. I don't know if you can read that. Let me see if I can amplify what it looks like. So what he's saying here is that markets move sharply because big money is moving and then continues the motion. So when you have a range that expands 4.5 times the last 10 bars, it's likely to continue. It's likely to continue. And so this is just, I'm going to put it in the strategy lab space so traders can look at it, because I think it's a great, it's a really interesting premise. And so I'm sort of working that game today, going, all right, well, this move did give us just over 4 times when it started, and then it's held that. So I'm guessing we're going to have range expansion. So
5 minutes remaining.
Ooh, here we go.
You could kind of call that an acceleration move, even on that chart on that picture, right? Sometimes you can even get an acceleration gap or an acceleration move like that. So makes sense. Oh, there's Lacey. Sorry.
Yeah. So far, by the dips working, Ann. So far.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, it's not putting you too far in the money
So
if you were just got started. Yeah.
Hey, Michael, just a heads up. We got a number here in 4 minutes, and then we got 3 Feds. We got 2 Fed speakers during fast markets at 9:50 and 10 a.m. Central.
Really?
So maybe they'll get maybe they get the market moving, but we are trading sideways since that PCE and the opening bell rang. We haven't seen much action. I know Anne-Marie took a short and was able to capture some profits there. John took a long, was able to capture some profits as well. So this goes to show you can make money both ways in this market.
Yes, you
can. That's right.
Big day today, Michael.
Leap
day. Sorry, Johnny.
Leap day, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it's
Leap day. We got
Woozy
big day for TopstepTV.
Woozy Woo day, huh? Made up day. Just add it here and vanish it the next year. Add it here, vanish it the next whatever.
Oh yeah, this day will not be here tomorrow.
He's jerking the chains of all the scientists around.
Yes, he is.
Exactly. I mean, that and daylight saving time. I don't know. We create a calendar day. We create a whole calendar day. All right, cool. Let's just add one. Oh, you live in different time zone. Let's just do that too. But we're all here at the same time. I don't know.
There is so there's one space. It's called the Universal Time Clock. And so it's a lot of computers use it to know what time it is in the background. And so there's been a put, yes. And
Greenwich
so,
time, right?
No, it's not Greenwich. It's Greenwich Mean is the way, how how to know that England was the center of the world at one time.
Go
The
figure.
Greenwich mean sits at the 0 line, and everything is either minus to the left or plus to the right. But this universal time clock, people have been trying to push it so that everybody, just like you said, Michael, everybody says, hey, listen, it's 2 o'clock no matter where you are. This is what the time is. But we're so used to having dinner at, say, 7, and we're so used to having the time of day being 12 noon, being bright and sunshiny, all of that changes, right? And so people just don't want to do that. They don't want to know that it's 2 a.m., but they're having lunch, right? Which is what UTC would do. People are totally freaked out about it.
Yeah, couldn't you be like, oh man, I love going to dinner at 2 a.m. in Sweden. You know, like I don't like.
No,
it's so fun.
exactly.
I thought about that too.
Yeah.
Some people are just too rigid, right? They don't want anything to change. So rigid. Yeah.
I think we go back to, I don't know who coined this one. Maybe the Native Americans many moons ago. Just start going to moons. Like, why Monday and Tuesday? I'll do a Zoom meeting with you 3 moons from now.
Oh boy.
Well, I mean, the Chinese calendars are still like that.
We've got pending home sales coming in month over month, 4.9. They were looking at 1.5. U.S. pending home sales also index 74.3.
You know,
coming up next, natural gas half past the monkey's ass at 9:30.
Okay, EIA.
You know, people are just going to start going, hey, listen, what are we waiting for? Let's just buy a house so we can afford. If the rates come down, then, you know, we get to refinance and maybe we get to step in. But I think this is a really good sign. I think it's a good sign that people are just, they're not putting their lives on hold. They're just going, all right, you know, I might be buying the top of the market, but I got to buy something. I mean, we can't keep renting or whatever it is that they're saying to themselves.
Real quick, I wanted to drop a little something in the chat. You asked about the Fed rate probabilities.
Oh, yeah.
So let me drop a fun link in here for y'all. Here's your little Fed rate probability tool. It uses the Fed fund futures to come up with an implied probability. So just to give you a summary, for the March meeting in 20 days, the probability of easing is 2.5%, 21% for May, 66% for June, and 87% for July. So that's where they're looking.
June, July.
Interesting. July.
Thursday has not done anything yet. I mean, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, the market seems to move. You think, oh yeah, with the Feds?
Yeah,
yeah. All right.
All
right, guys, Feds are talking. There's plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. Well, there is in the markets. It's an opportunity-making machine.
Hey, John, you know I'm going to ask you real quick. Can we get a Delta update, NASDAQ and ES? Because maybe
that should be your line.
It is.
Should be your line, Andre.
It's turned into it. It's been profitable. I mean, if we got a bunch of shorts here, if it's negative up here and we're not going lower, maybe
so much
it's
more.
Slightly,
yeah.
It's slightly negative, Andre, minus 626.
Okay.
Just jumped back to 300 and then back down to negative 600.
All right.
A little bit of a flurry there, but no real indication of any deep divergence here yet, just yet, Andre.
Very good. Let's take a look at tilt. NASDAQ around 50-50, ES 50-50, crude 50, everything's 50. Gold a little heavy short, 68% short in gold. Yes, gold. As we see, we are up near the daily highs. So shorts are coming in, trying to call the top there. I get a Delta indicator for Christmas. That'd be sweet. I got John, man. Christmas came early.
That's right. Well, it is on the list.
Yes,
sorry, I've been a little bit quiet.
Andre,
something's got Lacey spooked here, so
the Amazon guy.
Andre, help us out. Why do you care about Delta? Through your
it's kind of like the way you guys Remember how you guys described it? You guys are on one side of the pit. You guys know the other side of the pit say they're short. They're not short, and the market ain't breaking. And you guys are all flat on your side of the pit. And you know that those shorts on the other side of the pit, the market's not breaking, and they're starting to feel the heat. The market's upticking, or maybe not even breaking. So what would you do if you're flat and you see that one side of the pit's short and the market ain't breaking? You're going to look to get long, and hopefully they'll be puking into you or to cover their shorts. They're going to have to buy the market back up higher. It's basically just beating your competition to the punch is the way I look at it.
And that's the way it is. I mean, that's what we did in the pit. You know, if the paper was coming in buying all day long, you knew that the pit was short. They're not buying. The paper's not buying it from each other. They're buying it from the locals. They're buying it from the speculators in the pit. So if you have, strong paper buying coming in all day long, you can make a pretty good assumption that the pit is going to be too short at the end of the day. And when they want to flatten up, they're going to jump over each other and just to get out of those positions and drive price higher. It's just basically pitting time frame against time frame.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, Hastra, if you want to drop your username in there, I can look you up on Topstep. So then if Andre can't trade, we'll can't say somebody can't trade if you can't.
Stop. Liquidity upside here in the S&Ps. Nice. 200, 200, 200 between 5104 all the way up through 5105 half. We got about 1,000 lots sitting there chopped up between 6 prices. There's liquidity upside as we do take a peek. NASDAQ as well. About 5 points off of the daily highs. We are above 18,000 and we are above 5,100 in the S&Ps. It's been a minute. Last 4 days kind of been a sideways trade, but we found a catalyst to take us higher with that PCE reading. Yeah. We've traded sideways since.
I read an interesting article for something about, I think it was JP Morgan was expecting the S&Ps to trade up to 5,200 by the end of 2024. I think I think it's going to get there before the end of 2024. We're only 100 points away from it.
Exactly. And, they're coming out and saying all kinds of things like, hey, listen, it's going to be really bullish. And now our estimate is 5,300. And so if you just think about this, if we get all of what they are suspecting in the first quarter of the year, we're probably going to go sideways between March and December.
Yeah, right. What's left?
I mean,
right?
if they're going to be right, but the question is, how many times are they actually right?
I like that.
Even the economists don't know.
Yeah.
Love a good analyst.
So I've got value area. Go ahead. Sorry, Andre.
No, Anne-Maire, you're saying value area high, please.
For the morning at 5105.50, and then a prior high at 5108. If we get up over that, I think we're going to have another group of short sellers that come in and drive us a little bit higher. But, nobody's eager to buy here, right? I mean, isn't that what you're right? I mean,
okay, but to that point, Anne-Marie, no one's eager to buy, but people are eager to sell up here, right? And if the market doesn't go lower, then they're going to be forced to buy it. I think that's what would take this market higher.
Exactly.
Yes.
The natural tint.
Initiating longs at this price is definitely difficult, but the shorts, I think, would move the price action higher. It wouldn't be initial longs to be short covering to the upside, and then maybe see something like that. That's what we've been seeing the last week or so, 2 weeks or so. But yes, initiating a long here, it would what would constitute a dip in order to get long. I mean, we are seeing some sellers here. 5,100s again in the S&Ps. Crude 78% long.
And you got any levels up here that you like that the house account may like as well?
In the Qs?
In the ES or the Qs, NQs?
Yeah, Qs I love because they're so violent and you can do so well so quickly. I like the shorting action at the top of the range near 18,060, which is where I took the last short, right? You were not here, but I took that short, and then it's worked a second time again.
Okay.
And so I think there's more weight. People are more nervous about getting long in tech because a lot more people are thinking, that looks like it's a little long in the tooth. And so they're still buying the dips, but they're not buying the new highs with any kind of reckless abandon. And so that's my thought. It's a short at 18,060. The stop action is really maybe 18,075, but then right above that is another area that's 18,087, and then our high that we've been staring down is 18,144. Since we are finished a reversion to the mean trade for the last 4 trading days, there is a buy the dip, but people were taking it right up off of the floor of this volatility band here, where we had the Globex open, the prior close of the day, and the prior low. They just chopped around there and saw things moving to the north. Wait a second, did I just see smoke?
Whoa, did you?
Whoa, Ann.
Michael, you know what today is? It's the fire drill day today, Michael.
I know. 5-alarm fire drill.
I did see smoke. The chat's very fired up for it, as you can tell. It has not happened yet. For those that are asking, it has not happened yet. Stay tuned. It will be happening today. Hey, we got 650 at 51 half. 51 even half. Oh, we're selling here. Here come the sellers, Anne-Marie.
Yeah,
51
we just took out the
even
low of the
half,
opening range in the S&Ps.
Okay. All right. What does that say,
And now the
John?
NASDAQ, too.
All roads lead to you.
John, what's that mean?
Well, when the opening range remains the one extreme, in this case it was the low of the session, I'd be looking for longs, but not anymore. We'll see if we get a gap close to yesterday's high in the S&Ps. That was 50.87 half. In the NASDAQ, that was pretty much 17,975.
Wow. Yeah.
Missed it.
All right, 80% short. I'm not saying I'm jumping in.
Here's the movement.
But he's 80%, 75%, 70% short. S&P and Nasdaq. Everybody here at Topstep that has an open position that's either in the trading combine or XFA, 70% of them are all getting short right now.
Wow, here are the sellers.
And from an average price of 28 in the shorts. Shorts average price are 26s now. So there are 20 handles in the money. Average shorts price.
Okay, so I took a snap long off of the 18,000 line in the sand there in the NQ.
Like that.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, I see you're thinking.
I just look at all the sellers coming in right behind him. If it can't hold,
Yeah, it's like
I mean, there's a ton of sellers trying to punch it down.
Coming up to VWAP and S&Ps. I got VWAP at 50.88, 50.88, 50.89.
yeah, same here.
Three
roads.
ticks to a gap close in the S&Ps.
All roads, Michael. All roads.
Lead the
George
V
said
way.
it best.
Yes, he
George
did.
said it best.
Someone in the chat thought we're joking about that. We are to an extent. We're saying lighthearted, but it just seems like lately all roads do indeed lead to VWAP.
No. Disclaimer: all roads don't lead to anything here in trading. So,
Yeah.
we'll just say it's a joke. George said it.
We're
not
being
us.
metaphorical.
Thank you.
Thank
Marie.
you. Yeah, we don't need the SCFCC.
Well, it didn't go to VWAP.
You promised everybody going to VWAP. We got a bunch of
Promised
complaints.
Thank you, Anne-Marie.
I mean,
More sellers here.
Dang it. All right.
All right, push through. There's gonna be. I'm sure there's stops beneath the 18,000 level in S&Ps, or I'm sorry, Nasdaq.
you know what I am getting? you know what I'm gonna play? If the short bias grows,
VWAP,
it gets
dude.
pretty
VWAP.
damn heavy. I'm gonna play a VWAP one lot.
S&Ps.
Yep.
Yeah, wait till 77s.
Yeah, let's
Maybe
see,
even
push
80s.
the-
Get a
push
little
it.
ahead of it because it's got a pretty sharp up
Wow.
trend.
Hang on.
Gap closed in the S&Ps.
Gap closed.
Oh, that would have been nice. Okay, let's see.
More sellers.
71s, 80s. Okay, where's the?
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting for the trade
I know.
that I'm trying to perceive is going to happen
Let the
instead
sellers
of letting the
exhaust
market.
themselves.
Yeah,
Right.
let the sellers exhaust themselves.
I bought it at VWAP in the
Me
S&Ps.
too. What'd you get, John? What
Right,
price?
good.
87?
88.
Take some heat on this.
78s, 83s.
NASDAQ hasn't closed the gap or hit VWAP yet.
No, it
Yeah.
has not. It's getting close, but it's not yet. We got the movement, Michael. Stay patient. You get your movement.
Yeah, we're moving now.
Here we are.
Now we're
Stay patient.
now we're
Sniper like.
now we're at risk of value acceptance in the S&Ps to yesterday's value area. The market just traded right to value high in the S&Ps, 50.84. If we start
Yeah,
getting into
pretty.
that, then I'm not looking at any longs anymore.
Okay.
But I mean, it takes time. You know, it's got to spend
Yeah.
Oh, you
time
gotta
in
take
there
heat on these
for market acceptance.
Gotta take heat.
All right, here's some little slippage in the old NASDAQ. Trying to hold it. Trying.
Anne-Marie, I'm languishing.
Yes, this is a
Today's
Languishing.
a languishing
Just
day.
grit your teeth, John. He's gonna grip that. Come on, turn this around.
Just
Hey, yeah, Dakota and Isaac, are you guys in here? You guys are
What was
top
tilt?
10 live funded leader. It was 73% short. Now they're all out. It's like 50-50, so they all got paid. Yeah, they all got
Okay.
paid. I mean, that's the hypothesis, guys. If I'm saying this
I like
stuff,
it.
it's always like nothing is for sure out of my mouth.
Quick 200 right there. Oop. Don't tell the boss.
Except having a fire drill today, that's for sure. Well, I don't know. You
Whoa,
know, like
baby.
something could do.
That's
some tragic
happening.
event could happen right now. So I don't even know if that's for sure. But it's a high probability.
Come on, Johnny. How about it, Johnny?
I know, right?
Yeah.
Give us a nice bounce. Give us a bounce. A bouncy bounce.
You know, wants to.
Yes, Mike
Maybe-
Ortiz, I am familiar with the 80% rule.
What's the 80% rule? 80%
It's
to your
value.
profit target?
It's the value area special situation play.
Oh,
Where
are we in that special
we
situation?
riff.
Well, here it is. So we opened outside of range and value from yesterday. There's the open. Here's yesterday's range. When we open outside of range and value, if we do show signs of acceptance in the value area from the previous day, the 80% rule, I call it the 65% rule, is probability states if we do reaccept value from yesterday, there's a good probability that price will reach the other extreme of the area of value from the previous day. So that would take us down to 50.74. Is it that big of a move for us to really try and catch? It's not that big of a range from yesterday. It was a 19 handle range. It's a 10 handle, 10, 12 handle value area. So it's not really all that, unlikely if we accept it that it's going to go to the other side, the other extreme of value. So what I'm looking for is value rejection from yesterday for a bigger opportunity on the long side. And that's why we're in this trade. Andre.
I like it, Michael. What did you pull the trigger on anything there?
I'm doing nothing. I have done nothing right now.
Wow,
I'm
really?
enjoying. I'm enjoying sitting on my hands thus far.
Wow, I like it.
So you're out already?
No, I never got in. I'm flat all morning.
Wow. New Michael.
Andre,
who
you're
is-
out already?
I am out. I am out.
Patience.
I sold 89 quarters. Bought 87. Sold 89 quarters.
Whoa, Andre, you're driving. You can't text and drive.
See, John, you outed me there.
So I'm still long
Right.
from that 18,000. And so I'm
Nice.
going to take it now at 18,010.
Okay.
So
Nice.
took a
Yeah.
fair bit
just-
of heat there, but
Yes.
now I'm covered. I just
Now we're
took
cooking.
10.
All right. Well, we see if this.
I took a profit in that as well. I'm not a scalper, but I'm playing one on TV.
Play one on TV. Gots to. Boy, we just look at that VWAP bounce. Or damn near.
Yeah.
On the Nasdaq. Look at that.
I'm telling you, especially when it collides with prior price congestion. And that is so key. A lot of people look at the VWAP and they judge it. They go, man, that's whatever. But when you look at the VWAP and it comes in and it's sitting right at the edge of other numbers that are important, just like that value area that John was talking about, those things really impact the power of how well the VWAP works. So it's never just one thing, but one thing confirmed with another couple of things really give you a lot of confidence in taking the trade.
You get
Love how
stacking
you-
nuances.
And I love how your VWAP hater voice is like a hippie, like, oh man, whatever.
Yeah, I caught that. That was a different tone. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
You still got it somewhere in there. There's that hippie.
Oh, listen, I am queen of the voices around here at my house. I can do all
I like
kinds
it.
of voices, but
Amazing.
I would, I'd ruin my reputation if I came out with all of them
Oh.
where everyone can see.
We need to get some
Might
sound
surprise you
bites.
one day.
Yeah, get some sound bites of Anna in her house directing traffic. How many kids? How many kids do you have in the house now? Or you don't have any left? Do you? No, do you?
No, I don't have any left. They're all gone. They're all
Oh.
gone. The most we ever had at one time in the house was 5. And 4 teenage boys and a teenage girl. And that, oh my gosh. I'm so
is-
glad we had a lot of bathrooms.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
All right. Well,
so I
while
gotta
we
stick
have a
with my
second,
trades.
while we have a second
Yes.
here, real quick. I think JD's out there. JD, you there? What do you got for us?
What's up, guys? How we doing this morning? Everything good?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting really smoky in here, JD. Like, you guys got to open up the windows, or somebody's got to quit.
Oh, I'm happy I
Burning.
didn't miss it. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Go, come on. You know what you're
Not
doing.
today, not today, not today. All right. Let's do a quick update. I know Hoag covered this morning on the opening call, but just a quick update on the January personal consumption expenditures. According to Barron's, the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation measure revealed that prices rose markedly on a monthly basis. January core PCE, which excludes volatile costs of food and energy, increased 0.4% from December. The reported increase was in line with expectations. There's your news update if you missed it this morning, just following up. All right, next up, I think someone was watching Topstep TV the other day and memed MP's
hell yeah.
idea for
Took it.
scalping the junior bacon cheeseburger in the Wendy's drive-thru.
It was a great hustle. Yeah,
Michael.
anybody who says they're going to do surge prices. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I think we should
What-
make a
what-
video of this. We'll get MP a Zorro mask and a cape and a bag full of cheeseburgers and hang out in the Wendy's drive-thru when the line gets long, just like the hamburger.
Right.
You know?
The dipshit
I mean, I don't know.
sandwiches.
I don't know if Wendy's burgers keep if I buy them like an hour before
Oh, they
and then
keep,
start
Michael.
handing them out an
They
hour
probably
later.
don't.
Oh,
They
oh
probably
Michael,
do.
those things,
Those
those
are-
things don't rot.
They're
Those
made
things-
fast and they're meant to eat fast.
You don't think? I don't know, man. I think those things are pretty much nuclear. Those things last for a while. How many
guys
would
ever
you
watch
buy?
I know
what was that-
McDonald's French fries do, having
Oh.
found one of them
Yeah, they're
somewhere
just-
randomly under a car carpet.
Same,
And they
same.
look exactly like they did inside of the container.
Still edible.
Yep.
They're just like
What was that
Twinkies
one
or
show,
Spam. They're made to last forever.
Right.
Supersize me.
Supersize me. Supersize me. That was like
that was really good. That was a really.
I don't
good
think-
documentary.
I don't think I've eaten McDonald's or any fast food at all in years, except for when we stopped
Me
at
neither.
Wendy's because it's the only thing here in the valley. And I get the chicken nuggets for the kids when we go to the apple orchard, which is like an hour and a half away.
How many did you have?
I just keep reaching back there. I go, Poppy, can I have one? Holden,
Dad tab.
Holden, can I have one? Drive like this. My wife just grabs the steering wheel while I'm getting chicken nuggets in the back.
La-di-da. Man of the people.
Man of the people.
But their coffee at fast food plates, like McDonald's coffee, I used to stop there religiously. It was great.
Oh yeah.
I'm sipping on
You
a
know,
McDonald's
Starbucks-
coffee as we speak.
Are you?
Starbucks
The
raised
McCafe.
their prices 20% this year. And it really is monster sticker shock. There are a lot of people that are like, wait, what? This has got to stop. So it's going to be
And it
interesting
ta-
to see what their earnings do.
It tastes better when it's more expensive. Everybody knows that.
There's a word for that.
Yeah.
There's a word for that.
That Costa latte is going to cost a lot more.
Yeah, right. Is JD is a McDonald's coffee still $1?
No, not so much anymore. I mean, not the one downtown, at least. The one I go to, typically, it's right next to the Board of Trade building. I remember
Oh,
20
that
years
one.
ago it used to be $1, but not so much anymore.
Well, speaking of I should say, raising prices 20% at Starbucks, Topstep has actually lowered ours with Topstep X big time. Well, actually, even with one step, one rule, we were at 165 and moved down to 49 for 50K, which is great. We had to move things. That was awesome. And then now we're working with this group that's giving us great opportunity so we can lower the Topstep X to
So
just
cool.
the pass through of real time data that you're going to pay for. So for $4.50 and a month, I don't even think you can buy a. Can you go into Starbucks and get a $4.50 coffee, or does everything start
You,
at like
you
$5?
can. So who knows what the size that is smaller than a tall?
Michael knows
Right?
this
You
stuff.
know, it has
Michael.
3 sizes.
No,
Tall.
I go in there before, and I remember going.
venti?
Yeah, no, I
Michael
won't
knows.
say it. I go in there, and I'm like, I'll take a large. They're like, you mean grande? I go, no, large. That's what I say. To them.
That's a
I don't
venti.
roll my eyes or anything. I'm
No.
like, I'm just not gonna go. I'm not going with your like terminology. I'm like, you're
Anne's
just-
right. That's a venti,
So,
Michael.
no, listen. They have a size that is smaller than a tall, and they don't advertise it. It's called a short.
Oh, there you go.
And
Short.
the
Hannah
short
just said that.
latte is $4.15. It's literally
15. There you go.
$4.15. Yeah, it's like I think
It's a Dixie cup.
6 or 5 ounces. Oh, literally, it's just a little bigger than a Dixie cup. It's just,
Yeah,
of course, that's yeah.
Would you rather? Let's play. Would you rather? Would you rather?
I love that. I
have
love that.
a short little Dixie cup next to the water station by the bathrooms, or a Topstep X 1 month trading combine? I don't know. That's kind of hard. With the opportunity for big upside and to be in the spotlight like Isaac and Dakota and all these other guys. I don't know. I don't know. Tough
JD,
one,
what else you
Andre.
got? JD, I don't think JD's done. JD, what else you got?
Oh, I see that Bitcoin overlay up, or Coinbase.
Michael.
Big news in crypto yesterday after hitting 64,000 Bitcoin. That is, Coinbase crashed. Started showing 0 balances across the board,
Yes.
including my own Coinbase account. Traders
Really?
panicked, started puking their Bitcoin.
No.
Bitcoin had originally gained 13%, then dropped 8% after the Coinbase glitch, erasing 100 billion in market cap in a matter of seconds. I think Bitcoin's trading right around 63,000 right now, so it did recover, but
It's pretty amazing. Yeah.
it was
kind of feels
pretty
you put all
exciting
your
for a
money
few
in-
minutes in the
Kinda
crypto
feels like
world.
we get
yesterday.
what you put all.
We
Would
get a
you put all
technical
your money
glitch
in-
headline out of. So we kind of feels like we get a technical glitch headline out of crypto like every other month, of some sort. Some
I know
broker
it.
Yeah,
just
that's what.
it's like. Come on, man. We gotta get some legitimacy here. Every
Well, when
every
they
other month
say
is
stuff vanishes, Andre, when they say stuff vanishes, Like,
Yeah, that's not cool.
I don't know. Would you put your money into that? I don't know.
No. Well, I guess I give my money to the bank, and they only have to keep 10% of it. So if I want it all out, if we all want it all back at the same time, essentially our money has vanished.
Yeah, not going to happen.
The old
Yeah.
bank run, Michael.
I mean, it goes back
And,
to the woozy leap year and dates and
It's kind of one of those
all that
days.
kind of stuff.
Yeah. Speaking of which, this one's just for you, Andre. If we could pull
Whoa.
up that leap year meme. Here is a totally useless chart for all of you. All right. This shows
Thank you.
your actual age versus your leap year
Oh my
age. For
God.
example,
Oh,
if you were born in 1924, your actual age is 100, but your leap day age is 25. Did you know that leap day birthdays are known as leaplings? Another one just for you, Andre. A few celebrities born on leap day. Ja Rule of Fire Festival fame, Tony Robbins, and Dennis Farina, every Chicago boy's favorite actor. Dennis Farina spent 20 years as a Chicago police officer before getting into acting. We should have had a picture of him up here instead of this useless chart.
thank you for the
Who took the time to make that thing?
Thank you, JD. Good question.
That would
30
take
seconds.
3 minutes to
Natural
make.
gas.
Oh,
There you go.
And the chart came from Florida Today, so we can say a Florida man made the chart, possibly.
Love it.
Typing with one finger.
Thank you, JD. So good. All right, Eddie,
All right,
keep us
Kurt,
posted. Thank you.
Natty gas here in 5 seconds. We're going to see what comes out here. They're looking at prior negative 86 billion cubic, coming in at 96 billion cubic for our natural gas. Coming up here in about, we'll say about 20 minutes, Bostic will be speaking. Top of the hour, Goolsby, and heads up.
Thank you, Eddie.
so if we could pop over to my chart, I want to show you what the CL has been triggering on these volatility bands as trades. Because we're sort of grinding to the north, and this last little dip came down into the 2.5 standard deviations or so. Now remember, we always look to the left to make sure we see price action reversing at that same time, and then we can go, oh, I'm going to put a limit order out there. If it comes back, I'll take it. But notice how much of the price is sitting in the top edge of the bands. It's really telling us that there's buying pressure sitting underneath. Because if you look at a chart and you go, I wonder what it's doing, the volatility bands will tell you, hey, listen, if most of the price is cluttering in the upper volatility band, you know you've got buy the dip formations going. And so this has been a pretty wide spread, but if you've got your volatility bands up, buying the low end of the band here and then covering at the top end has been really, really nice. It's worked tremendously well today, just as an FYI. And we still have quite a bit of time before oil closes.
Yes, we do. Market is recovering. That VWAP play, Anne-Marie, man, it's right to almost to the tick there. I mean, like you said, by the dip. We did get short earlier today. You did say it's going to be a short-lived trade because you are going counter direction, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay.
It really works
Yes, it
from
does.
that perspective.
Michael, your patience is it's good to see. Anything
I'm
you're
up
looking to
$135.
All right,
I'm
very
up
nice.
$200.
We're seeing 82% short here in gold. 82% short here in gold. I'm looking at the 5-minute. Gold's been kind of range bound here, but we are seeing some shorts building. If the market can't go lower, it could be a squeeze play right there. I know I always talk about it, but it's something that I'm always keeping an eye on, being cognizant of. Just a possible
I
strategy.
had one of my better entries of the day up there. It went up to 31, and then it kind of sold off, and then retested up to 30, and it went to 30 quarter, and I sold
31s.
No, hold on, I sold. It went up to 30s. I sold 27s.
Not bad.
2 lots. But
So
now I'm out.
You were rummaging around in the house account there for a second.
No, this is in my personal.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't take those little pea shoot. I don't take pea shooters like that in the house account, Andre.
What's the house account good for?
25 or
20s?
above.
25 or above. Oh, Anne-Marie, what's he talking about? Look at him. He loves it.
I mean, it's like sitting next to somebody that's really good at, I don't know. I had a buddy who was really good at blackjack, and in Australia, you can sit behind. You can walk up and just bet behind players. Just bet behind them. Like there's a little like circle.
What does that
So
mean?
I just kept betting behind him. That was the only way I made money.
Essentially betting on that player to beat the house.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. I saw it in Australia, in Melbourne.
I was just going to ask which coast were you on? My brother, I have an older brother that lives in Perth.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Haven't been to Melbourne. Everybody says it's fantastic.
It is. You've been to Chicago? It feels like Chicago. Like if Chicago had like a cousin that we hung out with like all the time, it'd be like Melbourne. Our buddy Melbourne. My cousin Melbourne. Yeah. Feels like the same. It feels like the city. Great restaurants, nightlife. We went and saw the All Blacks play. That was a great game.
Oh my gosh.
Match or something.
Those guys are
crazy.
Oh my gosh. I don't know how they're not all brain damaged. I mean,
I know.
That kind of play, well, maybe they are, but that kind of play is just, my husband
well,
is
you tell
sports drunk, so I watch all that
you
stuff.
Would think,
so the All Blacks are amazing.
Right? You would think telling them to put a helmet on may help them would not get brain damage, but then you look at the NFL.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Once they put a helmet on, it kind of changed.
Yeah.
You ever watched some of those hits, Andre, back in the day?
Yeah,
like back in the day, like
yeah.
Oh my goodness!
I missed that.
I mean,
yeah.
You missed be a wide receiver.
You missed the savagery.
No,
that's why we all tuned in, right?
Well, that's why we watch race. That's why we watch NASCAR races.
Wait for the crash.
See the crashes.
Wait for the crash. All right. Well, we got a lot of action coming out here in the next half hour, if you catch my drift. We've got a lot of big stuff coming up. So before we do that, let's go to JD for hot streaks and such. JD, what's up, man?
Guys, okay, for today's hot streaks, no.
JD today.
We there?
I got you. Go ahead,
yeah,
JD.
You're here.
We got we dropped that hot streaks list, Jack?
Yes, I am working the box today, so I have to squint very hard to see these.
It's the one above.
Larger, JD. I'm older than James is. I think it's this one with the fire on it. So let's do this and pray.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, 27 days now.
Nice.
No change to the list today, yeah. With the exception of Tuesday, just because Glen Ace didn't trade on Monday, this list hasn't changed in about 2 weeks now. Glen Ace with 19 days, Timothy with 20, Loy with 21. Our man in Discord, Andrew A., is on a 24-day run. And our leader, Neoben, is now on a 27-day heater. What else can we say? We talked about it yesterday. Wow. Jabbing away at it. No one's knocking them out of the park. Just taking small, steady, consistent profits. You would never go broke taking little profits, right?
That's right.
All right, next up, we have our yesterday's best list for the live funded traders. Pretty decent numbers coming in. We've got Nicholas and Venkata on the list back-to-back days. Nicholas did 6,500 yesterday and 9,500 on Tuesday. It's 16K over 2 trading days. Venkata made 3,300 yesterday and 2,300 on Tuesday. That's 5,600 in profit over the last 2 trading days. Nice job from our live funded traders. We'll be back in a little bit, maybe a half hour or so, with our XFA, yesterday's best list, and everyone's favorite top 10 list. All right, catch you guys in a bit.
Thank you, JD. Yeah, Ken John. I am showing my charts here. If you guys can switch over to my charts, I want to show you guys something real quick on Topstep X. While we got this great audience, we want to get your feedback. There you go. You got me. All right. So in the lower left corner here on the side, lower in the middle here, this question mark, right? I want you guys to click on that, and that's pretty much a direct pipeline to us. Here you can see the feedback roadmap and channel. You can go thumbs up, thumbs down on anything that you like as far as feature requests and ideas with us. We basically put it up to a vote for you guys. So please help us build this thing together. We're using this to shape the Topstep X roadmap. So tell us what you need from Topstep X next. And, we'll get the votes in and we'll do it. But yeah, you see support all our Discord channels. But yeah, that question mark here in the middle to the left here, click on that sucker and you have direct access to us. And tell us how you want us to build this sucker out, Topstep X. This is a really cool feature. I don't think anyone's really doing this. And
there's
what do you think, Mike? I mean, this is crazy. The thumbs up, thumbs down thing.
Post, right? I can create the voting up and all that. That's going to help us big time. You can get a little. Don't do this, but like you can post on here. I was just going to post. What feature request do you want? Print me money. Just like to get that. I bet you I want to be thumbs up really quick. A feature that just prints me money. Mm-hmm. No, but guys,
it's the new social media.
Yeah, it's a new. Get on here. Those that are in Topstep X, let us know. We'll prioritize. You'll help us prioritize by your voting, and then we shall build this monster like of a Frankenstein Ferrari. And I say that because we're building all these different things together to build this awesome high performance machine called Topstep X. And if you haven't used it, you will have. Many of you will have a chance to do that with an invite.
It looks like Casey McIntosh has been the most helpful here. Douglas PC in the chat. Good call, Danielle. Douglas PC in the chat. Number 4, I'm most helpful, man. Shout out to Douglas PC. You see in the chat all the time. He's been super helpful here with the feature requests and the logs. Good stuff. Good catch. Nice catch, Danielle.
Yeah.
So I think... all right, let's get back to the trading here. But yes, it's a super cool feature. Click on that question mark, man. You guys have direct access to us. We're gonna build this thing together. Yeah. We're gonna make it the best front end ever. So tune in with us and let's build this thing badass. All right, back to the trading.
Build it together. Build it together.
Yeah, man.
So there was a long that triggered right off of 18,020. It's where we had the prior high from days past, and then it rode all the way up to 18,000 and maybe 35 or so, and then the tilt went to 69 and then has completely dropped back. So you can see everybody taking profit off of that quick strike long. So because I see the candlestick sort of retracing each other, my thought is that it's better to trade in quick strikes today, getting up into resistance, coming back into the higher support, and then striking again. And then, if it ends up breaking out, then great. If not, then you get to sort of run it up the chain. So I'm going to look for another long somewhere around that 18,020 area one more time to see if it'll give me, another really nice long opportunity.
18,020. Okay.
Yeah.
Anne-Marie, just a little bit more kind of reference for a level for you there. Currently on TPO day session profile, the value area low is 18,012. 18,012.
Oh, okay. So, I think I'll use that as a stop region.
Mm-hmm.
So that sounds pretty good.
Pretty. I just started watching Curb Your Enthusiasm again.
Dude, R.I.P. Richard Lewis,
so
man.
Funny.
So funny.
R.I.P. Lewis. That's a bummer. Yeah, that show's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was a funny guy. He was really a funny guy. Such a dark sense of humor, which I love. Dark humor is hilarious to me. My husband thinks I'm insane because I like it so much. He's like, that's not even funny. Like, yeah, it is.
It is.
That's why we laugh at Jack.
All right.
We've had-
So I'm long here. And so you said that was
so am I.
09? Dang it.
Hey,
Came
real
right
quick here
into
while we got to pause. A lot of people in chat are asking about what's going on today. What we're going to do is we're going to be offering 1,000 50K trading combines, Topstep X, for $4.50 each. And we're going to be doing that here soon. We're going to be offering 1,000. Sound good?
No, it does not.
Wait, what? Why?
You got to do better. You got to do better, Eddie. Bid that market up, Eddie.
Okay. Let's do 1,500, 1,550K Topstep X combines.
But no, that's still low.
Wait.
You're going soft on us today, Eddie. When we talk, we always go. You call it pro ball, right? You think pro ball go light? No, we got to go heavy.
All right. Well, then we'll do the 2,000. Okay. We'll do 2,050K.
Yeah, 2,000 is what we did on 2,000 is what we did on Tuesday. We're not in Tuesday.
Wow.
We're Thursday. We learn from that, and we try to get better and grow. Grow is a key word here. Grow.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I'm just reading from the script they gave me. Okay. What should we do with that, Michael?
I think Eddie, you know the number, and it's sitting right there in your head, top of mind, and I think you just go with it. Go with your gut. What do you feel it is, and you make the market, and if I like it, I'll sell it.
2001.
No, I'm off.
All right, let's do 3,000, and I hope I don't get fired. 3,000. So we're gonna do 3,000. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Fire it up.
There we go.
Oh yeah.
3,000. So as you can see here,
Wow.
we do have it pinned. Let's get that pinned to the top of the chat. There it is. Hey, Copper,
Wow.
you can knock it off now. Thank you, sir. There it is. Now, hey, scroll up to the top. There is that link. Now, remember, this is for those that have not experienced the awesome Topstep X platform. So please, if you already have, sit back and enjoy the show. This is going to be, winners are going to be picked at random. We'll be notified tomorrow morning via email. So we want to give the opportunity, trading Topstep X, to as many traders as possible. We're going to offer 3,000 today. Now, remember, this giveaway is for those who have not traded in Topstep X. So remember, scroll up, click that link, fill it out, and good luck. And we're going to have this only up for 10 minutes. So 9:45 we started, 9:55 we will close that link. So have at it. And for those that are new here, welcome to TopstepTV.
Welcome to Top.
Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Michael. You are a man of the people, just handing out resets like Al Capone on Thanksgiving, man. Just handing out turkeys.
Oh, turkeys all over the place.
It's very
You get
generous.
Topstep X. You get Topstep X.
Oh, he's got the disco lights going on and everything back there. He's in the
Yeah,
club
I would
right
have
now.
gone like Oprah. I would have gone like Oprah because that's a little bit more friendly to the people than.
I know. I was just about to say, Andre just compared you to Al Capone.
I know.
What?
Oof. Yeah, maybe that was a bad one. Maybe it was more like Oprah handing out cars to her audience. Maybe that's the one I should have gone with.
See, now the thing is, they all get a car, but they got to pay taxes on that. That's the kicker.
Yeah, it is. The taxes on those turkeys, Michael.
Yeah, I'm long and it hurts.
There's no taxes, period, when you're
That's
Capone.
true. That's what got him.
That's what got him. Okay, hold on. And I got long 1800s, 03s. And
nice.
I'm doing this because that 10s and it's squeezed down, and then it's going to hold the 1800s. And then
plus
we're at
the
VWAP.
NAS is at 70 short, 70% short.
Yeah, plus that, yes, I saw that as well. All that together, but it's sitting around here, and I'm not liking it because if this hits,
yeah,
goes lower
I don't
again.
like how it looks either. I don't like how it looks either. Plus, we've got some single prints showing up. John, do you see those single prints around 994 in the NQ?
Yes. Well, in
so
the S&Ps, right here, single TPOs.
Yeah, I
But
see
in the
some single prints. I see some single prints that are.
I'm out.
Not so much in the
You
NASDAQ.
took your profit and left?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
still
just.
sitting
I don't
there.
know. I'm up 140
I added
bucks. Go ahead.
Patience, man.
No,
Patience.
no, you go ahead. I want to hear what you're saying.
No, I bought 03s, and I don't know. Today I'm not. I have this like feeling where I don't want to get in the hole today because the opportunity window is not quite wide open. That was a great long. Okay, whatever. I got 03s and sold 10s and 11s. Wow. Okay. Good job, Michael.
Okay, so I added when it faded there, so it hurt quite a bit, but now I'm flat. I got out at 27s.
Okay. Cool. That's good. That's a good out.
We got Boston
Just
coming up.
admiring
Here,
that
Boston.
strobe. I love
Oh
that
yeah, I
light
got
purple.
cops right.
How are we?
The old
What
cops.
is that? Oh,
He's being
I
chased
see.
by tiny
and
cops.
Yeah, fire truck. I'm holding up the fire truck so he can keep the fire drill going.
Oh.
Yeah, heads up, Eddie. I know we got Boston coming out here any minute now. So when he sees those headlines out of Boston, please keep it posted. He is a voting member, therefore his words carry more weight than non-voting members. And as we know, Raphael Bostic out of Atlanta likes to talk. So we'll keep an eye
Man,
on
that
Good
was a
reminder.
great
Thank you, Andre.
pullback.
Yeah.
And great pullback. That was right. It squeezed those
Early.
longs.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tight longs that squeezed them.
Yeah. Maybe sit sideways again.
All right, you got 5 more minutes on that fire drill link, and we will be closing it.
Anne-Marie, I'm not seeing single TPOs in the profile in the NASDAQ.
I wonder what this is giving me. These little pink lines show singles, but I don't know what they're coming from then. Maybe it's...
What level are they at?
Oh, I see. Okay, so these look like pre-market action events that haven't recovered from yet. So I'm showing just where it bounced from, like 17,994, and then there's a swath of them from 17,961 to 17,975. But look at this. We are doing a Rick Hoagland 5-minute barcoding event.
Barcoding,
Right?
yeah, there you
I
go.
mean, yeah, it's just giving it up at 35s, and maybe it's going to come in and kiss that VWAP again.
Yeah, it looks like what you're looking at is kind of the gap from yesterday's session to
Okay. All right.
to the single ticks at the bottom of today's profile,
Okay.
which is 17,994.
Okay.
So in essence, you're looking at single ticks down below that, by all rights, right? It's excess down below there.
So we had one of the folks in chat say, if we lose this edge, we could go to the bottom of the band, right? Didn't somebody say that early in the
70s?
the bottom of that range?
I saw
Wasn't
somebody said
somebody saying that?
1807. Yeah. No, sorry, I'm thinking the high. Never mind.
That special situations play that expands from one extreme to the other,
Right.
and whether it really is one of those or not.
Right now, no. I'm going to put up the profile in the S&Ps, and here's today's range, right? We did open outside of yesterday's regular trading hour range. We traded right to value high. So this is right now kind of presenting as value rejection from yesterday. We have to show signs of acceptance in the value area from yesterday
Below.
for
Okay.
that value area
Got
special
it.
situation play to begin.
Got it.
So right now it's showing value
We're not there.
rejection,
Yeah.
but we also have single TPOs up here. So the market is kind of ranging, or you could say languishing
Like that.
in this area. And, so if we do see some range extension, we got to see through time if we're going to accept value from yesterday in the S&Ps. Then the question becomes, is it worth trying to get chopped up, trying to catch it? Because it's only 84 to 74. It's a 10-point value area special situation play. It's a very small opportunity for the amount of risk you might have to take to try and get into it. The NASDAQ hasn't quite closed that gap yet. Here's the NASDAQ in the profiles, opening above the range from yesterday. No gap close. If we can't close the gap relatively early, that means we're probably looking for opportunities to go with the gap, which would have us looking for longs. But if we do close the gap and get into value from yesterday, which is a pretty substantial downside move, I'm showing TPO value high at 17,944. And if we do show signs of acceptance, that might be a relatively worthwhile move to the low of value in the NASDAQ. Not really seeing that it's that worthwhile in the S&Ps because of the narrow range that we had in the S&Ps, and actually in the NASDAQ yesterday. It was a pretty narrow range. But with the gap, with the lack of gap close, generally speaking, the rule is if we can't close that gap relatively early, a subjective term, of course, nobody knows what's going to happen, and we try not to predict anything. But with the gap not closing in the NASDAQ, it's looking more like, an opportunity for us to look for opportunities for longs. Nothing seems to work exactly the same way twice, and once we have the right answer, the market's going to change the questions. So, but that's really just kind of basic nuanced rules based off of market profile for now.
I bought that pullback. I'm down 200 now.
Short.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the thing that looks like ominous for longs at the bottom, at least in the S&Ps, is the fact that we do have these single TPOs up here. There is excess above this area, so and we have closed the gap. Now the question is, do we reaccept value?
God bless
Or
it.
do
I
we
got
reject
ticked out.
that?
I got stopped out on the effing tick. Damn it.
I hate it when that happens.
Yeah.
Worst part of trading.
Worst part of trading when that happens.
Yep.
So I took the long at 91.
Good for you. That's right around where I got stopped. Good for you.
And I just want to see it creep back up. I'm still just taking onesies here because they're a little bit nerve-wracking. I can't really tell what direction we're going in anymore because...
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like a bit of a storm in a teacup after the PCE numbers here today, right?
Yeah.
Sure is, man.
Absolutely.
Stay patient. We still have 5 more hours for this market to be open. 5 more hours. I know.
Okay, let me see if I can get to 18,010, and then I'm going to cut.
The shorts were good, and then those 90s that the low 90s, I got stopped out right at 89. Right at 89. And I don't know why I had it, because I bought 98s. So I should have had a 10 or 12. Yeah. We're good.
Uh-oh.
We've got Bostic over the wire here right now. Basically just rehashing all the old statements. The newest one here says, Bostic says, it's probably appropriate to reduce the policy rate in the summer. He also says we have to stay vigilant and alternative. Yes. Hope he's talking about music. Also saying the last few inflation readings have been shown it's going to be a bumpy path back to 2000. Back to you, Andre, on this bumpy path.
Bumpy path back to 2000? Or 2%?
2%. Back to 2%.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
Should have
Michael,
held it. I'm such a wimp.
what happened, Anne-Marie? What happened, Anne-Marie?
Oh no, I should have held that. I pulled out maybe 260 or something, but I should have held it. I can be such a wimp.
Yeah, I know.
I
You can't go broke taking profits, as annoying as that saying is.
Yeah, unless
Yes, you can.
you hold
How?
unless you hold the wrong side of the trade for too long.
That saying goes to say that everything's going to be a profit. Then yeah, sure.
I'm gonna go broke taking profit.
Because if your losers are bigger than your winners, miss me
Exactly.
with that.
Oh,
Miss me with that,
All
Andre.
right.
What's that? Catch me outside or whatever she says. Catch me out back or
What?
Ooh, what is that?
was that one girl that got famous on Dr. Phil for saying "Catch me out back" or
I don't know. What
So-
he's
Catch
talking
me
about.
outside.
I'm gonna leave
Catch
you
me
hanging on this
outside.
one.
To fight?
like
Catch me
You
outside.
mean to fight?
Yeah.
yeah, she's
Oh,
kind of. I mean,
wow.
she was on Dr. Phil. Hey, I'm short a 3-lot from 07. So if I get this to sell off, then we'll be.
Oh, that's nice. Oh my gosh, that is nice.
All right.
Yeah, I was
18,000.
trading
I
and
think
talking.
it'll go back to the VWAP.
All right, now I just got one on. I was down 400 when I put it on. Now if I take it off, I'll be scratched. And I kind of feel like being scratched. Okay, I'm scratched for the day. $5. I'm just working myself around plus 300, down 500, plus 200, down 500. So I know where that, what is it? Lower highs and higher lows on my P&L today. So be careful.
Well, I like the risk management today, Michael.
I think it's
Yeah, it's nice and clean.
it only
It is.
it's
Anne-Marie.
clean because of patience and Johnny. Something I've been really trying to stay true to. I overtraded too much in January. I helped the CME with their quarterly earnings. Let's just put it that way.
Very grateful for all that volume.
Yes.
Heads up, we got Goldsby speaking here now. Any minute, Eddie. When we see those headlines, please keep us updated. Now the Fed speakers are starting to pour in. In about 2 hours, they'll have Mester start speaking. I believe she's a voter. So yeah, the talking Feds are in action right now. So Marcus may be sensitive
Andre.
to it, but it seems like everything's pricing. We are seeing a turnaround in crude here. We did see a sell-off this
Yeah,
morning.
it bounced right off that lower level, and it's going right to the top of the volatility band, the shaded
Trading
area.
well above $78 now.
Yeah.
Michael, are you flat as we try to teeter?
Yeah.
Play around these 18,000. 18,000 seem to have a magnet to them in the NASDAQ.
today
they
for
cannot
sure.
figure out. Yeah, they cannot figure out if they want to stay above or below it. Eventually, it'll be higher, but for the time being, our seller. Here come the sellers. All right, we're
Super
beneath 18,000.
Andre, we
I'm
got
up,
a Delta update for you.
Yeah.
Rooster just kind of brought that up again, but now we're minus 8,600 in the S&Ps, negative 8,600, minus
Wow.
2,000 in the NASDAQ.
So
Wow.
Again.
Okay.
help me. I don't know why this notion of Delta gives me so much trouble. Everything that I do, I try to put into pictures in my head. And this notion of the negative delta is so hard for me. So let's say that again. Price action is sort of holding steady / a little bit up, but we have negative delta. And so
Mhm.
that means
So, well, when you're looking at Delta, all you're really looking at is the number of contracts that trade on the offer by market orders. Each contract that trades that is +1 in Delta. Negative Delta is all the contracts that trade on the bid. So market order sellers, each contract is -1 in Delta. If you just take positive and subtract the negative, you get a single number. Like right now, we're almost down 10,000.
Michael, look
in
at your
Delta.
short. Sorry.
I know. Beautiful.
Okay, so then go ahead, John. I'm sorry. I
So
have the attention span.
right now, because
And I just got long.
that's
I just got long 70s. Sorry, John. I just got long 70s.
That's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
We're trading here.
Tilt was
So-
real,
So
80,
go ahead.
Tilt was 80% short. It did this big flush out. If it wants to firm up, that'll be a nice one. Plus, it's coming off of however many points sell off from my 07s all the way down to,
Mhm.
yeah. So 30, 47 points pullback.
So this negative rise is coming from more people adding shorts to the market?
Correct. So when you think about it, Anne-Marie, the longer time frame traders typically are not using market orders to enter or exit the market, right?
Up
It's shorter
500.
time frame.
All right.
All right.
I just got to cut you off. I'm up
Tell us
500.
about
We did
Delta.
it.
Nice job.
We stayed patient. We're up 500. That's my patience.
All
Part.
right.
I like being up 500.
All right. That's
Mhm.
legit.
Go ahead, Johnny. Go
John,
ahead,
Nice
Johnny.
job.
Now I
no,
can be.
you got-
Now I can
Nice
be
job.
even more. I can be even more patient right now. I'm just very like all this waiting around all morning. I'm okay with $500 day.
John
Even if
John
it ends
has
right now.
two personalities in here that are always going
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah, one is how do I put up with Michael?
He's got a heart
Go ahead.
I was gonna
like,
say
like hurting a couple of cats.
the
All right,
best, man.
so sorry, John.
No, it's
Okay,
all right.
so
That's what we're doing here. We're
there-
trading, right?
they're adding short positions, and if they continue to add short positions, but the market doesn't rotate short, they're going to be forced to rotate themselves. Is that what we're
So,
seeing? Is that what we
yeah.
think?
So what and Delta is something I learned, kind of stepping out of the pit, trying to figure out how I was going to be able to recognize if shorter time frame retail traders were getting too short or too long against direction, right? So we know that the shorter time frame traders are the most likely to be using market orders to sell or market orders to buy. So right now we're looking at 10,000 contracts that have traded on the bid using sell market orders than we have market order buys. So the more aggressive traders today so far have been sellers. They've been short time frame sellers, but
Gotcha.
they've been relatively successful in moving price lower. I'm not seeing right now that there's necessarily a divergence that I can really lean on. Now that could change throughout the day. If we keep seeing negative delta continuing to increase in negativity, in other words, we see it go from 10,000 to 12,000 negative to 15,000 negative to even deeper negatives, but we're unable to push price lower. You think the more aggressive sellers would be able to push price lower, but if that's not the case, that can indicate the possible presence of a longer time frame presence, just placing bids and scooping up whatever the short time frame traders will give them. And in that case, when there's a divergence like that, and even sometimes you can watch it throughout the day, if the short time frame traders won't sell it anymore at a certain level and the longer time frame traders have more business to do, they'll raise those bids up and they'll put them in a little bit at a time, iceberg orders. They have they have automation that does that for them. And if they can't get any more bought there and they still have more to do, they'll move those bids up. So you'll see price actually moving higher as delta increases in negativity. That's when sometimes we'll see that the short time frame P shooters like me that use market orders to hit into
Have
those
to
bids,
reverse.
they have to go the other way. And sometimes late in
Gotcha.
the day,
Okay.
you'll see that.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Got it.
And
I got it.
And what are you looking at right around here? We just flushed down to the 70s, 66s.
Yeah, your buy was amazing. If I were sitting in that buy, I'd be concerned that we're not getting up over 18,000, but I would not cover the entire trade. My thought would be, okay, I'm going to take half my profit and then I'm going to see if it'll stabilize, because take a look at every low that we've hit. If we just take a look at a 5-minute chart, every new low we hit, responsive buying is coming back in, but we're making lower highs on the responsive buy. And so, look, every fade, there's a wick at the bottom, and the next candle is an upside motion that goes to another fade, and then they buy it up, and then another fade, and they buy it up, and another fade, and they buy it up, and another fade, and they buy it up. The only thing that has me concerned about continuing to buy the dip is that I'm making lower highs on this 5-minute formation, and I'm also making lower lows. So it looks like we're going to grind and give back the PCE spike, but we're still from a reversion to the mean perspective on the great big time frames, it's still buy the dip. So I would still be in that long, but I would be, taking profit as it gets to 18,000 and seeing if I can add back to the position if it comes back into 70. That's my
Okay,
thought,
I just closed my position. I was short 07s while you were talking. 106.
Oh, nice.
006, yeah. So I'm up 570. This is jab trading today.
Well,
I think that's what the market is offering.
Giving us.
I think so, too.
Exactly.
Yes, market was getting. Well, I was up 500, and then I just lost on that little pop up. I got in a little bit too early, so I lost 100. This is what the market's doing. Whatever. Up is better than down, and close to scratch is better than
100%.
Guys, if you're having a bad day, Andre always told me, don't make it an ugly day.
That's true.
Oh, that's
bad
good.
days are okay.
That's good.
Bad days, you can get a bad day the next day. Ugly days, take a few days. No.
I mean, you see athletes get in their conference at the end of the game, and they most likely lost, and like, man, I just played poorly. And
yes,
guess what?
Hey, real quick, we got 86% short here in gold. Taking a look at the gold chart.
Let's have a peek
Nothing.
at that.
86. We've been range bound between 54s and 58s all day
pretty
today.
rangy.
55s, very range bound, $3 range there. We are seeing, 88%, 86% short here as we chop around or trade sideways. So we'll keep an eye on that. See if those shorts do get paid, or if they do get squeezed and have to puke to the upside. Looking at oil. Oil's been pretty range bound today too. Trading between 78s and we're just been seeing the $78 handle for most of the day. Can't pick a direction. It was a fight just to get into the $78 handle, and now it looks like we're just gonna be stuck in here for a minute. So we gotta be patient today. It's one of those trades. We're seeing it at equities too. We've seen two moves pretty much at equities. Like we saw the PC move off the PCE, then we kind of trade sideways, caught a bid, and then the sell off, and then like Michael's doing, he's buying lower end of the range and selling at the higher end of the range. There's about all you can really do right now. I'm not seeing too much of anything else around the markets now. No headlines out of Goldsby just yet. Bostic seems to have stopped speaking, hinting at rate cuts this summer. But guys, this is kind of just sit in your hands. Like I said, we still have 5 more hours left in the trade. So there's no reason to jump anything. If you feel like you missed out or FOMO setting in, don't worry. There's another trade coming. There's another move coming. We do have Mester, who I believe is a miter at 12.15. What's up, Johnny?
Delta in gold.
Yeah.
Minus 6,000.
That's a big number, right?
That's a big number for gold.
Yeah.
So if we can't break, if we can't take out the kind of the low of the balance area, which 2053, let's call it 2053 down below here. I'm sorry. 20. What am I looking at?
We got 6.
Oh, that's S&Ps. I'm sorry. Hang on 1 second. I'm gonna pull this up. So this area of balance we have here, okay, in this area of balance, there's a whole bunch of aggressive sellers hitting bids, unable to move price lower. 2053, we could call that the low of the range here. If we can't take that out and start moving lower, and we continue to see Delta decrease in value, a bigger negative number, and we can't break, this might be one of those opportunities to see gold continue to move to the upside, because it has been extremely range bound for the last 4 days. We've got this trend line, which is not a very strong trend line, but we broke out of this balance, and the balance rules. You fade the extremes until proven wrong. It is spending time above here. So it's looking more and more like this is going to be some sort of a breakout, and the negative delta up here could be enough by the end of the session to continue to push price higher. We'll see what happens, of course.
Yeah.
Not predicting, just nuance.
To that point, John, I really like that. So we have a minus 6,000 delta in crude or in gold. I'm sorry. And we also have 85% short bias on the tilt here. So it sounds to me that like the shorts are seriously loading up. They need this sucker to break. And if it does, the longer it just trades sideways here or in this range, so to speak, the more they might get impatient, the more they might start feeling the heat, the more they might start looking for an exit door. And when that exit door does hit, they're going to have to cover. And how do they cover? They got to buy the market. So something to keep an eye on. 85% short with a minus 6,000 delta there in gold. So we'll see if that breakout or when that breakout does happen, because it will occur. You just don't know to which way. But those shorts are starting to accumulate here. They need that market. They need that sucker to break.
Looking at crude oil here, I mean, on the opening call, I said, you know what, this market is going to be a very difficult trade today, and to me, this looks like a very difficult trade today.
Very noisy. Very, very
back
noisy.
to the NASDAQ.
Hey, Pedro, you said you had a 5-point slippage to hit your DLL, but on my normal stops, it triggers a 2 to 3 point before it hits. Topstep X is shady. You can set your own personal. You can if you think our DLL is forcing you to slip larger than your normal stops, which is how I read it, you can set your personal loss limit in Topstep X, so you don't have to worry about it, like the DLL we put on you, which doesn't break a rule. So then you can see if that's like slips you more than the normal, but it wouldn't make any sense for that to happen, nor would we put anything into the logic that would do that. It's simulated order filling logic. So.
And if I may, slippage is completely dependent on the specific situation in which the slippage occurred. There's no average slippage. You know, something could happen tomorrow and you could have 100-point slippage if something collapses, right? I mean, you can't compare.
Exactly.
You're comparing apples to oranges. Comparing apples to not a fruit, something else completely different.
Jack had to revise that. He didn't even like apples to oranges there. He wanted to go more extreme there.
Yeah, it's a market order. DLL is a market order. Your stop market order is a market order. When you have a market order, and it's a sell, say it's you're long and it's a sell stop. I mean, it's going to search for the best bidder offer. So whatever it is, at that split second in time, it matches that up, and then it sends you that. If it's in the live market, it fills you right there. If it's in the sim, it matches that price point and then shows up in your order fills. The stop is, so.
I mean, if you had a position on and you had a stop at 7:30 and the illiquidity and the movement of the market, if there's orders that get started, that get triggered to buy before your stop gets bought, they're ahead of you. And if all of the offers evaporate, there's no limit to how much slippage you can have. That's why volatility is so difficult, and how you have to be very careful trading during those, and you have to expect some substantial slippage when those things do when they do occur. Andre, look at the dome in the S&Ps here.
I see all the liquidity to the upside
above. A lot of liquidity up there.
Oh yeah. And we're probably looking at 4,000 or 5,000 contracts sitting up there to the upside.
Nothing below.
Nothing below. I noticed that. So okay, that's a lot though, John. We're gonna take. It's gonna require a lot of energy to get through all those, right? I know that we like to gravitate towards this liquidity, but man, that is stacked. We're talking from 94s all the way up through 97.5, if you will.
I mean, that seems like there is some sort of speculator or hedger that is counting on that negative delta to push price up through those levels so that they can get executed up there.
Interesting.
You guys ever scroll up on the S&P and then you look every 5 clean handles from like 5,000, no, from 505 even to 5010 even to 5015 even. There's like there's 100 lot there that I think automatically is always there, because then like you go to 510s, it's 200 on there. Then you go to 515s, there's another random 200 on there, and everything in between it's like 80. So it's interesting. Somebody just has these 5-handle wide, automated working orders.
Dad used to call them wishing orders.
Yeah, and
I love that.
Well, John, I would say I would agree with your dad, except one of my biggest losing days ever was like 13 grand in a second. Like you could go 1 second. It was 13 grand. And I had a working order 100 points off the market when a number came out. I'm like, I'm going to just, I'm going to keep, it's 100 points off the market. Well, like if it pops, wishing that I would get filled and then it digests and falls apart and goes lower. But it ripped like 300 or 400 points. Like, it was something that came out and it just catapulted. And it filled my, I was looking to get short, go figure, 100 handles, 100 points higher. And it went 300 points higher, like instantly or something of that nature.
Yeah. My dad used
Very
wishing
first
orders
trader
for
today.
exits. He said,
Okay,
I'm long soybeans, and if we get a 20-point rally, I want to get out of them. So he'll put a wishing order.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get filled, sometimes not. But that's what he called wishing orders.
It's like your neighbor Michael, who had his house on the market there forever at a certain price, and it finally got hit. Wishing order. Hey, while we got a little bit of a lull here, I know everyone's favorite top 10 list is right around the corner. Actually, it's here right now. JD, do you have that for us?
Sure do, but first, let's look at some yesterday's best P&Ls from the XFA accounts. Here we go. Huge numbers coming out of the XFAs yesterday. Fabio with 7,900. 8K for Francis, 8,600 for Jonathan, almost 12K for Jason, and Scott with nearly 23,000 in a single XFA.
That's
Decent numbers.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Fantastic.
go figure. In one XFA account, you can make 22 grand. And you didn't have to buy 20 of them.
All right.
I'm just trying to help people manage their finances better. Yesterday, the math came out. Get funded with 20 accounts that you almost got for free, fine, but you got to pay $350. So who in their right mind would give a funding company $6,000? Go open up your own account.
Woo!
Right.
Like, honestly, why would you give $6,000? Oh, I got 20 accounts. And then I just don't get it. I don't get it.
So good.
It's a lot of money. We're supposed to be here managing and showing that we can have patience and pay a small amount of money to then get a big opportunity. But people go into this and get like a ton of accounts, and then you end up paying a lot of money, and then you blow all of them out. You're out $6,000. You're out $6,000. You can be out $6,000 with that intraday stupid rule that you get like, I'm up money, and then intraday, if you're still up money, you bust out of all the accounts. I don't know. I mean, it's just if you're playing a risk reward game, you're already doing it wrong by buying so many accounts and spending so much money. So, one account, that person just put up 22 grand. What was that? $49? Maybe they paid $149. We don't have tiering system, so no matter what size account you're in, it's still $149. And we promote one account. So if you're all in at $200 and you're in an XFA and you're up 22 grand on one account. Or you're a heavy hitter. Let's follow me. Last point. Or you're a heavy hitter over at the XYZ company, and you have 20 accounts, and you pay $6,000, you blow it out. You pay $6,000, you blow it out. You pay $6,000, you blow it out. There, you're down 18 grand at a funding company. Please, that's not the reason why I invented the industry.
Yeah.
If you win, you win.
Oh my gosh, that's so good.
And we're getting better and better, Ann.
Yes, we are.
We're getting
Somebody
production
needs
team.
to build a short out of that.
I love
that
it, Stan,
was
I love it.
hilarious.
I love it, Stan.
Excellent.
Oh my goodness.
So good.
Oh.
The trader in
Nice
chief
call, Matt.
dropping truth bombs everywhere.
Nice call, man.
All right, let's move on to that top 10 list.
Ooh,
On the
best.
Yeah.
the bottom end of the top 10 list. Here we go. All right, Shen fought his way back onto the list after putting up close to 9,000 across 3 XFAs yesterday. Pin is new to the list. Pin was in 15th place yesterday and moved into 9th place after closing out yesterday with about 8,000 across 2 XFAs. Weston moved up a notch, adding 2K to his account balance. David S. pretty much scratched yesterday, but also moved up a spot. And our anonymous friend is back on the list. Yesterday he was in 13th place. Yesterday he was in 13th place. Today he's in 6th after pocketing about $8,200 yesterday.
Amazing.
Beautiful.
Nicely done.
Anonymous
All right.
back on the list. That's great to see, JD. It's great to see. Can't hold a good person down, whoever that person is.
I like how JD's telling us what place they were in yesterday and what place they're in today.
Yep. And here we go. The top 5. Victor moved up to 5th from 6th yesterday. Dakota is back on the move. Yesterday he was in 5th. Today he's in 4th. Ronald held on to 3rd after a nice 3,000 winner yesterday. Isaac jumped up to 2nd. He was in 4th place yesterday after adding about 1,400 to his live trading account balance. And Michael held on to the top spot for another day. Michael's in a tough spot, though. He took a 9K drawdown yesterday across a couple of XFAs. He's still holding on strong to that top spot, but these other traders are nipping at his heels right now. We did lose 2 traders from our top 10 list, Nicholas T and Farouz T. Nicholas T dropped from 2nd to 21st today. I think this has something to do with some fund transferring going on from XFAs to a live account, so we're probably going to see him back on the list as soon as that accounting gets cleared up. And Farouz fell from 7th place yesterday to 15th today after dropping 10 grand across 3 XFAs and 1 live account. So Farouz had a rough day, knocked him out of the top 10. There is our trader update for today.
Thank you, JD.
Thanks, JD.
Hey, we're looking at 92% short here in gold. That might be the heaviest tilt I've ever seen.
Can you go to tilt really quick? The chart, Andre. Can we go to the chart?
We got a couple minutes here. Yes,
full size.
All right, real quick, we were talking about Isaac and Dakota there on the leaderboard. I just want to say they will be with us during Power Players today. We will be. They'll be with us during Power Players. So we'll talk to them, ask them how their run's going into the top 5. The journey they've been on. But yeah, go ahead, Michael.
No, I just want to see the gold chart because this is really, really high tilt. Yeah. Can you switch to Hug and maximize it? Just want to see it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, Isaac and Dakota, top of the leaderboard, guys. That's us trying to be transparent and sharing all the live funded traders and then also the yesterday's best and all that kind of stuff. So real numbers that we're trying to present to you daily.
So I took a long there just because, right? It's just at the bottom of the range. See if we can move up a little bit in that gold chart, moving a little sideways. Seeing if it goes there. Just have a one lot, but it would be nice if it went back to the top of the range.
You're long gold?
Yes.
Okay.
Long gold. Okay.
Yeah.
Peeled off down to 86% short.
You got last week's high 2053.20, 2053.20.
Oh,
and that's
okay.
That's kind of the low end of that range that we're in. So
yeah, sure enough. See if it bounces.
Yep. All right,
guys. My day's about done, Andre, and I'm up 570, and I'm so excited because there wasn't too much. This market,
no drama.
No drama. This market wasn't the most exciting. There was opportunities to be had, but keep it light and tight. Nice trade today, Michael. Anne-Marie, as always, thank you so much for joining us. I do believe we'll be seeing you tomorrow for Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. So thank you again for joining us. Johnny, we got more of you coming up next after this with Shoulder Tap. Like I said, Power Players with Isaac and Coach Dakota. I'll be lucky enough to join them there. Top Quiz with Vanessa, Group Coach, and Robert and JD. Awesome stuff. Ooh, then we got Hoag, Dolby, and Rips. Recapping with Rips this afternoon. And a very fun Power Hour, your 3 amigos, Andre, Dolby, and Rips. And before we do sign off here from Fast Markets, just want to make sure we have, you guys see the form at the top of the chat here. Ask Robert, Coach Robert, anything for group coaching. Please get those questions in there. He will answer all of them to the best of his ability. And we're not afraid to say, I don't know. We won't lie to you here. Full transparency. If we don't know, we don't know. With that being said, Anne-Marie, thank you so much. Michael, take us away. Enjoy your day. Nice trading, dude. What do you got? Final words? That was a good fire drill, right?
That was a great fire drill. 3,000 folks. Hopefully you guys will like Topstep X. I know I'm not going back to T4. I've been on T4 since 2003 or 4. Wow. Right, it's 2004. Wow. 20 years. I think 20 years or whatever when they first came out. I think it was like 20 years. I've been on it, and I just switched 2 weeks ago. I've been trading better. I think it's because I've been trading for my charts a little bit more as far as like
Yeah, I
seeing the working
love
brackets.
that feature.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yep. So that's helping me. So 3,000 more people get on it. 2,000 are on Tuesday. So hopefully you guys are enjoying it. There's a question mark in here that in your platform that you can leave feedback. Other than that, I don't know. Great trading with you guys today. I'm 4 for 4 in the week on a W, so I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
I skied all day. Skied all day yesterday, Andre. We went to Powderhorn in the back, Snowmass, deep
the
powder
legs.
actually.
That sounds fantastic.
I'm so exhausted right now. Yeah, no, and it was awesome. Then did a hot tub in the afternoon. So I got a buddy in town, so we skied all afternoon. So that was a great. Yes.
Good
and now
on
I'm
you.
gonna do. I mean, all my meetings stacked up today, so I'm out. I'm gonna do meeting time.
Well played.
Done trading.
Well played, sir. That was an awesome session. Fast markets. We got shoulder tap coming up next. Stay tuned. Thank you.
All right, traders, welcome to the shoulder tap segment. As you can see, we've got Mick, the man, the myth, the mustache, back with us today. It's great to see you, Mick. How you feeling? Good to be back in the seat?
Feels great to be back. Missed you, missed everybody. I missed doing the segment, but I know that Brett and Ben did a really good job. So it was nice getting a little change of pace, switching the faces and showing the rest of the team this week. I was kind of dealing with some personal issues back at home, and that's all been sorted out for the better now in relatively short order for what we were dealing with. So feeling very fortunate about that, and I've been eager to dive back in and get to work and get down to business with you, John.
Well, we're glad to have you back. So any good shout outs for us this morning?
Yeah, got some shout outs. We've kind of had a mixed bag on the live accounts. Yesterday, I know JD was talking about some of the live traders P&Ls. We had some big P&Ls this week. I also saw a lot of large red numbers on the board too, meaning, people in the bigger accounts hitting daily loss limits and whatnot in their accounts. As far as, call ups to live from the XFA and offboardings, we've called up 12 people from XFAs to live so far this week, at least one of which I will talk about, two of which if we can get to a fourth trading card today. And then we've only had 7 offboards. So I always, use that as a gauge of, how traders are doing well. We've added more to the live accounts than we've, closed on the live accounts. And we'll talk a little bit about one I called up, one that we lost or that we closed yesterday. And then just some shout outs for the day and the week. We got RIPS in the market up $2,500. Well, he's not in the market anymore. Last I looked. So up $2,500 for him. We have Nicholas, who was up 13,000 on the week thus far, but he's down 2,600 today. Jalen, I think that was a name I heard mentioned earlier, potentially, or I'm making things up. He's up 11,400 this week in his live account. And then Isaac Rivera is having a really nice week too. He's up 10 grand, 10,500 on the week, down 500 when I turn the chair around. So he's doing well through 3 full days of trading. And then, basically it's scratch today for someone like him. So that's kind of, what we've got going on the boards today from the live accounts. I say we dive right into these trading cards. I have a shout out to a trader that we did call up from XFA to live yesterday, Nicholas. I'm going to pull up his trade report, John. Nicholas is trading out of Racine, Wisconsin, not too far from Chicago, straight up north. It's actually where I had a breakdown on the boat earlier this summer, right around this. See it.
Oh no!
Beautiful area on the water. Yeah, we had some engine troubles right before a big small craft advisory came and had 6+ waves. I was dumb enough not to pull into this harbor or the harbor south of that, and proceeded to take a 8-hour, 3 to 4 mile an hour trip back to Chicago.
Yikes!
That was a rough evening. Anyways. Opposite of rough is his trading. Nicholas is trading all the equity indices, the Board of Trade Mini Dow, the CME, ES, NQ, RTY, and then a little bit of crude oil too. Not massive numbers on the P&Ls, which is not a bad thing as I continue to share as we talk about these traders. So average daily P&L is only $219, but he's doing that 80% of the day. Well, that's his average P&L amongst the winners and the losers. 80% winning days, 76% winning trades. These are high metrics on the winning days. And as I always mention, high metrics on the winning trades. He's only got about a 1-to-1, slightly worse, but for a $5 difference, we'll just call it a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio.
Sure.
And if you're going to have a 1-to-1 risk reward, you need to be putting up these large winning trade percentages, and then having them translate to, the winning day percentages. Something I like about this trader, and I like this about every trader, I would say that, our traders that are very selective are the ones that there's a correlation here. I talk about it a lot. Selective trading smaller than they can, translates to high winning days, overall profitability, and then, in turn, they get called up to live. It's just one of the things that I really, really like out of these trades. So they're only doing 2 trades a day, and they're trading 1 lots. Good hold times. I think those hold times were about an hour and 30 minutes. So, 90 minutes on both the winners and the losers. If there's, I'm grabbing in an area to improve, maybe think about being less patient with those losing trades because the hold times are 1-to-1. But I do like what I see. And then a couple areas to improve, they only had 1 daily loss limit hit in this 50K account. They did hit the $1,000 daily loss limit. That was a larger loss than their biggest winning day of $690, and then a bigger loss than their average winning day too. So that's just what I saw on the card. That's an anomaly, but we got to talk about it. Nobody's got any business risking more on any given day than they make on an average winning day. I don't think, it's exactly reasonable to say, don't risk more than 200 in a day. But again, that's not his average winning day. That's just the average P&L per day, wins and losses included. And I also think there's a little opportunity to, work on that risk reward ratio. It's always harder to maintain those high percent winning trades. So if you're not going to be able to maintain that, which, it comes and goes, we have, times where we're in tune with the markets. If you lose touch with the markets, you're definitely going to have to frame out different kinds of trades where you're risking 200 to make 400. That's always an easy adjustment to make when traders are on cold streaks. Hey, my eye is not catching the markets like it has been previously, or how I want it to be, or how it should be. I can't keep going in there and having more losing trades than winners at a 1-to-1 risk reward. Let me trim my average trades per day down, and then let me tweak my risk reward to hopefully plane out the performance. That's an easy adjustment to make. Keep that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, Mick, I'm looking at this trade report, and this has Mick loves me all over it, because just day after day, not over trading, making some decent money every day. That one day that got away from him, I mean, it happens. Try and avoid it, if you can, Nicholas. But I know that Mick is behind you all the way here, and it's that even equity curve that you seem to really like, and not over trading. This is good. I think with some help, and you kind of watching his downside, he's really going to be able to ratchet up this account over time, and I love that.
Yeah, well said, John. And this is someone that I would like to, talk to when they do get that live account. Talk about, hey, your $1,000 daily loss limit is set. We should probably lower that because they're able to, they're able to hit singles really relatively consistently without taking that much risk. So that's an area where we on the risk team can kind of step in and help a trader protect themselves from themselves. But yeah, overall good. That $1,000 winning day, they were on a win streak of like 8 days in this account for like 200 something a day. I think it was like a $1,200 8-day or 7-day win streak. You don't want to have one losing day of $1,000. And again, this was an anomaly on this account in particular, but it takes you 8 days or 7 days to take, one step forward each day, make 1,200, and then you wipe out 1,000 of it in one day. It's never a good feeling. So anyways, I like this stuff. This was a shout out card. The next card, the trader I want to talk about, is both shout out and shoulder tap. I want to pull up the card for Jordan R. Jordan also got called up and actually, no, Jordan is still in an XFA. He has not gotten called up to live, and I'll tell you why. We've got Jordan trading out of Idaho. Gold equity indices. another person who's pretty good at hitting singles here. 63% winning trades, 90% winning days. And there's probably people asking, he's got an average daily P&L of $274. There's probably people asking 90% winning days. 90% of those days he's making almost 300. Why haven't you called him up to live? I'll get to that. I'll leave a little suspense there.
All right.
So he's got a decent risk reward. It's better than 1-to-1 with the 365 over 270 on the losses. They're only trading, making anywhere from 1 to 6 trades a day. Always one lots. Again, something that I love. They, like Nicholas, had a kind of a blow up day of 3,000 on this bigger account, where they only have an average winning day of 476. So this is someone who consistently profitable 90% of their days, but then they have that one blow up day. And there were kind of, I think if I recall correctly, no, that's actually the next trader. I don't like to see the one blow up day. He's only, average winning day of 476. You got no business losing more than 500 on your worst day. So his worst day was 6 times greater than his best trading day. And that's over the course of 29 trading days. So we have a big sample size here with this guy, John. There's a lot of trading activity that is putting together these averages. So, this is a glaring thing here, that a common issue about, I should just say it's not a common issue. It's a glaring thing. And this is where the shoulder tap comes into place. It's, hey, you're not making more than $500 on average a day. Don't be risking more than that. Don't be risking 3,000. Again, just like Nicholas, I like the hold times here. They're spending 46 minutes in their winners, only 38 minutes in the losers. It's not easy to hold the gold or the S&Ps or the NASDAQ for almost an hour. So there's an element of maturity here. There's patience here. And, like I really firmly believe, for day traders, the money is caught. The money is made catching a piece of the trend for the day, as opposed to the in and out scalping. People probably have picked up on it now for regular viewers. All these shout outs, most of the shout outs that I'm making, I'm featuring traders that are, hitting singles, trading smaller than they can. We do have some excitement with the big swingers from here, from time to time. But that's, it's hard you won't hear me talking about people who have longevity as big swingers, and you won't hear me talking about 29 days in the XFA. So those are a lot of the things that I like. And, with the risk reward stuff, something I didn't really like on a per day basis, on a per trade basis, it's good. But I have already kind of covered one of my areas to improve.
Mick, one thing about as your account builds, even if you're building at $300 a day, $300 a day, $300 a day, you see that account beginning to swell, and sometimes you kind of get a little bit over your skis, and you think, well, I've got all this risk now. I can risk a little bit more, or I can trade a little bit more. I can trade a little bit bigger, and Jordan's been able to put up a $2,700 winning day. That one losing $3,000 day. You gotta stay humble. You gotta keep dancing with the one you brung, even when you feel like you want to start to expand things. Do that, as you're comfortable doing it. That $3,000 losing day is unfortunate. It happens to all of us, but overall, I think Jordan's got some good things going here. I mean, he's seeing the market well. He's taking profits most of the days, and that's the way you do it. Build that account, but don't think of that account balance as something that's there for you to risk.
We're well said. We are all human, and from time to time, we're going to slip up. We are not robots. As much as we need as traders to be successful, we need to stay disciplined. We need to stick to our rules, our parameters, and never deviate from them. But it happens. We're not perfect. Lord knows I'm very guilty of doing that quite a bit in the past. I've gotten very much better at doing that over time. So on to my last thing here, John, and this is probably the sole reason that we haven't called Jordan up to a live account from his XFA. It's kind of twofold. I always like traders taking payouts. That's what you're here to do. I think it helps with good money management. It makes that money tangible. You're paying yourself. Jordan's been very good at taking payouts, maybe a little too good at taking payouts because he's taking them so regularly and he's taking them in dollar value increments that being in a 150K account, he's just maintaining an extremely low account balance to the point where if any losing day does go back to that 3,000, he's going to bust the account. So part of me doesn't want to set him up for failure by transferring him to live. And then we know there's always psychological elements to every single trading session, every win, every loss. You can minimize those if you frame out your trades and know your risk reward ahead of time. But I would hate to transfer him over to a live account only to see him do what I'm not saying he would do it, but I've seen it before. Daily loss limit on day one, and then he spends one day in this live account. You know, it's been working for him. He's taken a lot of money in payouts. I'm uncomfortable with him maintaining the account balance level that he's maintained. I know those big losing days are anomalies. The big winning days for him, you know, he's had that $2,700 day you mentioned. There's a $1,000 day. There's a $2,000 day. Those are kind of anomalies too. Those are anomalies I like to see because I talk about him being a singles hitter, but every once in a while we as single hitters, you know, catch the bat on the ball nicely and hit a home run. And that's what those are. Those are anomalies too, those big winning days for him. So,
well,
you know,
just real quick, you know, he let him build up that account. He's somebody that I think is, you know, definitely worthy of getting into the funded account, but let him build this account up a little bit. Mick, if we're going to get that third card in, we better move along.
Let's squeeze it in. Thanks for cutting it off there and keeping me on track, John. Let's pull up Jay. I want to talk about Jay. Jay is a shoulder tap. Jay is one of the traders that we closed their account yesterday. I'll run through this very quickly. He spent 14 short days in his account. Not great metrics here. Obviously, the average daily P&L is negative. He only had 50% winning days. His trades, he was right less than half of the time. His best day was only $558. 558 winning dollars. His worst day was 3,000. His average losing day was, you know, 845. So on average, and there were more losing days. It was split down the middle. You know, you're averaging, you know, $310 on your winning days, and you're losing 845 on your losing days. It's a recipe for the outcome that, you know, came to fruition. I will give him small kudos on flipping over to the micros at the very end there. He waited too long to do that. He had his back against the wall at that point in time with only a few $100s left in the account when he made that decision. But this was 14 short days in the live account. And, you know, he took a nice payout early on in the account, but the payout value that he took was like he had to make 8 winning days at his average winning day to, you know, make up for that. So again, not a wise decision on, you know, maintaining an account balance and taking the payout early on. Again, love taking the payouts, but don't take them so big early on. Get your footing. Make sure that you're doing better than treading water in the account before you take a large percentage of the account out. And, you know, most of the trading wasn't awful here, but I mean, there were 2 losing days that crushed him. It was that daily loss limit day and the other 2,000 plus day in losses too. So, you know, for someone who was kind of a singles hitter, especially on their winning trades, you don't want to position yourself to have catastrophic days, and be it especially only 2 of them, to put yourself in a position where you're back against the wall. So this is a featured trader who we liked their stuff in XFA. It didn't pan out in live, whether that was market state, psychological differences. be prepared for the psychological differences when you get called up from XFA to live. You're at a live prop firm now, and it is different. You're trading in the live markets. You're still looking at the same market, but psychologically it's a little bit different. So everybody should think about stepping up to that challenge. And like John said, stick with the one that brought you, the one that brung you, I think you say.
When you're brung,
And
yep.
when you're brung. And just start slow again. That's kind of my parting words. And I'll let you sign us off, John.
All right. Well, Mick, thank you very much. Yeah, Jay, this is tough, man. You've been successful. You got to the live account. We're looking forward to getting you back into the XFA, back into a live funded account. Take what you've learned here and make it better. That's the only thing we can do is to get better a little bit every day. So Jay, we're looking forward to having you back up here. And Mick, as always, thank you for joining us, and as always for your wisdom and thoughts on these traders. I think our traders really feel the fact that you deeply care about them, and that's something that you're not going to find anywhere else. Mick, anything else you wanted to ask or mention?
No. Thanks, John. You got me right. You got me pegged. I am passionate about our traders. I want to exploit areas to improve, and I want people doing well overall. So thanks for having me on. I liked being back.
All right. Awesome. Great to have you, Mick. All right, folks, hold on. We do have power players coming up here. Andre, Coach Dakota, and Isaac R. This is going to be a really exciting one. Don't forget, we've got RIPS later on today. Stick around for a couple of minutes, and we will be right back to you with power players. Mick, love you, brother. We'll see you soon.
Love you too.
Well. We got the power players, heavy hitter power player session. Let's get right into it. We got Dakota in the middle. We got Isaac Rivera sitting there taking a swig of something fan there.
Water.
All right,
It's
boys.
water.
Welcome to Power Players with the heavy hitters. Dakota, you are in a trade right now. Let's get right to it. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I'm in a trade. If you want to pull up my charts, I could talk through it because this one's going relatively quick. Very basic buy the dip, right? Like that's how this is how it's been going. You can see. Let me confirm that we get on my charts, and then I'll go over the trade. Am I sharing it? You can see it.
Yeah, you're sharing. Give me one moment here.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I'll just start talking through it, and then when my charts show up, then we could go through it visually. But essentially, we had that news come out, which I believe it was as expected, right? We had this over here on the left-hand side. We had this huge sell-off. I did make a mistake. I got into 2 contracts, and I closed 1 contract out early. Nothing wrong with taking profit. But you can see where I got in. This was a beautiful price entry. My second contract, you can see over here on the right-hand side. So the setup was on the 5-minute. We had this beautiful sell-off here on the NASDAQ. And then over here on the right-hand side, this is a 100-tick chart. And this is a great example. We had this beautiful-looking double bottom where I entered my second contract. So my first one was buy as we started to consolidate. My second one was getting in as we started to break this double bottom. And then over here on the 5-minute chart, it was a beautiful looking wick. And this is going with the trend, right? Buy the dip. Don't keep it simple. Or what do you guys say? Keep it super simple. It is the PG
stupid
version.
or keep it stupid simple.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know we were trying to avoid that version.
The PG version is what we're doing here at Topstep. So now that I'm in a pretty decent position, I'm just going to continue to trail this up. I got in at 1794. When I called it out in chat, I actually read where my stop loss was. My stop loss was right below this 5-minute bar, like 17,895 or something. So I might just go ahead and close this out if we do have a push up into the teens. And this will be my second 100-point winning trade live for you guys. I mean, semi-live, right? Because half of it was I was taking it while I was waiting in the green room.
Nice.
But other than that,
Isaac,
you were in a good trade, right, Isaac?
I'm in a good trade right now. If you guys want to get my chart pulled up, I can kind of walk some people through it. So today is a good day. Could have been a much better day, but at the same time, it could have also been a really bad day. So I'm not complaining. So anybody who follows me on social media, they know I put my levels up in the morning pre-market, usually around like 8:30, 9 a.m. And I went ahead and put my levels this morning. And it was really interesting because like that post number pre-open spike in the S&P, almost to the tick, we'll just call it to the point, came within my upper level from yesterday's levels, right? So that was real interesting. Like we traded aggressively straight up to that level and then grinded there for a little bit. And then at the open, we went ahead and actually got to my top level today. So you can kind of see, this is it here. Let me go down to a 5-minute chart just because I think that'll illustrate it a little bit better. Yeah, so, you could see where we were at down here, right? Pre-market and pre-number. Number comes out and we shoot up and you can see where we had this like bar coding right here for like half an hour to an hour. That little tiny circle is my upper level from yesterday that I kind of just put on my social media into like my community. Now these bigger circles are my levels for today. So you could see that once we hit 9:30, we moved up to my upper level. And this is ideally where you're looking at where I'm looking to go short, right? We barcoded there again for maybe another 30 minutes or so. I missed my entry by 6 ticks. Okay, 6 ticks. Market ran up within 6 ticks of my limit order. I didn't go ahead and just move it down or end up, executing at market. And you could see we had this massive sell-off, then some grind, then another flush. Now you could see I'm long here, and that is just below my lower level, which is this circle here. So the original plan today, right, was to ride from here, short, down to here, then reverse the position, and then ride it up maybe about, we'll call it 75 to 80% of that same move. So doubling up. So I missed a $4,000 trade here, but right now I'm sitting up at 1650. And we're looking to take profit, I think, at 34. Yeah, 3,400. I actually might bring this down actually to just 3,000. Oops. Might bring it down to 3,000 instead, just so that I can kind of stay within this chop that we had earlier from the initial sell-off, because I'm expecting some resistance there. So it's really crazy how you could see like my level from yesterday was still in play and kind of relevant, or at least, you know, traders in the market were keeping their eye on that general level, even from yesterday going into today. But what's really crazy is just, you know, really seeing where I called the top. We got there very early in the session. And then since that point, we've done nothing but make a way down to that bottom level. And now we're going ahead and working our way back up. So I'm probably going to just be one trade for today, take that profit at 3,000, right at that 94 level. But depending on, you know, because we're already in the lunch hour, I'm not expecting too much, you know, volume and volatility and just liquidity at this point. So I'd be happy with just taking that. Now, one thing I am going to do as well is I'm going to go ahead and at least protect this trade and lock in $500 just in case while we're, you know, in the chat and just kind of talking it up amongst ourselves. I don't end up, you know, giving a big chunk of this back, because you can see we're pulling back a little bit right now. So I'm looking at that 77.25. So just in case, I'm going to go ahead and leave that there. And then just kind of keep an eye on it. So that's kind of where we're at today as far as my trades and my position go.
That's so frustrating, right? I think it happens to all of us. We have a perfect trade set up, and sometimes the market just doesn't give us exactly what we want. Then we miss out, then we get frustrated. And I see traders all the time in Discord and here at TopStep. That's where revenge trading starts to come in. You're chasing the market. Then you're like, okay, well, whatever. I'm just going to go ahead and trade bigger or whatever the situation. That is so frustrating. And I think that proves that regardless of what level we're at as traders, we all go through that same stuff. Like, man, that's amazing on how simple the trading can be at some of the highest level. Like, we don't have, like, at least as far from I can tell, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, Isaac, a lot of complicated indicators and all these bells and whistles. It's just very, very simple, very basic, and then practicing great risk management.
Yeah, risk management and trade management are the two most important things. Because like if my chart, it doesn't look like my chart's up right now, but if you look at my chart, the only indicators that I have on there are obviously volume profiles from previous sessions, one moving average, and then the intraday volume profile off to the right, which that's just honestly, I don't even look at it. I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of like having it there. But, you know, referencing previous volume profiles, I'm giving thumbs up on my camera over here. You know, referencing some of those volume profiles and then paying attention to moving averages at certain levels, they're just kind of there for confluence and just kind of something for me to reference once I've determined what my levels are for the day. So, you know, thankfully, you know, I didn't get crazy about like missing my entry and then start chasing the trade or fading into it or revenge trading. It's like, look, the first move that I called out happened. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to, you know, get on the train before it started moving. But then the second opportunity presented itself, 2.5 hours later, and now I'm in, and I'm up $1,600. You know, 500 of that is locked in the event that it does roll against me. And we're still looking to kind of double that and get into that $3,000 territory. So, you know, it's always protecting that capital, trading for tomorrow, and sticking to the plan and staying disciplined. That's the only way to make it in this business.
Yep. There's always going to be more opportunities, right? That happens to me all the time, more often than I wish it would. During slow markets, I do analyze oil. And there was one that's like, well, you know, here's a great trading idea, or at least I go over overnight trading concepts, and I'll say, you know, maybe this is a great area to put a buy limit. And then we look for, you know, $1,500 of profit and then leave a runner on. And that happened to me Monday, and it happened to me again on Tuesday, where the market went exactly down, hit where I would have put a buy limit, and then turned around and pivot and ran, you know, at $2 or $3. And I didn't take advantage of it. But those things happen, and it's so frustrating, especially when you have an audience where we're trying to help traders out, give key levels and help them. And then I miss it. And then, you know, I ask them, like, they're making all this money. I'm like, well, crap, I just didn't make anything on that.
Today, my Instagram DMs, I probably had anywhere from 10 to 15 people between DMs and text messaging. Plus, I have like part of my trading team here. I got 3 of my guys here and a couple more on the way. And, you know, they got in, right, because they're trying to front run my levels, right, or like lean on my levels. And I'm getting all these text messages, all these DMs. I kid you not, over a dozen people oh, I made $1,600. I made 1,000. I made 600. I made 2,300. I made X amount in 3 XFAs. And I'm like, I made a big fat goose egg today because like my limit order
missed
didn't
it.
get filled. But yeah, but at the end of the day, you know, it's coming from contribution. As long as my team's winning as a whole, I'm happy. And again, I always know there's another trade around the corner, and you know, it just wasn't because the conversation could be, oh, I got filled and I was wrong and I lost $800 today. You know, so like, you know, I'm in a pretty decent position. And actually, because again, I don't want to nurse this trade or babysit this trade too much. I'm going to move my stop. Traders that are in the chat and in the stream, I will say it over and over and over again. This is one of the most important behaviors as it pertains to trading and being profitable. Lock in. Some people don't like trailing stops. I do religiously. Lock in. Why would you give? I'm almost at my mortgage payment for the day. Once we get above that, that's the next trailing level. You guys saw I trailed to 500. Now I'm trailed at 1,000. Once we are over 1762 by, you know, at least a point and a half, then 1762 is going to be where I leave my stop. And at that point, the stop's staying there. I'm either making the 1762 or the 3,000. I'm probably not going to trail again above that because I want to pay attention to the stream here. But if you can just do that and lock in a small portion of money every single day, you'll pass combines, you'll get called up to live from XFA, and you will consistently be able to withdraw money from this account. And then you just scale up. And I think that's where a lot of traders miss the mark, is just not locking something in when there was meat on the bone and they leave it there. Or worse, they give it back to the market.
So that leads me to a question, right? Because I trail it too, and you could pull up my chart and see I'm in this long trade, and I use a different chart to trail it. You can see I base all my entries on the 5 minute, and over here on the right, I'm over here trailing it on a 100 tick chart where I could see the pivot points a little more granular, right? So how do you trail your stops? Is it just a pure dollar amount, or is it some type of technical trailing stop?
It's a combination of the two, right? So more, I would say it's 70% round number P&L, and then another 30% specific levels, right? So like if I see a moving average or value high, value low, point of control, session high, you know, somewhere where I saw support and resistance or rejection or consolidation and grind and chop, then I'll try to either stay below or above those things, depending on what type of trade I'm in, like long or short, and ultimately like what's the objective here. So more often than not, like, it's a non-negotiable. Like I talked to Patak at Fast Markets on my last segment. Excuse me, 337 or 375, depending on how many contracts I have on, is like a minimum. Like if I'm up more than $700, there's no reason why I should take less than 375 or 337 on the day. And I kind of look at that almost like a scratch day, but at the end of the day, you know, that's real money that I'm taking home every single time. And then it's kind of like 750, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. But you have to give the trade. Like, that's why, like, I am real solid with my levels and determining sentiment and bias, right? So like when I'm all in and I stay to the plan, and news has to come out or unusual order flow and price action, you know, looking at Bookmap or whatever it is that you're looking at, the ladder and the DOM, then I might, you know, all of a sudden change the plan. Like you have to be ready to pivot, right? And change the plan if new information becomes available, new data points become available. But for the most part, you stick to your plan. And, you know, I'm a little different, right? The Big Tick Energy Group, we're not looking at trades unless we're looking at a 10 to 20 point move minimum. You know, today we were looking at what? So 75 to 105, you know, so I was looking at 30 up, 30 down. That's 60 points on the day. That's what I'm coming to work for today, right? But, you know, other traders, that's not realistic. I've been doing this for 8 years. I've been profitable for 4 years. I've gotten my time in, right? And I paid my dues and my tuition where I can go for these bigger trades. But what traders that are trading in combines and XFAs need to look at is like, you know, go for 5 to 10 points. And once you're in the green or in the money to a certain extent, lock in that $300. Like, because it can and will, as the market has showed all of us here on the stream today, it will turn on you on a dime and go aggressively in the other direction. So if there is any opportunity to take a little bite of the market, not scalping, but covering your trade and locking in some of those gains, that way in the event if it moves against you, you're not seeing red for the day. It's really that simple, but that's where discipline comes into play. And, you know, most people are lacking in that department.
Yep. Nope. That's a mic drop moment right there. I don't have anything to add to it. That's
Well, I do
exactly
have,
how it should be, right?
Agree. Let's do a quick recap of what we've seen in the markets here. We've seen a sell-off in crude here. We did see a high of $79.28. We did dip below $79. We are now trading $78.82 with a tilt around 50-50. We have seen a heavy tilt short in gold all day. We have seen a little bit of a sell-off, but nothing too considerable yet to see these shorts cover for profit. So we'll keep an eye on that as that develops. But that's been heavy short all day, is with a high of like 92% short. We haven't broken that much. A little bit we have. We are seeing the S&Ps and NASDAQ kind of trade sideways since that recovery rallied back. Isaac, we had a question here in the chat. What was Mike said? Time frame and moving averages. Which ones? What do you use?
So I use
time frames
200 periods, 200 period simple moving average. And then, so I use it on a 1,000 tick chart, as well as the 1, 5, 15, 30, and 1 hour. So like I look at where that 200 period simple moving average is relative to those time frames. And the reason being is because I kind of use it as a, like, you know, Roman Empire style, like thumbs up, thumbs down situation, in that, like, if I'm looking for longs, right, I'm going to look at, okay, where is price right now relative to that moving average on 5, 10, 15, 5, 15, 30, and 60-minute charts, right? Because like if it's above on 2 of those time frames and below on 2, I'm looking at half positions for the day and potentially shorts, right? But if it's up and I'm looking for longs, if price is above that moving average on 3 or 4 of those time frames, I'm going full boat, 3 or 4 contracts, and I'm pretty much only taking longs at that point unless I'm trying to fade into a position. And then just kind of sticking to the plan from there. Like it looks like my chart's up right now. So this is the 1,000 tick. You could see we rode up to that moving average. We've kind of been grinding on it for a little bit. This is a 1,000 tick. 1 bar forms for every 1,000 transactions traded in the market, for those people who don't know what tick charts are, right? Wow. So we're grinding here. And so to the question that Dakota had, I'm not going to move my stop to that level yet, because it's a moving average. We're going to grind there. It's going to serve as support or resistance. So I got to give the trade room to breathe. I'm 5 points away. But again, if this can fail as resistance and serve as support, then I'm going to go ahead and move it up to 1762 and lock in just that extra $700. And you can see we're starting to kind of get a little bit of a bid here. And so if we can get to that above $2,000 mark right here, I'm moving up to the 1762. Like low key, I kind of want to get out of this trade so I can focus on the segment. But at the end of the day, this is business, and this is how I pay my bills, guys. So I'll call it. I'm
with you. As much as I want to focus on the chat and conversation, we're traders first, and I'm sitting here watching the trade. And like I said, if I need to manage the trade, you might just see me be quiet. Like I said, real trading can be very boring, and I'm not going to be sitting here jumping up and down, being excited. Sometimes it's just quiet, focused, and trying to manage that. But yeah, like you said, giving the trade room to run, right? I see traders do that too often. Like as soon as the market starts to go in their direction and they're right, yes, it's great to lock in profit, but eventually there's a point. And if you could see my chart, if I had my stop loss really tight, it would have stopped me out, right? And like you said, we come up, we rally, and it just, market does not move in a straight line. We go to levels, we could consolidate, we could have a pullback, and then here we are, we're actually starting to break out. And so if I move my stop loss all the way up here, I could get stopped out. If we do start to rally and break up, maybe we see a run back up into 18,020s. But we don't want the noise of the market to stop us out too consistently. And there's give or take, right? Because you never know exactly how the market's going to do it, because the market does act in its own ways. I mean, there's no perfect amount of saying this is exactly how much you could trail your stop loss. This is exactly how you should do it, because I get stopped out all the time, and then the market turns around and goes in the direction that I expected it to go, or at least I was looking for it to go.
I'm glad that I covered this trade. It looks like I am about to get stopped out on the trail, right? So for a good profit, if you guys want to get my my chart pulled up, going back to the question that Andre had from the chat, So if we look at my time frames, right, this is a, hold on. So this is an hourly chart. So price is above this moving average. If we look at the 15-minute chart, price is now above this moving average. If we look at the 5-minute chart, price is now above this moving average, right? And then, so here's where things get a little tricky. So on the 30-minute chart, you can see we are dancing on this moving average. And, my stop is right on it. It's very, very probable, highly likely that I am going to get wiped out on this stop here. But at the same time, too, it could just be that just a little bit enough of breathing room where now we go ahead and get the continuation to the upside to kind of retest, and also something to mention. This moving average right now is in line with tons of value high, value low point of control. So I just got stopped out, walking away with, a $1,700 profit. Good. I don't have to worry about the trade anymore. And I'd rather that, because at this 30-minute level, this 30-minute moving average, this could serve as resistance, and we could now make a run back down to, value high up here, point of control, which is in line with my lower level, which is this ellipse here. So that's it. I'm out. I got my money for the day. It's been a really, really awesome week. I think that puts me at like 13,000 for the week, and we still got, trading tomorrow. Really good position to be in. But you see how I had, moving averages price above moving averages on 3 of the 4 time frames. We're right on it at 1. And look, we're pulling back. I would have given back another $300-$400 at this point since getting stopped out. And that's why you cover your gains. We're not market gurus, right? Like even Warren Buffett takes losses. And while it's really cool that you could see price jumped up to my level from yesterday and then rode up to my level to today and then shot down to my lower level from today, that's cool and all, but I'm not always right. I take losses on a regular basis, but you have to just be dynamic, right? And adjust as the market's giving you information, and finding that balance between doing that and sticking to your plan, your rules, and your strategy. So
That's
now that
interesting.
I'm out of the trade, though, I don't know if we have anything like on the agenda. I know this is typically a shorter segment than like fast markets or power hour. I've been bombarded with DMs and emails about people wanting to ask questions, and like I don't have the chat up. So like if there's anything for Dakota or for me, Andre, I don't have it pulled up. If you guys can pick out any questions at all, I would love to give as much as possible to the viewers right now.
Andre has our back.
In the chat.
He's got us.
I got you. Everyone in the chat. Please drop some questions in here to ask. We are looking at here. These are 2 of the top 5 live funded traders. Actually, we got number 1 here in Isaac, live funded account. Number 3, Dakota, live funded account. We are looking at 2 of the top 5 best traders in all of TopStep right now. You're looking at them. You got them here on the screen. Get some questions in for them. You're talking to experts here, right? We're talking to experts. It doesn't get any better than this. Quick question. You guys are on the leaderboard. Has it gotten into your head? Be honest with me. Has it affected your trading at all? Seeing your guys' name on the leaderboard, wanting to maintain number 1 status or trying to climb, is it affecting your trades, your thoughts, your process at all, or is it just something that's a byproduct of your trading?
Go ahead, Isaac.
Just
and I'll follow up.
Just very, very little. Believe it or not so much the leaderboard than the P&L, because like I am very structured. I'm a big time planner. And, my annual, like my start of the year is always, if I can get as close as possible to making my total annual expense in January, that's a great January for me. So I think like 2 days before the month ended, I hit my monthly nut for the year. And so with that allows me to try new things, right? Take some added risks that I wouldn't normally take, like, reversal trades, retracement, scaling in with more on trades, or scaling in the money, just higher contract count to begin with. And, the next goal from, hitting that 72,000 in January was getting up to 100,000 as quickly as possible, right? Like, and not having a deadline. And that's what? Trading your P&L. And between working with new risk parameters in my funded account and trying to hit that 100,000, I was doing some stupid stuff while trading. I can be completely honest. Like, people saw the first 2 weeks of February, I took some serious losses. Like, I had like a string of like 4 or 5 losing days in a row. All of them were to a tune of $1,500 to $3,000 a day, negative. Not good. However, had a nice long conversation with the risk management team, talked with Brett, and I said, hey, I'm on a $150,000 account, and I have, $65,000 in equity in my account. I have my daily loss limit in Tradeovate. my daily loss limit is less than what the daily loss limit is on a 150K combine. So I'm risking less. And I had to do that. I said, all right, look, Brett, I want my daily loss limit here for today. But effective Monday, I want you to drop it down to this. And that's going to require that I'm just that much more patient, that much pickier with my trades, and that much more, having a sense of urgency to lock in gains when they're there on the table. Hence, in combination with wanting to be active on this segment, why I went ahead and locked in the gains on that trade as quickly as possible, right? Because like the money is there. I don't want to give any of it back. So, trading the P&L has been a little bit less of a good thing for me than like trying to maintain the leaderboards. Nebraska said it before. Isaac could care less if he's 20, if he's 1, if he's 5, if he goes up, down, falls off altogether. All he cares about is good trading. And that's 100% true. I am here to take a bite every single day, bring some money home. That's it.
Amen.
Yep. It's affected me. I don't know, a lot more than it's affected you.
Well, you're a big swinger, though. You're a big swinger. I'm not. I got big tick energy. But I'm not a big swinger. You are.
Not as
Who's
much
Nebraska?
as I
Nebraska
used
is Michael Patak. Michael Patak is
to.
Nebraska.
We all know the story, right? Where in January, somebody said something that really upset me, and I said, "Watch this."
Oh yeah.
And so I paid for 3 combines, passed them, made 86,000 in a month. And then ever since then, I'm just like, okay, I'm going to slow down. I'm going to focus on building our team, focus on my slow markets class that I have. And ever since then, I have focused less on the trading because I feel like I proved my point on that aspect. And then I reached out to RIPS and I said, hey, RIPS, you're my trading buddy. Let's build a trading team. And then we got Anonymous, and then we picked up you, Isaac. Then live during TopstepTV, I picked up Coach Jay. So we have our team now, and now I'm focused on running my slow markets class that starts, in the evening at 8 p.m. on our TopStep YouTube. And next, it's worried about preparing us as a team for the competition in Las Vegas in June, right? So that's been my primary focus. Trading has been secondary, as interesting as that may say. I have taken a hit, if you believe that or not, trading Topstep accounts because I have my personal live accounts. So there has been sacrifice on my part because I've really enjoyed helping traders, and I really see the vision of this Topstep Trader League and what we're trying to build. And I've also seen it help traders because nothing's better. Like, yes, I just made $1,700, $1,800 in a live account. But what is more satisfying to me is when a trader messages me saying like, hey, because we have traders around the world, and maybe $50 means a lot more to somebody in another country than it does where I'm from. And so a $50 combine that maybe they could pick up for free on Topstep if they're watching. And then they message me like, hey, I haven't had time because I'm busy taking care of my family during the day, but I've been trading your slow markets. And I took one of my very first payouts for over $2,000, and it's changed my life. And I'm like, that is more satisfying than making $1,800. So that's what I've been focused on, trying to be example, trying to do my slow markets, and then our team, our Topstep Trading League team. So right now our name is Big Tick Swingers. A little birdie told me that we might be readjusting some names. We'll see how that goes, but if not, the spirit's still there. We're still we still have the lowest.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that there's a potential for a change in the name. I don't know how I feel about it. I still have my big tick
here's the thing.
I still have my big tick energy community, but we'll see.
We'll see what happens. But the thing is, we're actually favorites in the Las Vegas betting odds.
Yes. I would say that's fair. I would say that's very fair. You guys are probably the favorites for sure. Big Tick Energy for sure, or Big Tick Swingers, whatever, one of the two. We might have to tweak that here. It is, we got about 14 minutes left in this segment. This one goes way too fast. In the chat, guys, for both the question, Primary indicators. Isaac, please, your primary indicators. The chat's wanting to know.
So I have a proprietary indicator that my mentor and I developed about 7 years ago. However, I am actually going to be opening that up. So at the moment right now, my team and I are working diligently to kind of restructure and rebuild the Big Tick Energy community. So got some really exciting stuff rolling out in about a week from today. We're going to be opening up the wait list for that. And then about a week after that, we're going to go live. And so like the Big Tick Energy community, I haven't talked too much with Nebraska about it, but I've talked with a couple other people behind the scenes. A goal that we have is that, so from launch on March 15th, within 90 days, the goal that I have for the group is 2,500 traders. We're going to take them phase 1, 30 days from Combine to XFA, 30 days later, XFA to getting called up to live, which obviously the risk management team is ultimately who decides what day that is, right? So it could run more than 30 days. It could be less than 30 days, but I'm giving 30-day window, Combine to XFA, first 30 days, XFA to funded, the second 30 days. And then the third 30 days, I want 2,500 traders minimum to put in a request for $4,000 in payouts. And that would mean that we would be, as a group, sending a payout request to Topstep to the tune of $10 million. So that's the goal that we have. I'm going to be going over everything. People are going to have the opportunity to just shadow me while I'm trading, right? Just observe me while I'm trading, ask me questions. I'm going to be going over specific things, and I'm going to be helping everybody actually set up my indicator, which if you were to pull up my charts right now, you can't see it. I'm specifically hiding it on another chart so that, you know, people can't try to replicate it. But it is, you know, based on quantitative data, right? Extremes from means coupled with mean reversion, and then using, as far as like data points for confluence, using things like volume profile, moving averages, you know, key, using John Hoagland's, by the way, if you guys are seeing the shirt.
Show him. Get close to the camera.
We got Hoag on the, let's see how close I can get. I got the chair here. We got Hoag on the t-shirt over here. So
look at that.
It came in. It's a little bit smaller. It's a little bit smaller than I thought it was going to be, but you know, I'm just glad. Hoag is one of my trading idols, so I'm just happy to support obviously the brand and Hoag. But using like his weekly kickoff levels, right? And even me as, you know, #1 live funded trader and you know, just on the leaderboard, I am constantly jumping in the chat when I'm in trades like, hey, Hoag, are there any levels that you're interested in to the upside or to the downside? Anne-Marie, Deanna, I'll ask them specifically because having another set of eyes, someone who's trading a different strategy, you know, how do their levels and their observations and their data compare to mine? You know, and like I got burned last week. I think I took one losing day last week and I asked Hoag and he pointed something out and it was in line with something that I was seeing on my strategy, but I didn't listen and it rolled against me. And honestly, it was one of my worst trading days probably in 1 year, not this year, like in 12 months. It was probably one of my worst trading days. And it was like on a Friday and Hoag was like, no, so that was 2 weeks ago. And Hoag was just like, you know, that stinks. That hurts. Take the weekend, right? Brush it off and just come back next week, right? So yeah, as far as outside of my proprietary indicator, volume profile and simple moving average. That's literally it. Like Dakota and some other people, I like very clean, simple charts. When you start looking at VWAP and Bollinger Bands and Fibonacci levels and ATR and all this other stuff, like you just can get frozen and get, you know, your wires crossed, right? So to try to avoid that, clean chart, moving average, I reference volume profile. Something to look at that's, I think, a little important though is ATR, average true range, because that can kind of humble you as far as like, okay, I'm looking for 15 points, but average true range is 9. Okay, so then I should probably have a 7-point target because trying to get 15 points or 16 points in a market that's only average true ranging 9 points, it's just not realistic, right? So looking at that occasionally, but I don't keep it on charts. Like if I'm just a little about a trade, I'll pull it up and just say, okay, perfect. Like there is enough range there for me to expect this type of target, or there isn't. Let me now adjust my expectation on that target and just take a smaller trade.
Good stuff, guys. Good stuff.
I know that was a lot,
number one.
but I know all these people.
No,
can
man, that's good
it.
stuff.
They can replay
No,
we got like 6 minutes. Dakota, please, your indicators, please.
Everybody knows my magic indicator. And
Uh-oh,
this
there
is
it
this
is.
is this is it.
I mean,
This is my magic indicator. Yeah, I actually like my charts like I trade during the slow markets. Naked. I don't have anything on it. My charts are the way I trade. Come to slow markets. Yeah, Isaac, do you take any overnight trades?
I have taken maybe 8 in the last 3 months, and some have been epic, and other ones have prevented me from being able to trade the opening session. So it's not part of my plan. Again, in the Big Tick Energy group, you'll see I don't really like trading in the first 30 minutes of the opening bell, New York Stock Exchange session either. I like 30 minutes to digest, right? And some of that aggressive volatility. The real time frame where I'm looking to execute trades, where I'm going to expect my community to only execute trades within, is 10 a.m. Eastern and noon Eastern, 2-hour window of time. The only reason why my hold times look ridiculous on my trade reports, and why, for example, I was in a trade now, is because it was placed before 12 and I was just still in it, right? But, you know, when you see me still in a trade at 3:55, 5 minutes to the closing bell, right? I hate being in a position for power hour and will deliberately exit positions at, 2:58 to just not trade that 3 to 4 Eastern time frame. If I'm in a trade and it's in my favor and it's working, I'll trade beyond noon. But, there's other businesses and other projects. Plus, I live in the beautiful state of Florida and an even more amazing town called Sarasota, and there's so much stuff to do. I don't want to be in front of my computer screen all day. So if I made my $1,000 or my $600 or my $4,000, just call it a day and move on. But 10 to 12, that 2-hour window, past opening bell, 30-minute digestion, and before the lunch slump, that's where I look to make my money.
Eastern Standard Time, right? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, Eastern, yeah.
Awesome. But yeah, going back to that to answer the question on I mean, this is all fun and a joke, but I keep this on my desk for a reason, because I've done studies that you could actually flip a coin and heads you go long, tails you go short, and have a positive expectancy because of proper and good risk management. And that's the same with this. I am really positive that I could probably shake this magic 8-ball and over a long period of time with good, amazing risk management and good risk reward, I could probably have a positive expectancy. Of course, it's just me, right? I'm not going to ever recommend doing that to some of the traders, but I think that just goes to show that make your trading as simple as possible. I do very basic technical analysis. You guys seen it, right? I mean, I had my chart up on the 5-minute. It was, hey, we're selling off. Let's wait till we get to some type of support and then buy the dang thing. Very basic, very simple. Then have a good risk management. I was risking, I think it was about 10, 15 points, and I made almost 90 points, right? So how's that for a risk reward? Where I'm okay
that's
if
huge.
I lose.
That's huge.
70% of the time with a trade like that, which means, is the magic 8-ball going to be wrong 70% of the time? Probably not. A coin's going to only be wrong 50% of the time, but it's about the risk management side. And I what do you call? I continue to preach that. In my slow markets class, I go over it every single night, where we're looking for 3-to-1, 4-to-1, or better in terms of like points, right? Maybe we're risking 30 or 40 points, which may be huge, but when our targets are 100, 120 points, it's all about perspective and it's all about sizing. But in terms of indicators, no, I don't have indicators. I went through them all like everybody else. If anything, I do agree on that ATR. Some way for a trader to gauge volatility, to have realistic expectations. Because if you're on, say, a 1-minute time frame and you're going for 100 points, well, that doesn't make sense if you are only going to be in the trade for a few minutes. If we're talking about slow markets, we know there's no volatility most of the time. So I do agree with you, Isaac, on that. Some ATR and an average true range indicator, or just some way for us to gauge volatility, to have realistic expectations when putting our stop losses and our take profits. A lot of times when I talk to traders, they size too big and they have their stop loss within one ATR. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. On average, you're going to get stopped out just based off of what do they call it? The random walk in the markets. Why have your stop loss like that? Size down and put your stop losses and take profits in areas of location with a reason.
If honestly, one of the biggest indicators that everybody overlooks is your DOM, your ladder, your depth of market tool, which you got over here onto the right, right? I can get some really good trades in with just a DOM, right? Just looking at how orders are coming in and out, right? Any sizable orders at certain levels, liquidity blocks that are, pulling together. And you can see, from my trade, we've done nothing but grind in that area where I got stopped out. So it was just so nice that, 25 minutes ago, half an hour ago, whatever it was, I got out of that trade and made my money, because I would have just kept paying attention, and we haven't gone anywhere, right? Again, the lunch slump, why try to trade Eastern time between 10 a.m. and 12 o'clock noon? Because that's really where the money was to be made. And as far as my strategy goes and my levels, there was with three contracts, there was a $4,000 opportunity to the downside. And then I clipped another $1,700 on top of that. So had I gotten filled, I'd be at nearly $6,000 for the day on 2 trades, trading 3 contracts, having never really been in the red. You could see like my entry right here, where I got filled, market never came below it. I was never red. I was in the money from the very second minute once I got into that trade. And to the upside, again, I was off by 6 ticks. So had I gotten filled, a point and a half or 2 points earlier, same thing. I would have never been in the red on that trade, and I would have just rode it to $4,000. Maybe not, because when we hit that chop, about 45 minutes in, I probably would have gotten a hit on a trailing stop. But again, it could have been 2 winning trades, very high probability, very low risk, and that's the type of position that you want to be in at, any point in time when you're trading. So
same, right? Like you seen, I had one contract and that ran to plus $1,600. I mean, you don't have to trade size. 1, 2 contracts, 1 or 2 trades a day. That's really it. It makes me cringe when I see traders put on big positions in that's too big for their account size, and then they expect to have a wide stop loss. Yeah, never going to be calling out.
I'll drop a gem.
Really quick. All right, let's wrap it up on this. We got to keep the train on schedule here. Isaac Rivera, get Dakota in the middle. We got the number 1 and number 3 live funded traders and all of Topstep here with us during the Power Players segment. Isaac, take us out with what your gem's going to be.
Yeah, Mick says it all the time, right? Trade smaller than you can. I do. I very rarely have more than 3 contracts on. Where I saw almost immediate success with my relationship with Topstep over 8 years is when I came to the epiphany of, you trade the 150K account size, right? That's the combine that you get, or your XFA or your live, and you trade it like a 50K, right? Your loss limit, just around $1,000, right? Expecting to, at minimum, take 1% of that value, right? 50K, so $500 a day. That's realistic contract size. You can't exceed more than 5, and really 2 and 3 is where you want to be at. So, I don't think that it's sustainable to trade a 50K or whatever the second option is, 100, right? I think it's 100K. It's not sustainable to trade a 50 or 100K. Get the 150K, trade it like it's 50K, chip away, hit your $9,000 profit target, and you're good. People have seen who follow me on social media, I can hit the 50K combine profit target in 1 trade. I can hit the 100K one in 2 trades. I can hit the 150K one, $9,000 in 2 days consistently, right? So it's just like you build up to that, though. That's not where I was 3 years ago. So that's just a little bit of food for thought. For everything else, if they want to plug my social media handle in the chat or on the screen, follow me on Instagram. My levels go out daily. Gonna have some crazy announcements coming out. And this segment is never enough time, especially when I'm sharing it with you guys. So
it's just an hour, right? 1 hour.
I appreciate it.
I think 45 minutes. It's 45 minutes.
45 minutes. It's a tight one. Hey, if you guys want more of Dakota, check them out tonight on Slow Market starting at 8 p.m. Central.
Yes.
Dakota, thank you so much for your trades. Isaac, thank you guys so much for your time. We'll do this segment again. Again, check out Dakota this evening. Dakota, final words, and we're going on to TopQuiz.
Yep, I don't have social media, so you can't find me. the only way you could find me is legit here in Discord or Slow Market.
Discord.
So
Discord or Slow Market.
So
Gentlemen,
there we go. Even
thank you so much
Isaac
for-
learned
thank you so
that,
much for your
right?
time.
Like, how can we communicate? You've had to come into Discord. So thank you.
Yeah, I have Discord now.
thanks. Yep.
Thank you,
Your
gentlemen. On
crew
to,
shirt is pretty intense with a see-through crew.
Oh, got you. All right, gentlemen. We got Top Quiz coming up next. Thank you guys for your time, and we're going to see you guys shortly again.
Hello, welcome to Top Quiz. It's me, James, here hosting Top Quiz with Vanessa. Vanessa, how are you?
Dandy, excited. How are you?
Dandy, excited. I'm good. I'm a little tired. I think I talk about this a lot. Every Wednesday I go play bar trivia, and last night we were in second and then lost it all in the final round.
The worst. I mean, it comes down to always like if you're not first, you're last. So
If you're not first, you're last. But they had a round that was only the theme was emo music, and you have to name the artist in the title. Perfect round. I got every single question right.
I would bet you were that type.
What gives it away?
Right.
Dashingly good looks. Anyway, this is Top Quiz, or it's a small game show where you have a chance to win a free reset. Log in on your device using the QR code or the digit, or click on the link at the top of the chat. There we go. Go ahead and log in. If you get 3 or 4 questions right, you will be entered into a raffle to win a free reset. We're going to give out 30 today. So yeah, play along with your device. We're in a 6-second delay. Gosh, you know, I feel like I run these lines in my head a million times when we go live, and I'm like, I don't know what to say anymore.
You're doing
Takes
great.
practice,
You're doing
James.
great.
Takes
It takes
practice.
Well, you know the deal. Play the game, win the reset. We'll show the winners during Power Hour. Vanessa, the quiz is thank you, Eddie. Vanessa, the quiz is leap year themed. So you having a good leap year?
Yes. I mean, yeah, it's not very different from any other day, but like I have great
We love
days.
that.
Like,
That's the
yeah.
type of enthusiasm we love on Top Quiz. All right, let's get started then. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Go. Today is Thursday, February 29th, 2024. Here comes question 1. The first people to come up with the idea for using leap years were was it the Egyptians, the Romans, the Persians, or the Vikings?
I'm gonna go with triangle.
Triangle. I think the Egyptians made leap year. Okay. Well, they made mummies, that's for sure. But actually, the Romans are the ones who came up with leap year.
False. So I low key did
False.
some research because I had an idea that it might be leap year themed. All right. So the Egyptians had the idea, but the Romans implemented it. So
Hey Siri, who created leap year? Julius Caesar created the Julian calendar to include leap years. Thank you, Siri.
but the Egyptians were the first
But
ones
the
to notice
Egyptians
it.
came up with it. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Let's see who knew that. Mike Spain, Computer, Reset Me Today, Macro Bullet, and Barto. El Barto. I wonder who that could be. All right, question 2. Which of these celebrities was not born on Leap Day? Ja Rule, Tony Robbins, Jason Aldean, or Jesse T. Usher?
Ooh, I know the person who was, so I'm gonna go Jesse T. Usher. I don't know.
Ooh, no.
I know one person that was.
Jason Aldean was born on February 28th.
Dang it!
Jesse T. Usher of The Boys, who plays Hot Rod in The Boys. I think this is A-Rod? Don't remember the character's name. The fast one. He was born
A-Train.
February 29th. A-Train, thank you.
I watched it. I watched it. Keep going.
All right.
JD did mention these before.
He did.
So this was a fair question. Safe there.
Earlier in the episode?
Yep.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Yeah. Mike Spain, Bob the Builder, Futures Forever, ICZ, I don't know, and ID. All right, rolling on. The Gregorian calendar is the current standard calendar in most of the world. What year was it introduced? 1492, 1710, 1620, and 1582.
1582.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited right now. My hard work, other than the last question, is paying off.
Your hard work of Googling before you came on paid off. The Gregorian calendar was indeed introduced in the year 1582. Good year. Good year. Who knew
There's some
that?
So, flat
hardcore,
reset.
James. There's some hardcore googling going on. I can tell from the answer distribution there.
Yeah, that or, you know, ChatGPT or whatever little toys you all love to play with to win a free reset. Mike Spain, Bob the Builder, Futures Forever. Here we go. Last question. Which of these Topstep TV guests was born on February 29th?
Dang
Is
it.
it Isaac Suffren, KV, Camity Capital, or Deanna?
Hmm.
One of these Topstep
Man.
TV guests has a birthday on February 29th.
Ugh. Isaac was just on, and no one said happy birthday at the end, so not him. Maybe Deanna.
Ooh, that was Isaac
Dang it! No
Vieira,
way!
but we
No
are actually
way!
talking about Isaac Suffren, one of
Oh,
our
wrong
partners.
Isaac.
Yes, we have many Isaacs at
See,
Topstep. Isaac Suffren
yeah, wrong
has the
Isaac.
birthday on the 29th.
Dang it.
Let's see our results. In third place, Futures Forever. In second place, Mike Spain. And in first place, my best friend, Bob the Builder. Can he do it?
Congrats.
Yes, he did. Congrats, everybody. We're gonna. If you
Happy
got 3 or
birthday,
4,
Isaac, the right Isaac.
that's right, Isaac Suffren. Happy birthday. We hope you're doing well wherever you are. We can't wait to have you back on. We are going to enter the people who got 3 or 4 questions right into a raffle. We'll reveal the winners during Power Hour. But until then, thank you for playing. Vanessa, always a pleasure. I hope you have a good rest of your day. And chat, we'll see you around. Stay tuned for group coaching.
Bye,
And it's not pushing live. Hang on a second. Are we live? I think we're live. Good afternoon, friends and traders. There it is. Welcome to group coaching. Sorry for the little mishap there. Little technical glitch on my part. Welcome to group coaching. It is Thursday, February 29th. It is Leap Day. Thank you for submitting your questions to everybody that submitted them earlier on. We got a lot of good ones. Hopefully we run through all of them. Thanks for the crying update there. Smooth as hell, JD. Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it.
We're not going to say that Jack messed up the codes on the way in, though.
I am JD, the smooth one, joined here with by Coach Robert. Coach Robert, how are you doing today, this fine leap day?
I am doing wonderful. It's kind of interesting that we gained what you can look at it as we gained a fourth of a quarter of a year now, or did we gain 4 years, right? Depends on the math you want to do on it.
Never thought about it that way, but yeah, you're 100% right. All right. Well, what do you say we just get right into it? You see Coach Robert's bio up there. That's him. Here he is. So first question comes from Min. Min wants to know, hey, Robert, what's your process for trading through the news? Do you have a process for trading through the news?
Min, thanks for the question. Yeah, it's I'll give you two answers. One, it's a personal opinion of mine, which is what this segment is all about. And my answer to how to trade through the news is don't. That's me. There are 23 hours to trade. 23 hours futures are open. You can trade 22 hours in Topstep. You don't need to pick and choose the worst possible times and the most probabilistic times to trade. It doesn't take long. News comes out. We had several speakers on today, Fed speakers on, and just go flat. You heard it this morning during fast markets. Hoag was in there, Anne-Marie was in there, MP was in there, and news was coming out, and they said, all right, we're all getting flat. It's literally that simple. Slippage too is another big component of that. There were some questions earlier in the chat about how you get slippage on market orders. You're just getting filled at the best possible spot that they want to give you for getting filled. You're not going to be right on the spot every single time. Slippage can also work in your favor. So let's say I want to enter a trade long at 18,000. It might be 18,000. It might be 18,000 and a tick. It might be 18,004. It might be 17,999. So when you mark it into something, you're going to get that slippage on there, and slippage is just time pricing the orders. Remember, there's a lot that goes on here. You're looking at the chart, you see that number, you have the time frame to calculate it, process it, click that mouse button or keypad, whatever you're doing, put it on the broker, send it out through the net, process on the server, come back through all that information, show on your chart, and the next thing you know, it's different from where you entered it. Even if you entered it exactly where you wanted it to, it may not be filled exactly there. And there is such a thing as positive slippage. Does it happen often? No, but I don't hear any complaining. It's like, hey, geez, I tried to go long at 18,000 and entered me at 19,999. That's a better entry for going long, but no complaints about that. So go back to the question, how do you trade during news? Personally, nope, skip it. To me, it's simply not worth it. Other traders do really well with it. They get those fundamentals down. They say, man, I've noticed that every time so-and-so speaks about such and such a thing, the market tends to drop. Entirely up to them if they want to do it. I'm way more at managing risk than trying to guess the direction and get lucky with it.
Yeah. I have never experienced positive slippage in my career. I don't know if I know anybody that ever has. Yeah, when you're playing with stop orders and big events are coming out, you're not guaranteed to fill at a specific price when you put a stop market order in. That could get filled anywhere. You got to be aware with it. That's why I personally don't trade through the news. I'll trade around the news. I won't trade through it. Curious about your background, Robert. What prompts did you use? What AI prompts did you use to generate that background image today?
That background image, I will read the prompt to you, and don't share my screen right now because I don't know what's on here. It says, create an image in landscape aspect ratio showing a coach giving instructions to a group of players in a locker room, but make the theme like they are preparing for a day trading tournament. And that is what ChatGPT gave us.
That is a locker room filled with Navy suits looking at a chart. All right.
Pretty much
Nicely
what
done.
it comes down to. And I think they all shopped at the same store, and they all went to the same barber, and they all, had the same statue. They all pretty much look the same. It's got to be a band of brothers going on in that one.
Yep. That is your standard issue investment banker uniform right there.
Right. I'll take this.
All right. Yeah, I'm wearing Topstep gear too. That's what I wear. Half of my wardrobe is Topstep gear now. All right, next question. Next up comes from Sukbir. I hope I didn't butcher that too bad. Coach, is there a way to add automation builder in Topstep X? Like cross a VMA with RSI? Are we able to build our own strategies using indicators in Topstep X?
Sakir, thank you for that. Sukabir, I'm excited to pronounce that correctly, hopefully. Thanks for the question. The answer is not yet. Now, these charts that you see on the screen here for Topstep X, they are built through using the Trading View component integration in there, but there's not an automation system built in there yet. The only automation that you would call automation, technically is automation, is setting up those risk and profit parameters. Because if you think about it, when you place that trade, it is automatically putting on a target and stop for you. So that is kind of automation, but I know what you're getting at. You just want to grab a crossover, or just as your example, and with RSI, yeah, it's currently not on there. So we'll see what the plans go for in the future. I'm going to go through with a few more questions in here, and I'll go through some of that stuff when we pull up Topstep X and go through some of the settings on there as well. But currently not at this point.
Excellent. Thanks for the update. And yeah, we'll keep you informed on all Topstep X updates as they come rolling out. We have some more great, exciting stuff coming out pretty soon, and we'll share that with you when it's ready. All right. I see some questions coming in the chat. A popular theme today, as far as question goes, is how to use the trade copier in Topstep X. We'll get to that when Coach Robert pulls up Topstep X, but it's something we've been hearing people ask all day long. Very popular topic today for some reason. But it's not that hard to do, and we're going to show you how to do it in a little bit. All right, next question comes from Archie. Archie says, what do you think are the pros and cons of having a high risk reward and low win rate, as well as a low risk reward and high win rate? High win rate. Bit of a tongue twister there for me.
Pros and cons. First of all, it's going to be a matter of I just had lunch. Can you guess what it was? It's going to be a matter of preference and the instrument you are trading. So some of them you need to have a higher risk reward because it's going to move around quite a bit more, and you may get stopped out quite a bit. And if you're scalping, you'll need to have that also. So I'm sorry, there'll be a low risk reward. Excuse me, low risk reward. So you may be actually opposite. You may be like risking 10 to make 5. That would be that they should give you, and you do need a higher win rate. It's really going to matter based on the trader itself and what you're looking to do. The best thing to do is start with a 2-to-1. That's the best thing to do. It's going to give you a baseline to work with. Risking 10 to make 20, risking 50 to make 100, whatever kicks you're calling it, or points you're calling it, or handles you're calling it. Start with a 2-to-1, so you only have to win 50% or slightly more than 50%, because to figure in commissions and stuff, you need to do that as well. So there is a formula out there. In fact, I'm going to make myself a note, and I will get that formula and I will set it out there, because the formula says if I'm risking 2-to-1, what win rate do I need? If I'm risking 3-to-1, what do I need? 4-to-1, what do I need? And that changes, so that your win percentage needs to change to accompany that type of risk reward ratio. For example, if you're 1-to-1 and you win 100 points, you lose 100 points, you're break even. If you're 2-to-1 and you win 200, lose 100, you're ahead of the game. And if you lose 2 of those, you are just about break even, because you're winning twice as much on your P&L as you're losing on each trade. So you can technically lose 2 trades with a little bit of leeway in there and still be right around the break even. So the worse your risk reward is, the higher win rate you are going to need. Here's a tongue twister, JD. I'm going to make a note of that, though, and we'll put it down, and I'll get that whole formula out there.
Excellent. Thanks, Robert. For those of you in the chat still asking about the fire drill today, the fire drill has happened already. But fear not, worry not. We're going to have plenty more chances for everybody to get involved with TopstepX. We want everybody in here trading on TopstepX as soon as possible. So you're going to have plenty more opportunities for fire drills in the coming weeks. So just stay tuned. Everybody's getting another chance eventually. All right, next question comes from Abby. Abby says, Coach Robert, what are the best 3 tips for an aspiring trader like me new to futures? Like what key areas to look for while getting into trading futures specifically? How does one get started trading in the futures?
Well, Abby, thanks for the question. It's a great. We always like to see new traders coming into the markets here. I just think it's one of the best jobs in the world, personally for me. But I did see this question. I wrote down the 3 based on my beliefs and what I can suggest, and there may be one is common with other coaches or other people, traders as well, and maybe 2, and maybe they'll have their own. But I'm going to share the 3 with you. I'm actually going to give you a bonus one also, because I do think it's a requirement. And I'm not going to say requirement. I'm going to say prerequisite. That's the better term. And I'm going to give you that one first. Okay. So the best 3 tips for aspiring new traders. Number 1, the preliminary, is why. Why are you trading? That's a question that only you can answer. Why? It's hard. It's very difficult. Not to deter anybody, because I will work with anyone to get them into trading. I think it's a great career. It's fun. It's challenging. It's engaging. It's everything about you. It's a learning process. It just keeps you moving. It's always something different. So ask yourself that preliminary why. Why do I even want to trade to begin with? That's going to give you a little bit better pointers in the direction. So here's the 3 that I'm going to put out there. Once you find out your why, identify who you are deeply, what drives you, your character, your personality, and then try to find a market that's going to match that. It will be incredibly easier if you can have something that is like in confluence, that works with you, that works with your style. You've all seen me before here. I'm a high energy guy. I'm a type A person. I'm an Irishman. I'm from New England. I'm an Aries. I'm just going to be go, go, go. It's incredibly difficult for me to trade the bond market. Really hard. It just doesn't fit me. In other words, if you have some, or other on the other hand, if you have somebody that's just patient, they like doing the analysis, they like that whole money flow thing going on, they want to watch the political scene, bonds may be a good place to go, and maybe oil is not. So really find out what is speaking to you. Identify yourself as a personality deeply, your character, what drives you, and then say, I really feel like I should be a cattle trader. I should be a corn trader. I should be a crazy NASDAQ trader. That's number one. Number two, work with a coach or a group that is going to assist you, support you, guide you. If you're new, first thing you're going to do is grab a chart, put 1,000,001 indicators on there, switch around 17 different time frames, and just try to go, yeah, this looks good, and click. That will happen, guaranteed. It happens to everyone. We've all done it, guilty as charged as well. Absolutely. So if you can get into a group that's around that same personality type, that has the same why, that has the same structure and things they look for, that is going to incredibly increase your chances and give you that support, that the guidance that you need there. Discord is a great area. There's coaches in there. We all have our own coaching channels. There's group coaching in there, and there are accountability channels. That's a great place also. And lastly, start small, slow, and manage your risk. If you're not managing your risk, you don't have money to trade with. In order to manage your risk when you're starting, you need to start small. Give yourself that little bit of room, a little bit more room than you really need. I'm talking 1 micro on a slower moving instrument until you can come up with something that works for you. And then starting slow, that's just it also. Get on those higher time frames and try to make sense of those bigger movements, the bigger swings, and see if you can catch something going in the right direction. If it doesn't, get the hell out of the trade and take another one. There's always going to be another trade. So that's the 3 right. Find your why, identify who you are, and try to match a symbol. Work with a coach or a group for accountability and guidance, and start small, slow, and manage risk.
Sound advice from a sound coach. Thanks for the answer, Robert. Thank you for the question. Thanks. All right, checking in, we got some updates from our risks team here. Thank you, Brett, for the updates. We got some live P&Ls from some of our live funded traders. RIPS is currently up 24.80 in the live funded account. Deanna's up 800. We have Dakota up 1850. And our standout live funded traders today, Dennis M., whose name we haven't really heard yet, 1890 in the positive. Simon R. is up $663, and Evis is up $35.50 for the day. Thanks again for those updates from the Topstep risk team. All right, next up, Jefferson. Ties into the question you just answered. As a beginner, what is the strongest of the disciplines that I should know in order to become a better trader day after day? Ties closely into what we just said. Anything else you want to add to it, though?
Yeah, I would say the strongest discipline there is risk management, and just be consistent with it. There's that if you don't have money to trade with, you can't trade. That's step number one. Regardless of your why, regardless of what instrument speaks to you, regardless of your personality, regardless of who you're working with and what coach you have, none of it matters if you don't manage your risk. You have money to trade with. So great, that's great. I'm glad that came through. That's like 7 questions down, and it turned right into the last one. So yeah, nice segue.
Very nice. Yep. And this next one is more of a support question, but coming from the support team also. Probably have a good handle on this one. Zagintis wants to know, if I hit my daily loss limit in an XFA and the next day I go up $200, does that day count as a plus 200 towards his payout?
Yep. You need 5 days of $200 or more, regardless of what your P&L is at that time. That being said, if you're down $1,500 and you have 5 days of $200, you're in the negative amount right there. So, yeah, we need to make sure that we get $200 a day, 5 of those. They do not need to be consecutive in order to take a payout. So if you go down a little bit, you still get that payout.
Yep, good point. Just because you are eligible for a payout doesn't mean you will get a payout if your account balance is negative. Keep that in mind. All right, our buddy Jayhawk is back. Jayhawk, I think, submits a question just about every day, doesn't he?
He gets right in there.
Jayhawk says, yep. Jayhawk says, hello, Robert. I have a technical question about the market. As I am a smaller time frame trader, like 1 to 5 minutes, and suppose NQ on hourly or daily time frames reaches, let me rephrase that. Suppose NQ on an hourly or daily time frame reaches a previous high and takes liquidity above it, but doesn't close above it. Also, long-term bias is bullish. So at that time, what would a smaller time frame trader do in a scenario like that? Did you follow that?
I believe so. I read it along with you, and I got tripped up in the same area. Jayhawk, thanks for your questions. You always make me think, and this is great. It's great for newer traders and experience as well. I love the way you phrase these things. I'm going to ask one question back again. If you are that small of a time trader, minute-wise, like you said here that your trades are within 1 to 5 minutes. I'm probably going to get beat up on this, but my question is going to be, why are we looking at multiple daily charts, right? So try to think of this, and I'm just going to try to round it up a little bit. I'm going to go back last week and see what's going on. And now I'm going to take the dailies, and I'm going to take a look at that stuff too. And now I'm going to go down to a 4-hour chart, and now I'm going to look at an hourly chart, and I'm going to take a trade that lasts a minute. It's going to just try to – that's a lot of information. My bio that was posted up there was the Occam's razor. Just take the simplest, easiest approach. When you have all that going in there at the same time, and it's just flooding your brain and getting like, well, wait a minute, should I go long here? The market looks like it's pushing up, but it's down in the hourly. But we were up from last week. We're still in a downtrend. And this happened and that happened. And I don't know. What was the volume? All of this stuff comes running in here. Next thing you know, you get paralyzed. You go, oh, I don't know. I can't enter this trade. And then you look and it goes your way and you go, dang it. And you start beating yourself up because you didn't take the trade. You knew it was right. It's just a lot of information. So I'm going to say, try to narrow it in to what you're doing and what you are trading, time frame wise and trade time wise. If you're looking at a daily chart, it's now, believe me, it's not a bad idea to have yesterday's high and low on your chart. That is not a bad idea, so don't get me wrong. But if you had 2 daily high upward candles in a row and the 4-hour is on the day is down because of the overnight, but then the first hour it was up and the opening range is below, and you're looking at a 1-minute trade, that's a lot of information for a 1-minute decision. So I would suggest just simplifying the whole thing. And here's the last piece of that. You don't have to take that trade. It is what it is. If it's at the top like that and you're breaking out and you're breaking highs and you see liquidity and stuff going on in there, mouse button, mouse finger, just remove it, sit back, grab yourself a coffee, grab yourself some water, grab yourself some ribeye, whatever it may be, take a walk. You do not have to trade it. That's always, always, always an option. I can't drive that point home enough. I know we all say that. Everyone on TopstepTV says that. You do not have to. No position is a position. And you know what? There'll be another one coming around the corner. Just manage it that way.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're not 100% confident in a trade setup, then yeah, again, don't take the trade. You're going to have 100 more setups coming your way in the near future. So we understand the power of FOMO, but just trying to remember the markets aren't going anywhere. The markets will be there tomorrow. So sit back and wait for those good setups that you know are coming. All right, next question comes from Shrick. Shrick has a question about auction theory. Shrick says, I understand the market goes up or down based on supply and demand. Can you go just a layer deeper and explain what's really moving the market up or down? Because there's always solid liquidity on both sides. So what's actually moving price around?
You want to take one stab at that, JD?
More buyers than sellers when it's going up.
There you
more
go.
Sellers,
Yeah.
More sellers than buyers when it's going down. Simple
That's
as that.
pretty much it. So yeah, the deeper answer is that the buyers and sellers are humans, are people, and even if they're computers, they're people made the computers. So yeah, that's really what it comes down to. Now let me add a little bit to that. I've heard this said a million times. This is not my quote. It's I don't recall. I've heard a lot of other real trading psychologists say this. Is that the charts are nothing but human emotion, in green and red candles. That's all it is. And the example they gave was, let's just say Apple. Apple has a bad year. They have bad earnings. There's some type of conspiracy going on. There's some type of product failure. They missed the deadline. They missed the mark. If nobody sold an Apple share, the price would not move. Nothing happens just because something news comes out. Just because there's a bad product, there's a bad release, there's bad news, or the other way around. It's a good product. Everybody gets excited about it. The price is not going to move if nobody bought or sold. So that supply and demand is literally supply and demand. The market's going down a little bit. Why? Well, people that traders that were in the market were shorting it or covering that long position. It's going to push it down. And the more that come in, it's going to push it down further and faster until everyone that was in the short side or closing their long positions is done. And then you have buyers down the bottom that are simply waiting, saying, "Nah, I'm not going to buy this thing up high. It has to come down, X amount of points or dollars and cents for me to even get interested in this. I want to get into it cheaply, a little bit cheaper price." And they're sitting there waiting, and it goes on all day, all night. Whenever the market's open, that's what happens. So sorry I couldn't go too much deeper into that, but that's pretty much it. It's just the human element of the buyers and sellers thinking they're getting a better price buying it and thinking they have enough price to selling it, or if they think it's too high and overextended, they're going to short it.
Yep, we saw a similar scenario play out yesterday with Bitcoin. If you were paying attention earlier, we brought this up during fast markets. So Bitcoin was up about 13% mid-morning, and then the Coinbase app experienced a glitch where accounts were showing zero balance pretty much across the board. I'm not sure. I don't have the exact number of accounts that were affected. Mine was affected. My account balance was showing zero for a while too. And people just started panic selling Bitcoin and went from, they wiped out 8% of their gains in a matter of seconds. $100 billion in market cap in seconds gone just from panic selling. And then once the technical glitch was reviewed and fixed, all those buyers came right back in and brought the Bitcoin market back to balance, trading almost exactly where it was before that little hiccup happened. So there's a perfect scenario of what Coach Robert was just talking about. More sellers than buyers will take it down. More buyers and sellers will bring it back up. That's it. All right. Yep. Scott K has a question about drawdowns. Scott wants to know, have you ever gone through such a bad rough patch that you reconsidered your decision to trade, to be a professional trader? If so, how did you recover your mojo and get your mind back in the game? Right now, I'm in a winning tear, but I always like to anticipate the next rough patch and have tools ready to cope.
Yep. Have I gone through a rough patch? Yes. Ask every trader or ask any trader if they've been through a rough patch. If they say no, they're flat out lying. I will guarantee you that. All of us have been through rough patches. Hoag says that he's quit and come back to trading all of his life. Yeah, there you go. Yes, my rough patch was when I was trading stocks. When I first got into trading. And this is, speaking of Bitcoin, this is 2017 when Bitcoin went from like under $1,000 over 19,000 in a year, and the whole Bitcoin craze. And me being a techie guy, I had some crypto stuff at the time. I was just like, oh, this is great. I was a sports therapist at the time, working literally on Olympic athletes and football players, and doing pretty well with that. Had a couple locations running, and I got out of it. I sold everything out, closed down, and became a trader. And I did horrible. I did terrible. 8 months, significantly more than I wish to share my own account, private account. Was not in any type of funded program. Real money. Certainly paid my dues. Right at the point I was just, I'm a horrible quitter. I'm hard headed. I'm a ram. I do not give up. I will just continue to fight and fight. It's just in my nature. Because I think I can do this. And that also became part of the downfall. I can figure this out. I'm a pretty sharp guy. I'll figure out the market. What do you mean you can't do this? All you can do is buy these. Totally the same way. And totally humbled. My savior happened to be a gentleman in one of the groups in this stock trading group that I was in. I will say his name only, but he went by the name of Watson. I don't know anything else about this person. Never spoke with him. He said, "Listen, I do about $1,000 a day, and I'm willing to help you out. I don't want any money, but I'm going to give you about a month or two of time, and you're on your own, whether you like it or not." I was like, "Okay, cool." And he said to me, "I think you're doing okay. You understand trading. You're getting it, but I think you're trading the wrong stuff." And that's when he introduced me onto futures. So that was right around beginning of 2018. It took about 2 months to get settled into futures and understand, and it made so much more sense to me than trying to figure out stocks and patterns and PE ratios and shorts available, and what's the liquidity like, and what's the momentum, what are the catalysts going on. Just so much going on. And wouldn't you know, you're tracking 10 stocks to 8 stocks to 6 stocks, and you get 4 on your chart, right? There's 4 on a quad screen. And wouldn't you know, it's the 5th one I wasn't watching is one that took off, and I got hammered yet again. So he brought me over to futures, took a couple months to get used to it. About 3 months later, I made back everything that I lost the previous year trading stocks, and that was about 6.5 years ago. So yes, I have been through a rough patch, absolutely, and had a big personal drawdown. Now, it doesn't mean it didn't happen again. One of my worst days was in July of futures. Was in July. I've got them. I think it's the 6th. I don't know why it's not burning in my head. Right after the 4th of July of 2020. It's after COVID area, but started getting things straightened out. And the market was moving. I'm trading NQ at the time, short-term trader. So I would take these little pop drops. It would pop up a little bit. I'm going to take it down. Pop more, take it down. Dropped a little bit, slows down, buy that bounce up for 5-10 points and call it a day several times. Well, the market popped up and I shorted it. And then it went up again and I shorted it. And went up a little bit more. So I added to it, shorted again, closed it for a big loss. Then it went up again. I was like, now it's got to be at the top, shorted again. Went up even further, switched over to micros, used a bunch of micros so I could scale in and out, kept going up. And it kept going up and up and up. And every time I shorted it, I swear when I pressed the button to put my short in, I would bet the farm that I was the one that pushed the market further up. And that's exactly how it went. Right toward the end of the day, it went down and curved and started filling. The sellers were coming in. I'm like, this is it. Now, this, mind you, this was on a quad witching day. It's a Friday. It's after the 4th of July. We had options expiring, contract rollover. It was everything you could imagine. Bad news was pointing down, and this thing kept going up. Finally, right toward the end of the day, right around the mock orders, I'm like, I know what these guys are going to do. I know what the big boys are going to do. The market at that time was moving 300 or 400 or 500 points in a day. It was up almost 1,000 points that day. And I know what they're going to do. They're going to drop this thing like an elevator to the bottom of the Empire State Building. So I went heavy and shorted it, and it went up again. That is true story. That is another bad drawdown day. It is by far my worst single day trading ever. And it is by far larger than my best winning day ever. True story. So what did I learn from that? Cut your losses. Don't try to guess where things go. Have a plan with it. Do not add to losing trades. Wait, let me say that again. Do not add to losing trades. One more time. Do not add to losing trades. And there's a difference between adding to a losing trade and re-entering once you get back into that liquidity zone. That's a big difference there. If you continuously add thinking it's going to go the other way, just get the heck out. Doesn't mean you have to flip it or reverse it. It's just not going the way you anticipated. Close it. There's going to be another trade. Make sure I covered that question. How did I get my mojo back? It took time. Just repeating, backing out, looking at the big picture. I don't necessarily mean big time frame, but looking at the big picture, going back to those questions. Why am I even doing this? I lost a ton in the stock market. Did pretty good on futures for a couple years. COVID comes around, had to change up the strategy a little bit, started making some moves. Knew what I was doing, again, like we all do. Yeah, sure, I got this down, old hat, no big deal. And then get beat down again. It happens, that's what it is. Getting the mojo back was just scaling down, slowing down, less trading, more looking, more learning, and saying, what is actually going on here? Why am I doing this? Is this the right thing for me to do? Taking a look at who I am, making the adjustments. I didn't work with a coach directly, but I did work with some traders on an outside source that I was using at the time, saying what is going on, and got some great pointers. Now, I said all that to say this. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen again. It's just part of trading. It really is, and it's a boy. Do I say dare I say a necessary evil? We all do. We pay our dues, but nope.
And Robert, I think
it's hard.
I think you were right. The day was Monday, July 6th, I would think, 2020.
Yeah. See where it goes up and up and up and up. Kept going.
Let's get the chat involved in here. Was your best winning day bigger or smaller than your worst losing day? Throw your answer in the chat. We don't need a poll. Just throw your answer in the chat. Was it bigger or smaller? best winning day bigger or smaller than your worst losing day? And yeah, Coach Robert made some great points. We have a ton of resources available to you here at Topstep, and we hope you're all taking advantage of them. From this group coaching session that you're sitting through right now to our Discord channel, where you're going to find all our coaches and 40,000 other similar-minded traders doing the same thing that you are, bouncing ideas off each other, looking for help, offering help. We put together quite a great community here, and we'd like to get everybody involved. So keep up on that. Thank you for the question, Cyprian. Much appreciated. All right, next question comes from Bob. Oh, I see the chat chiming in. Best winning day was bigger than your worst losing day. Jack's in there. Strictly enforced loss limits. Yep, that was a thing also. Yes, back to the questions. Bob G. All right. Bob's got a question about trade management. Stop management, in particular, has been a killer for Bob. Hearing the devil on my shoulder say, don't let a winning trade turn into a losing trade, the old mantra, right? Easier said than done. So I move my stop to protect profit, get taken out, only to see price run to my original profit target. I bet it's cost me $1,500 this week alone. I am ready to say, move nothing. Stick with the trade as it was designed regardless of outcome. I'd be better off for sure this week. Well, it's easy to speculate. Hindsight's always 20/20, but what advice do we have for Bob about moving stops around?
Bob, thanks for the question. From one Bob to another, it's going to depend on the trader. I don't. It's just a style. If I'm going into a profit, I'm smaller term, smaller piece trader. The stop is there. It's always there. In fact, my stop is generally further away. It's more like a fail-safe, and I manage to trade at that point. That goes, yeah, all right, this is far enough. I'm going to take it. It's gone too far against me. I'm just going to close it. But to see it go up, and also the instrument you're trading, if you're an NQ trader and that thing whips around like crazy, this is going to happen all the time. If you get further enough into profit, and let's say let's talk points instead of dollars, you're 20 points into profit, and you move your stop to 2 points above your break even, and it hits your stop. Why did you give back 18 points? That's the question I would ask. Like, you had 18 on the chart, you're looking for 20, just take it. That's my approach. Other traders and other coaches have a different philosophy on that. And if that style speaks to you more, definitely work with them. They'd be happy to help you. I know Dakota does it all the time. He gets into these trades. That's how he holds them for hours, and the guy's killing it. So he gets into these trades, and he'll take a couple off, and then he'll bring that stop up a little bit. It starts going continuously in his way. He'll move that stop down a little bit, and he'll go to bed. Cool. It works. He loves it. It works for him. Awesome. Every trader is a little bit different how they're going to do things. Personally, me, if you are a short term and you're getting into it and it's a little fearful, don't let this winning trade go against me. Don't let it turn into a losing trade. Just take your profits, at least now, especially if you're newer at it and you see that that you're in the money there. There's no harm in taking that money out. Now, I'm not saying take $5 out of it. If you're looking for 20 points and you take one, you don't want to do that. You want to let the trade play out. But if you're already up there and you're already getting close to where you need to be, take it. Just there's no harm in taking it. And that's not P&L trading, so to speak. That's position management. It's not like you're going, oh, I'm going to watch this. It's like, no, I'm looking at it. Shut your P&L off. So that takes that whole argument out of the question. You're now looking at ticks. Turn it off. Put it on your chart. Okay, this is where I'm at. I'm looking for 20 ticks, 20 points, 10 points, 100 points, whatever you're looking for. It's more in my favor. Take your money. Now, we'll say if you're looking for longer trades, it may be a good idea. If you're looking to get into something and hold it all day and you're willing to withstand, let's say you're using a 150K account and you're trading at 1 or 2 contracts, you have a lot of room and a lot of leeway there, a lot of forgiveness that you can work with before you hit that daily loss limit. So that may be a different way where you get up into there. Sure, go ahead and bring that stop up for you. But if you're taking small trades, it doesn't make sense to be like, I'm 10 points in profit, let me go to 2. I'm 12, let me go to 4. Just take it. Just take it and take your money.
Boom, nailed it. And I do apologize about the last question. The last question about recovering your mojo came from Scott K, and I skipped over Cyprian's question, which I meant to go to next. Thank you for that question, Bob, and thank you for the answer. Now, on to Cyprian's question about emotional trading. I am struggling with emotional trading, Cyprian says. I have a lot of experience in trading, but when it comes to executing, I find emotions take over. and this leads me to blow out as many of my trading accounts as I can remember. How can I overcome this nightmare? I have a lot of knowledge about the market, and I have even developed my indicators. Well, I think you've come to the right place, Cyprian. Robert, you want to tell Cyprian a little bit about how you take emotion out of your trading in particular?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Cyprian. Glad we got into that question. I'm an emotional person, but I'm personally a short-term lived emotion. I'm like this firecracker. I'll get really excited, like, wow, good, I got this. Wow, what a hit, what a win. Pat, 30 seconds to a minute later, okay, what's next? If I lose, it's the same thing. I'm like, oh, you idiot, why do you do that? You've done it so many times, stupid. 30 seconds later, I'm right back into it. But that's me. That's just who I am. If you listen to a true trading psychologist, a lot of them will say, don't negate those emotions, grasp them, acknowledge them, and use them and try to turn them into your advantage. Okay? It is an emotional game. This is a great setup. This whole section of questions is great. They all came through at the same time, so must be something in the air about all this emotional side and getting into it and managing your risk and all this stuff. It's I don't know how these all came together. They're all different traders too, so maybe they're all in a trade group. They're all in Discord watching and they all jumped in at the same time, but they worked out really well together. Handle your emotions, Cyprian. Identify that who you are. Maybe you're trading the wrong instrument. Maybe it's too whippy for you. Maybe you're trading the wrong instrument because you have to hold trades too long in order to get into it, your decent profit or hit your marks. So it's all going to come back to that. Grab that emotional element, identify it, acknowledge it, embrace it, and then say, okay, what can I do with this? I know I used to, like I said, I'm that explosion back down again. I'm the deep one back up again. It's just really quick. It used to be longer than that. I would just go, very elacious and up here and I would carry that on. I'm the best trader, and you end up losing 3 or 4 of them, and you're like, okay, no, I'm not. I'm a horrible trader, and now I stay down here until, oh no, I made a few. I'm a better trader, and that's really tough doing that fluctuation. It's okay to acknowledge it, but don't take it personal on here. It's like you're not a bad trader. You made a bad trade. One. I'll also throw this out there too. Along with this, I've asked Vanessa a bunch of times, how do I handle winning streaks and losing streaks? The simple answer to me is I don't have one. Every winning streak or losing streak that I put on myself is a factor of 1, because I don't look at the trades individually. Like if I lose 3 in a row, I lost 1 in a row 3 times. Now, you do need to keep that in the back of your mind, because if you're not having a great day, or that P&L is getting too low and you're getting those drawdowns in there, maybe it's time to stop. Or if you're getting up there a little bit I say too much, but let's say you're targeting $200 and you're at $250, why trade some more on that? Don't let that greed factor, come into it. Stick to your plan. Emotions are going to be there. I will be a proponent of saying also, my personal opinion is, don't dismiss them, acknowledge them, and use them to your advantage. And I'm just wondering if we lost JD at that time.
Am I there? Did you lose me?
You are
I think
here.
I'm here.
We got you.
Excellent.
We got
Excellent.
You're back. Fantastic.
Made it. Yeah, I think any trading psychologist out there would agree with what Coach Robert just said. Emotions are who you are. We can't control our emotions. What we can do is control our behavior, our reactions to those emotions. So just keep that in mind also. All right, we're going to start getting into some TopStep X questions now. We've had a few platform questions come through the chat, and this next one is also a platform question. Mel is asking, your platform, TopStep X, is cool. How do you place your profit target and stop loss before you put on the trade? I'm having to put them after opening a trade. So we've gone through this a few times, but we could walk through it one more time. Robert, we've got the TopStep X platform up. Can we walk these people through how to set up risk parameters for a trade? Bracketing orders, we should call them, right?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. There's 2 ways to do it. I'm going to ask to have this come up on full screen. We don't need me on here, and I'm going to actually make this larger on the full screen also. Let me get back to just a type of trading chart that a lot of others are familiar with. Getting off of these weird funky ones. So once we get this up into full screen, we will go in. Okay, so we are looking at, for context here, a 5-minute MNQ chart. JD, what I'm going to do, because we're getting short on time here, is I'm actually going to incorporate the copy trading element in this as well, since we're going to be in the same area, we're looking at the same stuff. So I'm going to throw that
Excellent.
in here as well. So those have been asking a million questions on copy trading. This hopefully will give you shed some light on the subject. Looking at an MNQ 5-minute chart, and let's just say I want to go short. First of all, I have to make sure that I'm in the right contract over here. Let me actually close the other one so we can see everything together. I have my order panel set to a micro. I'm doing a market order just for this test. And hold on, let me make sure that my orders are not okay, because I want to demonstrate both of these. Here, 5-minute chart, candlesticks. Let me hit save. Here we go. Now it'll stay there. So we are looking at that chart. I have a market order on. I am simply going to sell the market. Great. I am now short 1 micro. I want a bracket order. So the first one I want to do, since I'm short, I'm thinking it's going down. So first thing I want to do is put a stop on there. I am just going to click and drag up to, let's put a stop right about there. It puts my stop on there and it shows me what I'm risking, $64. But now I want a profit target. So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to say, I'm going to go right about there for my target. Got lucky, it's actually about $65. So that is how I can do it once I'm in a trade. Okay, that was just selling a market order, nothing else. Now let's say I want to do that. We're going to use, let's use $60 so we can look at the same thing. I'm going to close this position. Now let's do that automatically. On the left-hand side, I have a gear on the settings. And right here in the middle, I'll read it off in case you can't see it. It says platform settings. There's a position risk profit brackets. The first one is risk. So I'm going to risk $65. My profit, I'm going to put at $65. Right below that, there's a checkbox and it says automatically apply risk and profit bracket order to new positions. I'm going to check that off and save it. Now when I go back to my chart, expand it. Now when I go back to my chart, I'm on MNQ, the same thing, 5-minute. This time let's go short just so I'm keeping it all in the same flow here. I'm going to sell market order short. It automatically put my brackets on there for me. Put my stop and my target. Now you can adjust these as you go. Sure, no problem. Move it closer, move it further away. No problem. That's really there. If it hits this is a canceling order. So if it hits my target, my stop will automatically be canceled. If it hits my stop, the target will automatically be canceled. You can also remove them just by clicking on it or hit the flatten all button over here. Multiple ways of doing it. So that's how you can do it. Put those in there automatically. Now, let's say I wanted to sell when it breaks this level. I can choose it by going to the market side over here, putting a limit order on, and then picking my price. Let's choose 18,060 because that's right up in this area, and I'm going to sell. Did I not get it right? Limit order, one position, 18,060 limit order. Well, that's interesting. It didn't place. Okay, I'm going to right click on the chart and do a sell limit at that level. I need to check on that. That should definitely have gone through. Maybe I need to do an update on this and refresh it. So that's exactly where it should be. Excuse me. I can cancel all order. Once this order gets hit now, if the market comes up and hits this limit sell, it's going to put that bracket on there according to that $60 profit and $60 loss I had at that time. Okay? And I can close it, cancel it just the same way. I did it right here. Oh, there's my buy. Oh, it's a buy. Buy limit, stuck it in there because it was right below the market. So there it is. I hit this, it put a limit order on, and ironically got filled as soon as I entered the market right there. So there we go. That make sense? JD, I cover everything on that?
I think you sure did, yeah. Thank you, Coach Robert. I'm scrolling through the chat looking for any other Top Step X questions that might have coming in. Don't see one. So let's get back to our sheet of emailed in or questions submitted through the forum. Byron Davis wants to know. I'm sorry, I used the last name there. Byron D wants to know. Hey, Coach, I'm currently in my 50K combine. The profit target is 3,000. My day one profits are 2,300. For the consistency rule, do I need to match that 2,300 for a few days or profit enough to offset day one and make it less than 50% of total profits?
Ooh, okay. Consistency, huh? First of all, let's make sure that JD, I put a link in there that we can link right over to the help center on the consistency target. So you can have that. And it's not a consistency rule, it's a consistency target, I guess. So we'll post a link in there. Tim Mitchell had posted the copy trading. Thank you very much, Tim. Regarding this question, though, Byron, I'm going to ask something back again. We know what the consistency target is for the 50K account, right? We don't. Our target is not to make more than half of our profit that's needed. With the profit target of 3,000, we don't want to make more than 1,500 in any given day. With a daily profit of 2,300, my first question as a coach is like, why did you do that? We know the profit target is $1,500. When it got close to 1,500, why didn't we stop? That's the first question I would have. Now, let's say it does happen. Let's just say we left and we forgot our profit target to take profit, and we came back and we were too far in profit. Let's just give it that, surrounding it that way. Now you're at 2,300. Well, that is going to push your new target that you need higher. It's going to add that into your 3,000. So now the good side is that your new consistency target is not 1,500. It's going to be higher than that because your whole profit target, you need to be 50% of that best day. So you're actually going to have a little bit more room to play with, but you're also going to target a further profit to be able to pass the combine. And this is a combine thing. It is not in the XFA and it's not in the live account. Okay. So why do we have it? I see this all the time. Like all the time. It's like your rule sucks. You're limiting my wins. That's not what trading's about. Okay. It's one thing, and it's to keep you from throwing 5 contracts at the open, at the market, whatever it is, just going in there, getting lucky on the direction, making $3,000 and saying, hey, I'm a good trader. We don't want to see that. That is where it comes from. And if you're a good trader, that good, and you make $1,500 in one day, and you make $1,500 the next day, you are funded. If you are that impatient to not want to get funded in 2 days, that's a different issue right there. Now, make as much as you want. Go into the live account, go into the XFA, make as much as you want, take your withdrawals. The combine, folks, the combine is a test, like the football. The combine, it's a test. It's to see. Throwing a bunch of contracts on a trade and getting lucky, we don't need that. And let's go that route. Let's say you put contracts on and you got lucky, quote lucky, and made $1,500, and then you got lucky the next day. You're funded, right? There's no harm in doing that. So again, why do we do $2,300 when we know we can only make $1,500? You just push your target further along, okay? But if you did $2,300, now you know you can do $2,300, so that should not be a problem. You can also get a second combine. They're cheap enough now. Get another one and manage that better. You know what, JD? I'm going to call this risk management also. Let's call it, even though this is profit, I'm going to start using this. I'm going to start putting the consistency rule as risk management also, because if we're going that hard, that fast, that far, we still need to know the parameters around it. We know the loss limit. We're not going to let it hit the loss limit, or we are, and that's what we're going to use for our daily limit. We know what the daily profit limit is in the consistency rule. We need to know our trading. We need to know what we're going after. It's on us. It is completely on us. We had a lot of rule changes. If traders have been back with us for a while, it's now one step, one rule, right? Before it wasn't. We had two different steps of the combine. The rules changed throughout, and then there was the sim funded. That was a year and a half ago now. We're talking about a year ago, last July. That's all gone, and I think we're doing a pretty good job still at assisting traders, in not allowing them to blow their accounts. You can put on a trade, be the wrong direction. Your max loss limit in a 50K account is $2,000, but once it goes to 1,000, we're going to take that trade off and just stop you from trading for the day. You don't lose your account. It's just going to stop you from trading for the day. It didn't used to be like that. Hey, you hit the loss limit, you're done. Sorry, buy another one. Buy a reset. We don't do that anymore. We just stop you from trading for that day. Multiple contracts. Let's say you were limited once you get into the scaling plan. A 50K account, you start off with 2 contracts. Well, if you traded with 3, you failed. The rule was you trade with 2 at that point. If you don't know that as a trader and you put 3 or 4 on, you don't follow the rules. So you failed. We no longer do that. It just rejects the order. It used to be that at the end of the trading day, 3:10 p.m. Eastern time, you had to have all your positions closed. If you didn't have them all closed, you lost and you had to start again. That no longer applies. We take those trades out automatically for you. So we definitely made it significantly, I don't want to say easier, but simpler. We got your back a little more. We want to see you trading and trading well. And if you just happen to forget and it was a little bit past the time we're going to take that trade off for you. If you miss that loss limit, we're not just going to wipe you out and make you pay again. We're just going to take that off for you and say, no, you just can't trade anymore today. If you put too many contracts on, we're not going to penalize you for that. We're just not going to let you do it. So we have those in there. The focus is more on trading well and trading consistently well than it is worrying about saying like, oh man, if I do this, I'm going to have to pay again. I have to reset again. All that is gone now. All that is gone. Kind of a little tangent there, but it stems back to, the daily loss is $1,000. Don't hit it. And if you do, come back tomorrow. The consistency target is $1,500. Don't hit it. If you do, you have to make more money. So understand the rules, play by the parameters, and you'll be fine. And somebody said, yeah, 50%. It's not going to be an exact to the tick. There is a little bit of a buffer in there because we know, hey, I'm right up in there and you close your trade, it slips a little bit, commissions on it. We know that. So there is a little bit of a buffer in there, but just target around 50%. You know where it is. You know that that number. So stick with it. It's your responsibility as a trader. We've made it significantly easier to not fail these accounts and not fail these combines to have to pay again. So yeah. It's my story and sticking to it. I just happen to notice the clock here. I'm going to have to jump on the next session. JD, somebody else out there. Hello out there.
There you go. Well, thanks a lot, Robert.
All right.
All right.
Hey, Eddie.
There you go. Jumped in here just watching. Great stuff. Appreciate it. And we're going to take a break here, and we're going to get to our 1 o'clock session coming up with Deanna. So cool stuff.
Good save. Thanks, Eddie. All right. We've got Hoag, Dolby, and Rips coming up. Recapping with Rips, Andre, Dolby, and Rips for Power Hour. And that is it. We're going to cut out now and get the next segment set up. Thanks, everyone. Good save, Eddie.
Welcome to Recapping with RIPS. It's time to get crazy. We've got the man in the middle, the man, the myth, the legend, RIPS. We got Dolby. What's going on, guys? How was our trading day today? I know, Dolby, you haven't done much, but RIPS, how are you today?
Oh, much better than yesterday. Thanks for asking, Hoag. Today was a very wild and crazy day. And fortunately, I was able to ride the market to the top side and then ride it back down. So I took two big trades today, two decent sized trades, I guess you could say. I'm sharing it on my screen right now. If we want to go over to the charts, I can start John Maddening all over my charts right now.
Awesome. Boom.
Boom. Here we go. So, you know, we got the quarterback here and then he threw the ball. No. So, okay. Yeah. So we had we had this big spike up on the PCE data. You know, we were talking about this quite a bit on the past few sessions. You know, John and I were talking about it a lot, actually. John Hoagland, of course, not John Madden. But we were talking about how the market was very tightly wound lately. And if we're looking back, let me go ahead and jump into the 4 hour here so we can kind of wheel it back a little bit. But we've been in this choppy, tight range here. This is the 22nd of February, and here's today, the 29th. So we're looking at about a week of data here, and it has just been a very tightly wound, compressed market. And what happens when you have a compressed market? You build stops on either sides of that range, and there's a lot of pressure that builds up that eventually will get let loose. And that's kind of what we saw today. To be honest with you, I was a little bit underwhelmed at the price action. You know, I thought we would have got at least 200 points of price action in the NQ. However, the print was a little bit close to being in line with the estimates, and that's why we didn't get an outlier print. We didn't get an outlier reaction. So we had this big green candle to the top side here. You know what's funny, John, is I actually thought the market was going to go short, but I set up a straddle position where I had in one order canceling the other, had a pretty wide range. I looked at the liquidity providers before the print came out. I ended up getting long here. So I rode that for about 50 or so points to the top side in my XFAs, in my Topstep XFAs. I traded two of them. I was risking $1,200 per account. I ended up bringing in about $2,000 per account. Net, I made $3,500 between both accounts. And in my live funded account, I made an additional $2,500. So I'm up about $6,000 today of live money, and it was on two trades. I was expecting for a lot more, but I made the best with what we had, and I ended up taking that trade there to the top side and then that subsequent failure to the downside here. So overall, very happy with my trading today. Probably will take it pretty easy for the remainder of the session here. But by golly, it's been a really wild session seeing this whip up to the top side, coming back down now. We're coming back up. We talked about this 35 level quite a bit, actually, in the NQ here over the last few sessions as well. And we've seen what has been an enormous amount of liquidity resting above that. And in fact, we had a draw of liquidity to the top side here. And as you know, when we have a heavily defended level like this 35 level, we have a lot of sell stops that are going to be, buy stops that are going to be above that level, because you have folks that are shorting the market and they have a limit. They say, well, above 35, that's too much heat for me to take, so I'm going to stop out of that position. If you're short, the only way for you to get it out of the position is to buy. So a lot of buy stops going off here. The smart money likes to take those buy stops, be the counterparty to that trade, and sell down into it. And that's where we saw most of them covering today. So I ended up catching this short on this red candle and this long on this green candle here. So overall, a really tremendously great day today, being up $6,000 across two XFAs and one Topstep live account. So that was my day today. How about you, Dolby? How about you, John? Any trades from either of you folks?
I took one little trade, the opening range trade on the open in the S&Ps. It wasn't giving me what I wanted. Took a small profit on it, and then I had other things to do, so I haven't had much of an opportunity to participate in the markets here today. One of the things that we were talking about was the value area special situation play. Some people call it the 80% play, but that actually ended up playing out both in the NASDAQ and in the E-mini S&Ps, and turned out to be a wonderful opportunity for a potential long. If you guys don't mind, I'll show you on the profile.
I'd love for you to walk everybody through this trade from start to finish. I would love to see that.
Okay, so thank you, Rips. And initially, the opening range was the low of the session for the S&P, so I had a long. It really didn't do much. I don't think I was really expecting that much from it. And as long as we keep the opening range the low of the day, I tend to have a tendency to look for longs. Well, the first thing we did after we broke the low of the opening range, which is 50.97 even, we closed the gap. Well, the gap close, it kind of gave us a period of time to kind of digest above that And then right about 10:30, right as we were getting into the shoulder tap segment, excuse me, the market really quickly completed the 80% play, or the value area special situation play. That says that when the market opens outside of value, outside of the previous day's range and value, acceptance back in value brings price at some point during the day, during that session, not necessarily as quickly as it did in the S&Ps today, but it went right down through it, tested almost to the low of the day yesterday, rejected, leaving a failed downside auction. I'm not looking to short this market at all because of that failed downside auction. We're also seeing some pretty substantial negative delta. We're up near the highs, relatively close to the highs today. We still have delta increasingly negative as we continue to push higher. You guys might have a fun power hour today if we get that pop to the upside, like sometimes happens in this regard. Now, look at the Nasdaq. I'm doing the John Madden. The market opened, and
boom! Hey, where'd that truck come from?
Boom! Right. So the initial balance, we didn't even close the gap. So I'm thinking, okay, with no gap close, maybe we'll get some upside movement. But again, at 10:30. The market started to extend. We did kind of extend the below the initial balance. Look at where this stopped. Bam, boom, right at the value area low from yesterday, within about 2 points of it. So the market drops, boom, right to that level, leaves a failed downside auction, and it is now again holding negative delta up near the highs. So we like almost every big break that happens in these equities, buyers just looked at this and said, you know what, we're gonna get into this. Sellers just completely evaporated. Buyers took over and are still largely in control now. So really nice opportunities based off those value area special situation plays to let those finish out, and to look at those value lows and the lows from yesterday as opportunities for potential longs. Yep. Unfortunately, I'm busy, wasn't able to take advantage of it, but we're doing something special here on TopstepTV. We're creating a community. We're bringing all these great traders like RIPS. And we had Coach Dakota, we had Isaac. All of this is what we're bringing to you. So that's why I'm okay with missing out on some of these opportunities, because we are building something special here.
100%. And it's extremely difficult to be managing all of what you're managing on your plate right now. And then in addition, trying to also trade, it's almost an impossibility. So to know that you took at least one trade today, that's great. That's fantastic. Now, talking about the negative delta that we're seeing here in the S&Ps, it's tremendously more negative than what we're seeing in the NQ right here. And you know what's crazy is that we are auctioning right at the midpoint, basically the point of control that we saw on February 22nd and February 23rd, which is a week ago from today. We're auctioning at the almost identical point of control right now. So what is your take on that? When we have negative delta right now, my read on it is negative 6,700. What is your take on this? Do you think that we can actually start to squeeze this into power? I know you said that sort of in the middle of your explanation, but would you say that we could potentially see a big mega squeeze going into tomorrow even? I think you're muted.
There we go. I have a tendency to do that. I apologize. But, Rips, you were talking about the fact that the market, NASDAQ, S&Ps have been really compressed. And to me, this looks more compressed into a bull flag. The breakout above the bull flag leads me to believe that this could create a new leg to the upside, as long as we maintain time, momentum, participation, all of those things kind of come into the acceptance of higher pricing. And if we continue to show the acceptance of higher pricing, then, there's nothing to say that this thing can't continue to move. You mentioned there's probably a bunch of stops above this high here. Yes, we are at that point of control. Back here from, I think you were saying the 22nd, this platform sometimes can be a little bit off on that. But here's the point of control from the 23rd. 24th, 25th. We're kind of, auctioning above all of that. We've taken out any weak structure that occurred in this bear flag. And this bear flag wasn't as stark in the Nasdaq as I think it was in the S&Ps, because in the S&Ps, as price continued to drift lower, volume was cutting off, but open interest was also really kind of inert. We were losing a little bit of open interest. There was no real interest in selling into this market in any longer time frames. So we got this bear flag probably got a lot of shorter time frame and medium time frame speculators short, and we ripped them a new one on the 730 number, the PCE number today. I was with you, Rips, in thinking that this move might be a little bit more substantial, but because everything did come out pretty much as expected, that I think that did take a little bit of the power out of it. But here we are up here at these highs again in the Nasdaq and in the S&Ps, and if you're right, Rips, and you think there's a bunch of liquidity above these highs here and a bunch of stops up there, and we're getting pretty late in the day. I know that the delta in the Nasdaq isn't as strong as it is in the S&Ps, but we're up around 10,000, 11,000 in negative delta on the highs in the S&Ps. If there are a bunch of stops over those highs and we've got a bunch of short time frame short traders, we're going to run those, and we may end up with a late spike at the end of the day today. And if you know what the late spike is, it's when, here's the S&Ps. If we were to put in a late spike, the last 30-minute period from 2:30 to 3 o'clock, if we extend the range and close up here somewhere, anywhere outside above the initial balance, that would create a late spike, which gives us opportunity tomorrow, because as a general rule, if we were to open above the high of the late spike tomorrow, that's the highest probability of acceptance of higher pricing. In the late spike would be a secondary, but still a higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing. Open below the base of a late spike, which, if this does happen, would probably be around 5106 even. We were to open below that, if indeed there were a late spike, that would indicate potential rejection of higher pricing. So that gives us at least an early nuance to look at the markets tomorrow morning on the open. And if you watch the opening call, watch Fast Markets, Rips is going to be on there with us. We'll see what that looks like tomorrow morning if we actually end up putting up a late spike at the end of the day today.
100%. And what's interesting tomorrow, that PCE read out today, I do want to touch on that a little bit, but tomorrow we also have the University of Michigan sentiment that is going to give us the 5 to 10 year inflation outlook, which again, the Fed does look at that. PCE holds paramount importance, of course, but it is going to be interesting to see more inflation related data coming out. While you were talking about that, I did put a long on in one of my Topstep combines right now. I'm not trading my live, not trading my XFA. I'm trading a Topstep combine here, and I have some staggered orders just in case we do have any kind of slight pullback. So risking probably about $400 or $500 on this trade. But what's interesting about the PC and the Fed heads that have been talking recently, one of the things that threw me off is that yesterday during Williams' conversation, he started to lean into the potential of PCE being around 2.5% for the year for 2024. And when he talks like that, he's kind of discussing it in a way that he's saying, well, by the end of 2024, we should be at 2.5%. Year over year, we came in all the way at 2.4%. So we're already 10 basis points lower than what his original expectation was. And that's why I said at the top of the call today, I was originally expecting this to be a short off the open here, and it just wasn't. So seeing that kind of juke and jive from the Fed heads is kind of just interesting to see. We do have one more speaker that's going to be important today during market hours. That's going to be Loretta Mester. She is speaking at 1:15 market time, Eastern time, and she is a voter. She's the final speaker during market hours. We do have John Williams, who's speaking this evening at 6:10 p.m. He is a voter as well, but it's going to be interesting to see what they say now that the PCE numbers are out. We heard from Goolsby, we heard from Bostic already. They were pretty, They looked at the print and they were actually pretty dovish about the print. They said that it is a good thing. It looks like inflation is coming down. They're working towards the Fed's mandate of 2% inflation. So things were actually a very nice dovish turn for the Fed. And I think that's why we started to see a little bit of rally in the market sort of when we started to hear that Fed head speak coming out. So it's going to be interesting to see what Loretta Mester has to say here at 1:15. We'll see if they can kind of change the story around here. The PCE numbers were a little bit surprising to me. I thought that they would have came in hotter. We would have seen the market continue to roll here. But yeah, I'm happy to be wrong. Happy to see that the market is still catching some legs here, catching a bid. And we'll have to see whether or not that kind of continues along the same path that we've seen for the rest of the day here.
Well, that Fed head that talked about the PCE being 2.5 by the end of the year really stepped out on a limb there, didn't he?
yeah, really just out of the pocket, right?
Just
not that big of a deal, I guess.
Shocking.
Yeah, exactly right. So yeah, again, I was very surprised to see how off. I mean, when you're very, very hawkish and you're hearing a lot of this hawkish Fed speak, I do expect to see the right hand talking to the left. And in this case, it was kind of like a fake out. It felt like a big kind of, a fake move. So we'll have to see, we'll have to see how it plays out through the rest of the day here.
Now, what is the time frame of the chart that you're looking at right there, Rips?
So I have on my chart here, this is a 30-second chart. I do not trade off of this. This is just the screen that I broadcast here. And the only reason I use a 30-second chart is so you can see each and every single one of my executions. Because if we have it on a 5-minute chart, it more so compresses all of my entries and everything. You can't really see everything that I'm trading here. So I like to use a 30-second chart so you can see each and every single one of my execution arrows.
No wonder it was giving me heart palpitations.
Oh, this is a 15-minute. It's just crazy today. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, we do have this trade on right now. We are taking this long, seeing if we can kind of catch the bounce here as this kind of comes back down. I do kind of want to move my stop a little bit lower to about the bottom of those wicks there, given that this is the 30-second chart, adjusting it on the 5-minute chart that I trade off of over here. But we are up in a combine about $1,000 right now and taking a little bit of heat on this position. I do want to see if we can have that squeeze that John was sort of talking about during his analysis of all of the charts and everything and looking at the TPOs and seeing that, there is a potential for a squeeze here. We might be the right idea, but early timing, I'd be happy to take a second crack at this trade if we're too early to this one.
Yeah, usually, a squeeze or a late spike, that happens in the last half hour of the day. So maybe a little bit early on this. And again, we don't have that same delta that we have in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. We're looking at negative 1,700 in the NASDAQ. Not tremendous, but I still like the long side. Just maybe a little bit different timing would have been helpful. Because we do have those failed auctions at the lows today,
right?
And sometimes that the delta divergence really brings something good at the end of the day yesterday. I was looking for that to happen yesterday during the power hour because we had some pretty negative delta and it just did not provide the long opportunity that we were looking for. If you had good trade location at the low of yesterday's range, it gave you a pretty decent move to the upside. Not so much really in the S&Ps, but in the NASDAQ, which also gives me heart palpitations. But we didn't get the pop that we were looking for. But when we're thinking about what happened yesterday and what's happened today, we're setting up higher value, higher range, and so that delta divergence yesterday that did not provide the great pop at the end of the day, it continued today. Partially, of course, because of the news. Partially, I think of some of that is that technical break of the bear flag that we've been watching in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps.
100%. Yeah, I did just get stopped out of that position. I'm trying a lower entry here, seeing, we have a bit of some single TPOs left behind that are kind of nestled in between 18,000 and 1810. So I have a pretty tight stop on this second attempt for this trade. If we get stopped out here, I'm going to be looking for a bounce somewhere much lower around 18,005, maybe 18,000 evens. But we're at the lower end of this structure right now. So if this breaks, we're going to get stopped out very easily here. So this is an easy trade for me. We're trying to get the bounce trade on this one here.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I talked you into that.
No, not at all. This is on a combine that we were up $1,000 already. So we just came back to break even on the account.
Okay. All right.
You only got him back to break even, Hug.
Yeah, we have success. Just
I don't know
I'm
why my
playing
charts
in,
are so blurry. That is a good question.
weird.
I'm not sure why my charts keep coming in so blurry over here.
Yeah,
right
I'm
now they
playing
look
with crude
good.
right now.
Okay.
Playing
If they
in
look
the,
good right now, then we're good.
in the kiddie pool that is crude oil. Currently long 78.13. Tried longs earlier and ended up getting stopped out. I didn't have my charts big enough, and so I didn't see a key level, but I ended up buying it again. So we're doing okay so far. We're going to look for VWAP, and we've got 2 minutes to close for crude oil here. So if you'll cool, my charts are up, so we can hang out here. But so far, a good trade. I still am looking to buy 2 more if we can get underneath my break even or my entry. So we'll see. But I think we can get VWAP and then maybe be positive slightly on the day here. But
And I mean, you've got
We'll
like
see.
2 minutes of the day left here. You're going to hold into this and maybe even get into more if it goes against you.
I mean, no. I should probably pull these orders. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Pull those. You can move the stop up. So risk $40. I mean, you're right. You're right, Hoag. You're right. I shouldn't do that. A little bit of resistance here at the 15 EMA. I don't really watch it all that much, so I'm not putting too much stock into it. But hopefully we can get a push to the upside here. So what I'm looking for, basically, I just bought the bottom of the 4 hour. So if you look at the bottom of the 4 hour here, you see a lot of like wicks down here. So buyers have been coming in relatively consistently.
Yes.
I feel like I was in good company. Yeah, I feel like I was in good company taking along here. It feels low risk. The price action off of it initially has been really, really good. So we'll see what happens
Very
with the close,
nice.
though. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah,
Cross your fingers, Chad.
if you listen to the opening call, I suggested everybody avoid weekly kickoff high as an entry level today. And boy, did that turn out to be true. I mean, it's basically the center of the range, very close to the point of control. The market has not made any major decisions as far as repositioning in longer time frames. This is what happens when sometimes these weekly kickoff levels become magnetic. The longer time frame takes their sweet time sometimes to make any decision as far as adjusting inventory. And I'm, kind of feeling that that's what's happening now. So I'm glad I did mention to folks, you don't really want to be looking at weekly kickoff high for entry levels. If you got the long down here, maybe a way to get out of part of the position. If you got a short up here, maybe a way to get out of a position, part of a position there. But when it becomes magnetic, weekly kickoff levels are toxic. Sometimes they're great. Sometimes when they become magnetic, they just become.
Do we lose them?
Little robot there at the end.
A little robot. Got it. Okay, cool.
yeah?
We did end up getting out of
You're
that
good now, though.
trade.
Are you still in that trade there, Dolby?
No, I got out of it. Crude was pretty much done.
Yeah, I'm looking to see whether or not the selling is complete down into this area. We kind of bounced off of our 18,018 level. So again, looking for this bounce here to see if we can get up and over these 18,030s again. I'm adding into that here, seeing if we can get this perk above 18,030 and get this extension back up to the top side. There are a lot of sellers actually in this area. So it really is contingent upon, I can think that we could see a rally all the way back up to the 60s here. So it is contingent upon whether or not we've seen these sellers kind of relax. We had a lot of buy side liquidity coming in below those 25s. So we'll have to see if we've had any kind of continuation of the upside. It could be a little bit choppy here, like John said, going into power hour. But we just want to try to get our timing right on this trade here and try to be patient and let it work.
And I'm actually going to switch over to the NASDAQ with y'all.
All right.
Let's see what I can see. I did end up doing my levels for the NASDAQ. So 30-minute range low, 30-minute range high. Then I have a daily range high. And then down here somewhere, daily range low. So kind of interesting because the NASDAQ has gone up and has really been kind of hanging out for a long time in a tight range at the upper echelon of the daily range. So it's kind of, I would say it's accepting price, to be honest, because it's spending a lot of time up here. It's certainly not in a hurry to go back down again, which is something that I think you kind of see when you get up to like these big daily range levels. You're kind of seeing it before on the 4-hour chart in crude oil. Like when it gets down there or if it gets up there, all of a sudden you get a fast movement because people are kind of realizing that this is not the time for the market to break through.
But spending this much time up here is kind of interesting. Not gonna lie. We'll see.
Uh,
Kind of curious to see what chat thinks.
Over your daily ranges, are you kind of, did you get that from Vienna? Are you just kind of taking like the last 10 days, averaging the range, and then basing that off what, settlement?
No, I'm just eyeballing all this stuff.
Eyeball, okay.
Whole thing.
Good old eyeballs, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, well, at least you're consistent.
I mean, look. If it's obvious to me, then it's probably obvious to a lot of people. So I fully believe that, use indicators or a system that everyone else is also seeing, because that can help, kind of push the market in your favor a little bit. So I just am eyeballing it. So I'll just make the chart nice and small, what looks like a range, what looks like a nice little barcode, and then I'll just do my tops and bottoms, and then do that for all the time frames. And then the bigger the time frame, the juicier the trade. It's not going to stay there forever, Hoag. You know that. It's not going to stay range bound forever.
No. Most certainly is.
We do have some sellers coming in right now in the NASDAQ. We had a perk back up to the 30s, but now we do have some sellers coming in. I'm trying to bounce this 18,018 level. And right now we might have this trade stop out on us, but I'm just looking for this to hold these 18,018s, which is kind of the topping area of where we had this resistance prior. So if this does end up being a support area, we will catch a bounce on this one. If not, we'll just get stopped out and we'll move on to the next trade.
I'm hoping not.
Trading NASDAQ for some reason.
You're hoping not bounce?
Chat.
No,
Here we go.
I'm hoping you get a bounce.
So far, we are getting a little bit of a bounce here. So far, so good. We are back in the green on this trade. I do need to see this confidently above 35s, though. That's what I need to see in the NASDAQ. Confidently above 35. There we go. With the soundboard. I love it. We're running into these 30s again, so I might actually peel off, like 6 lots here as we are running into these 30s again and kind of hitting that topping resistance. So I'm just trying to time this appropriately. When we get in areas like this, it can be a little bit tricky because you have, a lot of scalpers who can kind of be trading the same type of areas that you're looking at here. So it can be a little bit more difficult to see extension range breakouts, the things that would make this, a super profitable trade. But I'm looking for this to break out into the 30s and then potentially encroach right into those 35s.
Yeah, I love that trade.
Back to the Madden. There's a little laundry on the field. It looks like there was an encroachment there.
Now this is one heck of a play.
Getting those 30s testing again. I'm trying to get this up through these 35s here. Watching
everybody get out and push
ever so slightly. I'm covering 6 there. We have 6 as a runner.
Oh, you had 12 on there?
Yeah, I had a 12 lot on. And I was just using limit orders to add there, looking for that bounce.
Okay. When was your
I'm going to cover another 3 on the offer if we can get this pull back above into the 30s here. My order is resting at 30 and a half there. There we go. Filled 30. I'm sorry, filled 3. Filled 3 more there. So recovered a lot of our loss there, which is great.
Yeah, that's a
and
great
then we are
trade. So
perking
now
back up. So again, we need to see this back up above these 35s in order to have that confirmation. And if we get above 35s, we should run into a touch of resistance at these 41 3/4. Above that, we have a clear shot straight to 60 there.
I wish I was watching NASDAQ, because that's right at the bottom of the 30-minute range. 30-minute range.
We said we were going for that bounce at 18, and we got it. I honestly, I give all of the credit due to the soundboard that Eddie did with the spring sound. That's what gave me the motivation to hit that trade.
They all get off together and work as one.
I love the John Madden soundboard. It's amazing.
That's great. Thanks, Eddie. Yeah, you gave him the boing, so it's going up. Going up.
Yeah, we're definitely getting that bounce that we're looking for. And, I do like to peel off contracts when we run into heavy areas of resistance like this, just so we can secure at least a little bit of a profit on this trade. We took 2 losses on the way down because the market rolled so tremendously hard and ended up tagging out all of our limit orders and kind of taking us out there. I'm going to try to peel off one more into the offer here on the next bounce. Pulled out one more there.
So I
like to do limit orders to I like to use limit orders to get out of my positions when we're kind of chopping around like this. What the market's telling me right now, one of the things I like to say at least is that if the market's going sideways, it's better to be hands off in your position or pulling out of your position. So when the market's chopping sideways like this, if I can peel out a little bit more in the profit there, that's what I'm going to do. So peeling off one more lot, we still have 2 as a runner. We're up $500 on the remainder of these 2 contracts at $250 a contract. Not a bad trade.
Nice. So that first long you got stopped out on, you're back in now.
That's right. Exactly right. And this is where we go back to why I have those the 30-second chart. You can see each one of my executions. This is called buying the top here. That's the technical term. We bought the top.
Yes.
We got dunked on.
That ass high.
There you go. You nailed it. And then we got dunked on, and then I got dunked on down here, and then that's where we added back in, and then got our final fill down there at the 18s or so.
Nice. Well, I hope it goes to 1800. 18 and 100.
Yeah, that'd be great.
100 would be nice.
Yeah. So limit orders are the way to be. I have some questions in chat. Yeah, I use limit orders for a lot of the time entering and exiting in my positions. So on that, I just had limit orders where I'm having an OCO bracket. So if those orders don't get taken, they all get canceled. And, you just let the trade work. It allows you to be less involved. There's a time and a place where I'm using, very active momentum trading styles where, I'm buying into the market and I'm selling at the offer, or I'm selling at the market and I'm buying on the bid. It just depends on the market movement. On a trade idea like this, where I'm trying to catch a bottom, it might flash into 18,018 really, really fast. And I'm not going to be quick enough to catch that. So I'm just going to put a limit order there and just cross our fingers and say a little prayer to the market gods and see if we get filled.
We call those wishing orders.
Exactly. We throw a coin in the wishing well.
It was my dad's thing. He was if he was long soybeans and we were going to go to lunch or something, he'd throw an order into the pit. If soybeans happen to rally 20 points, he wants to get out of those longs, so he would just put in a wishing order with a broker. And I think a couple of times he actually got filled.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
That's awesome.
So yeah, we are kind of wrestling again at these 30s. We still are refusing to break out of this 35 range, which again, this has been a big area of traffic over the last few sessions that we've seen here. It's been an area where we've had a lot of tremendous trouble of buying through this area. So when we were actually auctioning above that area, I had a little bit of confidence. That's when I put on my initial trade. My original entry was well over $50, 18,050 there. So getting in that area of the market seemed like it was a good idea at the time. But then when we had that flush, we tucked back below that level and we came to our other level that was at 18,018. When the price action does these types of things, there's an ebb and a flow of the market that you kind of have to follow. And I know it's easy to get frustrated when you're getting stopped out of trades, but in this case, it was prudent for me to keep my head in the game, looking for key areas of the market, buying back into that area because I'm seeing the selling slowing down. We're seeing some buyers step in, and I'm just looking for a simple bounce trade there. Obviously, we put some good lots on the trade, and we ended up peeling off 6 there into that. Worked out for us.
Nice. Is you see anything in the book map that's kind of giving you any indication? I mean, I think mostly what we're seeing there are algos, right?
Yeah, for the time being, we usually have this lull right now. It is, what time is it right now? It's almost an hour till close. So right now you usually have that little bit of lull before people start to do their big positioning where it's either we're getting long or short for overnight, or we're coming out of our long and short of that day. And that's what we call these positioning trades. So pulling out of a big position or going into a big position for an overnight trade or, a longer term trade, we start to see that in power hour. And that's kind of where it got its name from. There's a lot of big positioning that happens during that time. So that's what we're going to be looking out for. We might get stopped out here on the rest. But yeah, this is just kind of slower, more algo driven trading here. And, it's people are buying and selling along the TWAP, and that's why you'll see these areas kind of working. So 18,018, big area there. You have a lot of funds that are just simply putting a lot of buy orders down there. We just got stopped out of our position there. So we ended up making on that one about $1,700.
Nice.
Oh, nice trade.
Nice trade. All right.
I am one of those.
I would have liked to see it back up in the 50s, but we have to take what the market gives us.
Of course.
Get long.
You want to get long?
Yeah. I want to see the stop run that you guys were just talking about. See if we can get below 20 evens.
And then try to look for a long there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The more I'm watching the tape right now, and obviously it can change during power hour, I just don't think that the longs are in control, given that, I was buying up there above the 50s. We had a very big exhaustion of buyers showing up, and now they couldn't even bring it back above that 35 level. So I'm seeing exhaustion here. So I'm leaning towards the short side. I might actually get into a short here if we start to confirm lower. Let's actually set that up here. Yeah. I'm going to do a sell stop right before the right below the hourly low at 18,014. Sorry?
So we're getting power hour started early, huh?
Yeah, so I have a sell stop now in at 18,014. So I'm looking to see if we have that deep confirmation below that. I'll run a single contract trade for that flush there.
Okay.
Come and get me, Ribs.
Are you long?
Not yet, but I want to be.
Okay,
I want to be
gotcha.
long 17s, 14s, and 12s.
Oh my goodness. I don't want to go against you, Dolby. You're my buddy.
Well, I'm not in the trade yet, so you're not fading me.
Hey, it's not too late to just join along on the short side here. Come on down.
No, I have to believe in myself, Rips.
Yeah, you always got to believe in yourself.
You got to believe in yourself. Right. I mean, basically, gentlemen, we're trading right at the point of control, the TPO point of control in both of these markets. Now, they just moved the point of control lower in the S&Ps, which is not a favorable thing for longs at this time. Our TPO counts, but even on both sides now, so it's a very balanced. There is an anomaly here in the NASDAQ 18015. An anomaly is one little TPO that just sticks out there. Now, remind you, these are full 0.4 tick TPOs, but that's still kind of presenting as an anomaly that could easily be targeted. There it is. We just filled that in. So that anomaly is no longer part of the equation. NASDAQ has a little bit higher point of control, which would be favorable potentially for longs. It's just saying that the market is spending more time at higher levels. So just kind of watching and seeing what's going on here. Are you short now, Rips?
I'm not yet, but I have 3 orders queued up because, I mean, if this does break here, I'm seeing some major exhaustion in play. It's just looking like the buyers are completely worn out here, and that can easily change. But from what I'm seeing across the Mag 7 here in the NASDAQ, it just looks like the buyers are no longer in control here. And I would be happy to, I am filled now short 2 contracts there as we did get that sweep down.
I'm long 3 now.
I think this is going to start to roll heavily here. Filled 3 lots now short.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
VWAP and S&Ps now?
Yeah, this is my only concern. If we don't flush VWAP and we bounce here, I will get stopped out on a big bounce. That's my only concern here. Otherwise, I do want to ride this through a flush of VWAP in the S&Ps.
I am out of that one.
So far, holding.
Told you should have joined me to the short side, Dolby.
Never.
So we have to be wary of this potential bounce. If I do see a flush in those S&Ps on the VWAP, I will be adding into this position. I will try to get a little bit aggressive here.
Boy, oh boy, you guys are the position we are in the day time frame here. I mean, these are not areas that I generally would be looking for opportunities just based on profile information. But you guys are looking at different things. And I got to tell you, Ribs, Dolby, I'm learning so much about how other traders trade just by being here, and it's confusing in a way, but I'm really appreciating the idea that I'm getting to see all these other views of the marketplace, and to get through my thick skull, it takes some time. But I have a feeling that this is going to greatly benefit my trading when I do have the opportunity to go back to a little more active trading.
100%. Yeah, if we're looking over at the chart here on TradingView, you can see that we did almost a perfect bounce to the tick of a 50% retracement of this. You can call it a fair value gap, single TPOs, whatever you want to call it. We have basically an exact 50% retracement of that. So if we do flush through that, we do flush through VWAP here in the S&Ps. I'm sorry, again, I apologize for the blurry charts. I'm not so sure what's going on lately. But if we do actually flush through that, then we will have more pain to the downside. I would be looking to target that flush of 18,000 and a flash flush through 994s there.
The flash flush.
Yeah, that's a technical term. Page 72, by the way. We're on page 72 here.
Yes, okay. All right. Was on the wrong page. Sorry. The flash flush.
Yeah, so
Right
I'm
now,
looking for 20s to be defended by these sellers still. We are seeing some larger orders up here at the 20s. But again, this market has been so tricky lately. I could expect to see a breakup of the 20s and a retest of that 35, just the same as I could see a flush back down here. So this is why we trade with stops. My stop is at, there's that push through 20. My stop is at 23 3/4 here. Let me switch back to my screen. So we run the threat of getting stopped out here on this trade. And stopped out there. So taking a loss on that trade, we had the right idea. We tried to get aggressive into it, but we didn't get that continuation. Instead, we got that bounce right there at that 50% retracement of that block. So we'll be waiting for our next setup here. Nice work there, Dolby. Nice trade.
Wasn't wrong, just early.
Oh, did you get stopped out?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, dang it. I'm sorry.
I know. If I had just kept, unlimited stop loss, I think it would have paid off.
That's all you need. Just an unlimited stop loss. Easy.
The market has a particular set of skills. It will find your stop and it will take you out. Eddie, I did that for you.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, one of the hardest markets to trade personally for my type of style is one that lacks follow through. So when we have a market that starts to do a move and then immediately reverses, that's usually the hardest market for me to trade. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now. Point of control just did move to 18,020s here on the NAS. Are you seeing the same thing, John?
Point of control volume?
The point of control I'm seeing on my end for the session got just moved to 18,020 here.
I'm still seeing volume point of control at 18,002. Point of control 18,022.
We have different session start time settings. That's what it is.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, we're sitting right at the point of control in both of these markets, just right at the comfort level, the TPO point of control is considered the fairest price of the day because it's the most visited, closest to the center of the range.
Right.
See, these are not levels that I would be looking for opportunities. I'm looking away from comfort where excess or rejection has occurred in the past. But again, I am learning so much from you guys on looking for some of these opportunities in between those levels because there's a lot of them.
Yeah, we are kind of flushing through these 18,020s again. We did what again appears to be a weak auction up towards those 35s. So my stop, I'm back in short here. My stop is at 36 evens right here. And I will add to that as if we have, let's see here, so I'll limit there at 30 even. So I'll be looking to add into this as we start to pump up towards these 30s. And again, I'm looking for this auction to remain weak here. We just have to have the right timing on it. I don't think that we had a fair test of the VWAP there on the S&Ps. And I do think that that is liquidity that we likely want to revisit down there.
Okay. Dolby, look at the crude oil, 78.02. If you were looking to get long a few times down there, you'd be in a little bit of heat there.
Oh, wait, hold on. No, I actually do like this level, though. I just need to move my cat's head to actually see it. It's just not a good time to go. Crude's kind of closed, so it's not that fun to trade right now is the problem.
Yeah, but it is extending. It's below the regular trading hour session, so.
So put an order in? Is that what you're saying, Hoag?
No, I'm just saying. Usually, if the market's if it's just gonna die, it's gonna die inside a range.
Yeah, right.
If it dies, it dies.
I mean, listen, last time we were at 78s, it bounced.
I killed it!
Great movie. That's a great one. You're not wrong. All right, we'll join bid. We'll
Are you long and crude there?
We haven't gotten filled yet. But
So looking for a small little tuck down.
Just a little one. Of course, it just jumped up. 3 ticks immediately. That's right. We'll leave it.
That's because you put your bid in.
You press that button.
It sees
How
you.
does that work? How does that work?
Every time.
Thanks
Works
for pointing that
60%
out,
of the
though.
time.
Yeah, I only have
Every time.
Yeah, right. That's what I was thinking.
So the trade again that I have on here is a short. Again, I'm looking for weakness to show me, I want the market to tell me that we're still weak and that sellers are in control. So the market information that I'm looking for specifically is the fact that we are not auctioning back up to that 35 level. And the longer that we stay auctioning below that 35 level, the more that it's telling me that the sellers are in control here. So I have a sell stop below this that would add into my position at 14.5. Again, looking for that flush through 18,000, a potential flush all the way down to 994 there. And I would do another stop market right around there at 10.75. So we are coming back down here. See if we can get that fill at 14.5. And I'm just going to let this trade play out. And again, hopefully I'm looking for that VWAP flush in the S&Ps, and that should invite a tremendous downside roll in the markets here.
So you got to be pretty quick with those stop limit orders in NASDAQ, right?
Well,
You're
you
not
know,
getting
we just
optimum
got filled
price.
on a second lot there. The thing is that if you're trading it with the hotkeys or if you're trading it with chart trader, you have to be pretty quick. But on something like this, you know, it's just happening automatically. So I just don't really have to do anything. I just have to pick the levels that I think it's going to flush through and where I'd like to be adding to that position and just set up those orders and let them work.
Right. Okay.
So again, we are coming down towards the S&P VWAP here at 50.88. If we do have weakness below that level, there's a pocket of liquidity right now between 18,007 and 18,011, a 4-handle range. If we sweep through that pocket of liquidity, we should have some sell stops going off below that should go pop, 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 pop and bring the market rate down.
So you're cross-referencing two markets here, right? You got the ES
Correct.
and the
Yeah.
NASDAQ going
And
up.
what we have right now is confluence. We have the NQ trading in confluence with the S&Ps right now. And so when we have these levels kind of tickling with each other, it's right now like NVIDIA's at the VWAP. We have, let's see, I think NVIDIA was pretty much the only one. Yeah. NVIDIA was at the VWAP, Amazon almost at the VWAP here. And it is threatening to have this big, tremendous breakdown. Because again, there's a lot of stops that people are placing around these key areas of the market. And, you know, VWAP will sometimes line up with time weighted average price, depending on where these market makers or algorithms are setting their buy and sell orders. So, you know, generally just like to have this type of confluence. This is kind of the setup that I look for, you know, a late day kind of exhaustion of these buyers here. I think that we have a tremendous opportunity for more downside here.
Nice. There was one question. If you were asking about S&P Delta negative 14,300 right now, NASDAQ negative 2,700 Delta. But RIPS has this market under control, so.
Hey, we'll see. We'll see.
not fighting.
As long as we have this weakness below 35s in the NAS, I'm still confident in this position. If we start to get strong back above the 30s, then I'll get stopped out of this position.
All right, well, I hope you don't. I hope you don't.
Hey, I'm on the same side as you. I hope I don't either, but we'll see.
Because I mean, this is a no position zone here because we're right in the middle, right at point of control. You know, I learning how to look for these opportunities. Yes, old dogs can learn new tricks. Old dogs can learn new tricks.
Yeah, the thing is, this late in the session where we have a lot of folks who are either kind of deciding, do I want to unwind in this position if I'm long? Do I you have to think about it. There could be folks that bought that bounce at the middle part of the day between 11 and 12. There could be folks that are long from the open on the PCE print. You have to put yourselves in the shoes of where all of these large players are positioned and why, and then tell yourself the story of what makes your trade work. Why should it work? If we do fail below 30s and we do have weakness below 30s, that would add to a tremendous downside pull here because we're right at the VWAP and the S&Ps. We have a couple different tickers that are at VWAP here. So it would potentially add to that positional downside move. And you just have to, you know, analyze the market in this sense. And if it doesn't make sense, then don't put on the trade.
Nice. Yeah, you got to be thinking about what your competitors, your time frame, what other traders are thinking in order to look for these opportunities, right?
100%. I think that's everything. Right. And we are going to have a big injection of liquidity here in about 3 minutes as we are coming to the top of the hour to begin power hour here.
The 2 o'clock order flow.
That's right.
Yeah. I can't believe how fast this hour has gone. I can't tell you.
It rips by us every time.
Man, it rips with rips. It rips with rips. All right. Well, I guess we're going to have to move on here, get you guys to power hour. We're going to bring Andre in here with both of you. Have a great session, man. I'm rooting for you, and let's have a good one. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we got RIPS tomorrow morning in the opening call on Fast Markets. Looking forward to seeing you then too. But I'll be rooting for you from behind the scenes here, both of you. So get ready for Power Hour, ladies and gentlemen, coming up here just very shortly. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
what it is. It's the Power Hour. Your three amigos. Look at that man in the middle with that smile. Beaming, Willie Beaming there. Rips, what's going on, man? We got Dolby to the side of him. It's like us. We did this just yesterday, so let's do it again today, guys. How we doing?
Oh, I'm great. I got stopped out of my earlier short. I'm looking to put on another short. We are short back again. I'm not giving up on this idea, but we'll have to see. Power Hour can get pretty wacky and wild here, so I'm here for it. I want to see again if these 35s are going to be rejecting here. We have a short on where we're 3 contracts short from 32 and 32 and a quarter here, looking to potentially increase the size of this position if we can go back below where we were sweeping the hourly low here on the NQ at basically 26 and a half. So we'll have to see whether or not this plays out for us. How about you, Andre? How you doing there?
I've made one trade today. Kind of against.
How was it?
And it was a winner. It was a winner. Up
Hey,
by
my man.
75. What? Oh, I told him that didn't take long at all.
I'm excited for you. What's wrong with being excited
winner.
for you, Andre?
I appreciate it. The sincerity, I can just feel it, just beaming through the camera right now. I was up 175. Bought off VWAP in the S&Ps. It did work. It was a quick bounce, quick scalp, but it seems that we've broken through. VWAP is not holding much in the way of using a supported resistance. We kind of just trade through it these days, or last week or so. But Rips, what's your take on the PCE from this morning? I know it feels like it's been forever ago, but in terms of inflation,
Yeah, that was like 80 years ago, man. Wow, that was a long time ago. It's been 84 years since that happened. Yeah, I mean, it came in line with expectations, but the market really went and ran with it, and I think that was because of the conversation that we had out of Williams yesterday. Williams basically saying that he expected the 2024 PCE or inflation read to be around 2.5%. We had the PCE coming out today at 2.4%. So definitely a nice beat there. And it was in line with expectations. But, I think that just kind of echoes back in what kind of wacky cycle we're in here. And we saw a huge pump off that. Not big in the sense of 200-300 points, but it's still like over 100 points, which is pretty nice there. So really, really nice.
Yeah, it is. Kind of feels like we're in this holding pattern here. Maybe until, I don't know what the next... Paul Rich. I don't know when the next what's going to get us out of this range. It seems like we're stuck between 5,000 and 5,100 in the S&Ps. I mean, we've been seeing 18,000s in the Nasdaq here for the last week or so. We just kind of gravitate or hover around there, orbit around that. Oil took a peak above $79 today, but we're beneath that, and now it's trading 78.50. So I mean, we're kind of in a holding pattern until new information hits the market. Rips, what's your take?
Yeah, we're 20 days away from the next FOMC meeting, so we will hear from Powell and company again. So I think that a lot of market participants are going to be waiting for that. I think that we'll see maybe a little bit of positioning going into that next week. We'll probably see the roll in the contract probably Tuesday or Wednesday of next week because we all are going to be rolling contracts. This one expires, of course, on March 15th. So, it could be pretty volatile or it could be pretty tightly wound like we've seen lately. It's just going to be up to the market participants and seeing what they want to do here. This has been a very tight and tough range to be trading over the last few sessions. So I would love to see an unwind or a jump up in any direction here.
Thank you. Dolby time, what's popping, man? How's the markets been?
We had a rough one. So we had a good idea. So we were playing this 15-minute range trade in the Nasdaq. And we had a great little level here. And we tried some longs. And we got stopped out. I can bring this up here at 18,008. The low was what's the low here? What's that? 17? No, like 4 ticks. We missed it by 4 ticks, I think. So brutal. Stopped the tick basically. And even worse, I think Rips. Did you win on that trade, Rips, or no?
On the last one, no, I did not.
Okay,
that was a loss. I took an L on that trade.
We both lost, and we tried fading.
So you were long and lost, and I was short and lost, right?
Yeah, look at that.
Oof.
Yeah, it's the type of market that we're in right now.
Don't you just love trading?
It's the best. It's definitely one of those markets. I mean, even when we get nice downside moves, you're always kind of like hoping and praying that we don't get a mega bounce. And it feels like anytime we get a big flush, we're returned with a 100-point bounce, like a jack in the box coming up. So it's difficult to hold on to trades long and short because the moment we're cresting up to the top side, we get a huge flush. It's a difficult market to trade. So don't fault yourself if you're getting beat up in this market. We are coming down here, by the way. And I am short, and I would be adding to this position if we actually break below this level. I got filled again there. So let's see if we can have any kind of continuation to the downside here.
And I'm just looking for the range trade. I didn't get on the short side, but I probably should have started placing orders. But it's once you identify the range trade, I think the playbook is relatively easy. It's just short tops go long bottoms. You just have to believe that you're still going to stay in the range, and you're not going to be that one person who happens to just get stopped out like instantaneously because it decides to make the run. That's what we all fear is the big run.
Big run's right.
Yeah, I feel like anytime that the reason why this market has been tremendously difficult is that we have a lack of follow through, a lack of continuation, and any move is usually negated. So if we have a huge fade to the downside, we're getting a massive bounce, and on that massive bounce, it only holds that high for a little bit before it starts to roll over and we get a massive flush again. So like we saw yesterday, we're seeing these M patterns or V patterns. Today is kind of like the Tesla logo, it looks like on the NASDAQ today. But it's just these very, very difficult markets to trade where if you're not very, very scalpy and you're looking for longer term positions, you really have to time your entries and exits in these things to get profit on them.
Yeah. And, my trade in hindsight looks pretty good conceptually. In the moment, it looked really, really risky. But because these ranges are so tight and the markets are so range bound and so volatile, it's not really that bad of an idea. It just feels awkward to take. But conceptually, it was a good idea.
Rejecting around these 35s. Go ahead there, Andre.
Rips, you said that, yes, these markets have been difficult to trade. I wholeheartedly agree with that. What do? We can't just not trade. We can't just go days and days and days of not trading, can we? What do we do?
I mean, you can, absolutely. Some of the best. Go ahead.
How are we going to improve? How are we going to get better? How are we going to get better? Just because it's a tough market, we got to learn how to survive, keep our head above water, correct? We can do that by sitting on our hands on the butt, of course, but that's only going to last for so long. What if this is the market stay for the next 3 weeks or so? We can't just not trade for 3 weeks, can we? I don't see how we get better. How do we profit?
Trade on your combine, trade on your practice account, trade on something where it's not putting a lot of heat in. And so I traded my, I traded my live account today. I traded my XFAs today. I'm up $6,000 on those. I'm not touching those again for the rest of the session here. You can see right now I'm trading on a combine. And, I'm taking a more aggressive position here. I wouldn't be trading like this in my live account. I wouldn't be trading like this on my XFA account because I already got the money that I was looking for on the trades that I took. I hit one long trade to the top side. I hit one short trade to the downside, and that was my trade. That was it. That was my whole day. And for me to jump back in after I had such a nice day for me, it would be pretty crazy for me to do that. So I'm happy to not be doing that right now. I'm happy to just be trading in a combine. But to answer your question, if it is like this over the next 3 weeks, well, you just have to buckle up and you have to grin and take it because at the end of the day, the markets are going to do whatever they're going to do without, whatever we like it or not. So you just have to adapt. And I would say trading on a practice account, trading on a combine, something that isn't skin in the game, so to speak, that's not going to hurt you or beat you up. That's the accounts that I'd be trading on here.
Yeah. I mean, I talked to David Green this week and something that he mentioned is, he has like a toolbox of setups and some of those tools are for certain market states. And so I think the real trick is to kind of try to identify what the market state is and then pick the right tool for the job. So you don't want to use a range bound strategy for a trending market or vice versa, because that's exactly how you'll get stopped out very, very quickly. Alternatively, if you don't have a system for that market state, then, practice accounts or don't trade. And that's about it. But a lot of people will get chopped up when the market state shifts and they don't have that other card in their back pocket to switch it up.
Yeah, I think that trading on a practice account is very, very important. If you must get some time and experience in the market, you're trading on a practice account, you're going to get the same executions as if you were trading on a combine. And if combines, money is tight with combines, don't be trading on a combine during this choppy time. Wait for a better market condition, prove yourself on a practice account, prove that you can be doing this, and just take it easy. I mean, like I said, you don't want to. I'm up in my live my live money account, my XFAs today. I wouldn't ever be thinking about touching those because the market conditions are not supportive of me taking a trade where I'm going to put skin in the game and actually take some heat on those. I'm happy where I'm at with today. And we'll even see if I touch those tomorrow. Depending on the market structure tomorrow, I may not even touch those tomorrow.
Yeah. And, you said what? We got Powell in 20 days. That's not even that long. Plus a rollover. And there's a lot of stuff to kind of keep the market range bound because we're kind of so hell-bent on inflation data is that Powell 20 days away. the big guys have no problem waiting because they have billions of dollars on the line. They're not going to make a silly decision with only 20
They can
days
take
out.
$10 million of heat and not even blink an eye. So, you know, they're not sweating this at all. So, you know, until we have something that's going to go ahead. Would you say they're Dolby?
They said that they can wait. They can afford.
Yeah.
They can afford to wait. Right.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. You know, the thing about retail traders is that, you know, we might have only 15 handles of a stop that we can take in heat, and market makers can take 1,500 handles before they even think about moving out of their position. They're going to hold positions for much longer than we will. And you have to be trading the market in front of you. If you have the market in front of you that's not conducive to your trading style or your setup or your strategy, simply don't trade it. There's no point.
Hey, I got some super cool breaking news for everyone watching right now. We got 2,800 viewers right now. Please hit like and subscribe. We really appreciate it. We blew through 70,000 subscribers, coming up to 71,000. But just got word from the boss. She can confirm that everyone who signed up for the fire drill today, who is eligible, will definitely get a Topstep X invitation in the morning.
Wow.
So everyone that signed up that's eligible.
Wow.
Insane.
That's cool.
Absolutely
That is
insane.
awesome.
Very cool. So congrats to all those that signed up and who are eligible. You will be getting the invitation in the morning. I'm on Topstep X right now. These two guys are on Topstep X right now. It's you're gonna be super impressed. Speaking of which, with Topstep X, you can see 100 prices above, 100 prices below. See some liquidity here at 50.96 quarter, 600 lot. 700 lot, sitting at 50.96 quarter. We are seeing some liquidity to the upside. We'll see if that gets filled. But yes, Topstep X. Everyone who is eligible will get that invitation tomorrow. Please check your inboxes. Super happy about that. And thanks for signing up. Yeah, it is.
Awesome.
It is.
We are getting a little pull here to the downside. So I still am short here. I have a 6 lot position that's short, and we are pulling down to the downside. But again, we have to worry about these massive jack-in-the-box style bounces where it hits a price level and it goes immediately up. Wow, I can see that chart almost as clearly as if I rub my eyes full of Vaseline right now. Pretty close.
Oh,
that's a good one.
Hey, you got a Delta
we are
update
coming down here, by the way.
Got a Delta update. Mine's 13,500 ES. Rips, have you got an NQ there? Johnny, keep feeding me NQ and S&Ps as well. But currently, last reading, minus 13,500 in the ES. That's pretty considerable considering the range the tight range we're in, and the lack of price movement. So we'll see if we can get another squeeze. We did really get the squeeze yesterday. I mean, it was late. We're talking like last 30 seconds of the day. We did squeeze and pop, but then we came all the way back. If you tuned in for Power Hour yesterday, you did see that pop, but boy, in the after hours, we certainly came crashing back down to the floor. Kind of got ugly for some of us.
That was crazy. Yeah, the last couple of days, we've had really good price action actually for Power Hour. Today's been like...
Yeah, today is not it, though. And as I was saying, you have to be scared about a jack-in-the-box style bounce, and that's exactly what we got right there. We had a massive bounce there as we're in the profit, about $1,000 on our trade. Didn't take any profit on it, of course, and then the market bounced in reverse. And again, this is what makes this type of session so difficult, where you have to really judge and try to read the order flow and say, okay, well, are we getting a big reversal here, or are we going to continue to flush? That's what makes these types of sessions so tricky.
Agree.
I would look for shorts, but I want to see them closer to like, 18,050 or 60 or like even up to like 70s. I think there's better value for shorts, and even for longs, I'd consider getting long like 18,006 and like below. But in this range, this is super tight, super tight. But I think we will get out of it by the end of the day, though. For sure.
I think you're right too. Hey, Rips, when you got a chance, would you mind giving us a Mag 7 overview, just to see what's popping?
Yeah, let me just set up the remainder of this leg here.
Oh shoot, yeah, that's right. You're gonna trade. We'll get back to us when you have a chance. But yeah, see what the breakdown is of the Mag 7. See who the leaders and laggers are.
We're good now. I set up the final piece of this trade. I'm just trying to go autopilot as much as possible here in this range. Okay, so for the Mag 7, what are we seeing here? Right now, we're not seeing a lot of red candles, which is what I'd want to see if I'm short on the NAS here. But we're seeing a lot of, pullbacks and then big bounces in the market here. And just a lot of sideways chop. Anytime we kind of get out of this middle of the road balance here, we're getting knocked up, it pulls back down. We get knocked down, it pulls right back up. So we'll have to see, does Power Hour invite any type of movement outside of that very tight range? I would think if we don't see it in the next 15 minutes, we'll certainly see it in the final 10. We'll definitely see some jostling around here.
Okay. Yeah, these markets aren't giving us much. Dolby time, any crude trades today, or is it just strictly NASDAQ?
No, I did try one. Actually, we went 1 for 1 in crude oil.
Okay.
So we tried going long this 5-minute consolidation, and that ended up not panning out. And then we ended up, I think, doing a small long for like 110. So we're only down, I think, like 232 in crude. So we got like $110 back on our second crude trade. But I was just buying ranges basically, and that was it. But it looks like it wanted to just go lower. I didn't do a ton of research into crude. I kind of probably placed the trade a little bit too soon, in my opinion. Yeah.
Crude trade new lows. We're below 778. We did pop up above 79. Now we're trading below 78. 77.97. The bears were in control. I thought we were going.
I had a crude oil order for a long that I pulled. I didn't want to get long 78s, so I pulled it.
Yeah. All right, they're RIPS. So you're short. Boy, what the hell? These markets need to wake up, man. What the hell happened here? These markets. Someone poke it with a stick. Maybe give us some Celsius. Something happened, but this just we are going sideways right now.
Mm-hmm.
All the big four that I'm looking at. So we're gonna remain.
We've just been continuing in this really tight range lately, and it's been a real bear to trade. No pun intended, but it's been a real. I guess you could call it a wildcat. A very wildcat market here that is somewhat docile, but very difficult to trade. So I'm trying to muster up some strength to hold this for a little bit longer so we can get some development in this trade, but it's becoming increasingly difficult. Like I said, anytime we come out of balance here, we kind of get locked back into the balance there.
Power hour turned to sleeping hour, Floppy. Yeah, Delta continues to grow, minus 13,600. Shorts keep coming in here. We're not breaking. What are they going to do? I'm sure there's some stops right above 5100s in the S&Ps.
Yeah, we're starting to see some push up to the north side here. And this is where I'd want to see some resistance all the way up to 41 3/4. I'm getting filled on the way up, and this could be a nightmare for me, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. This is my nightmare.
I love that, man. It's oh man, what a market. 1,000 lot here. S&P's 1,000 lot. S&P's got 1,000 lot on the bids. 5096, 1,000 lots. There it is, right there.
On the bid?
1,000 lots on the bid.
Or on the offer?
1,000 on the bid. 96
oh,
bid.
I see it.
950. There we go.
Well, this is gonna be interesting.
Yeah,
if they sell through this, I'm actually going to add into my NAS here. I'm going to try to rip into my NAS short here.
All right, here we go.
They're testing
time
it.
Sales here. Someone just sold 100 into it. Let's see if we got more. Watch the time.
There
sales
they go.
here.
They ate it. Num, 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 num.
Filled 600 lot. 100 lot. Yeah, wow. They that got filled from 96 6,000 times.
But that doesn't matter. NASDAQ's still going to the moon here while I'm short.
What is going on? What is this Twilight Zone? All right, so 5096 trades 1,000 times on the bid.
Yeah, they took that. They took that bid on the S&Ps, and now they're just sending it to the sky here.
What a fill! What a fill! It's incredible. Yeah, you fill the bid to the downside and just rally from there. It's quite a thing. But yes, we did see yum. Yes, there was some size orders here. There's some size orders here in the 4,000. John says 4,000 contracts trade on that bid. There you go.
Wow.
And we are higher. Yeah. I don't know what to make of that necessarily, but like I said, I do believe there are some stops probably above 5,100 here in the S&Ps. So those shorts that they keep building here as we see. We'll see how much heat they can take, how patient they may be. Ice order. Yeah, John, it looked like an ice order. Iceberg. Might be an iceberg right there. 1,000 filled. Coming back in. 1,000 more. Coming back in, 1,000 more. 4,000 times they got their fill. But 96, 4,000 times with the highs being 5105. So we're 10 points off the highs. They're getting long. It's aggressive. We're getting out, I suppose. But yeah.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, I guess shorts are probably done for the day here. Based on what I'm seeing, we're not seeing any kind of downside pulls just yet. We are coming up to that interesting area. There's a very good chance we could come right up to 5,100 in the S&Ps and then reject from there. I'm just trying to time this right so I could try to scalp out of this position to take a smaller loss. But, it's difficult. It's difficult when the market is so tricky like this. It's very, very difficult.
And I'm going to try to work shorts above the 30-minute range here. So that would be
Yeah, I don't hate that idea.
7 1/4 and 74 1/4, and just see if we can get back in again.
You gotta be kidding me.
And then we're gonna stop.
Trey, what's that? What are you saying over there?
Bids 896 1/4 bid 800 times filled. There's big liquidity coming in here in S&Ps. You're seeing 500 lot on the offer here at 96.5. I mean, size is being slung in the S&Ps right now, but it's just incredible to see that these size orders just get filled just by essentially blinking their eyes, and they'll get the filled. The market is very liquid. I guess it's a sign of a healthy market that these orders are getting filled, but it's just fascinating to see them trade at these levels and these quantities. That's all.
Yeah, I'm looking for exhaustion up at these levels, but we could run against this hourly high here at 18,045. We're starting to see a little bit of pull to the downside here, but I mean, nothing that's getting me confident in this position still. I'm not liking it. Not liking what I'm seeing.
No, it feels suspect, doesn't it?
A little sussy.
Something in the ladder feels a little bit grindy. Can't quite explain it.
Yeah, it feels grindy, but it also feels like the buyers are exhausting here. It's just, it's a tough read. It's a really tough read up here.
What's chat think, though?
Can we get a poll? Can we get a poll in chat? Is the market going to end the day up or down from here? I'm curious. You know what's funny is that chat really helped me out yesterday. Chat really, we made what, 1,500 together, chat. So, I might have to take your advice again. Do we exit our short and go full port long here? Do we?
What are we doing? Say that with a straight face. You can't even say that with a straight face, right? I love it.
I tried.
Yes, you did.
Samuel
yes, you did.
It's
and here we go through 45. We are ripping now. Probably going to rip right into my stop and then send it right back lower. Are we saying long, short? Geez, I would love to see an actual poll. That way, it's not as chaotic.
Yeah, the chat
down to rips wins big. I love the support there.
Yeah. ES Delta growing, minus 14,500 in the ES, minus 14.5 short. As we uptick.
Come on.
We're gonna pop this sucker. We're gonna pop this.
Yeah, they are.
I feel like I should just flip long and just join the herd here because this thing just doesn't want to roll. As bad as I think it's exhausting, it just keeps on catching people keep lifting the offer here. Although I just think we get to 5,100, we tag that, and then we get right out. 5,100 reject, and then this thing, we're about to get stopped out here.
How do we see liquidity? Tom Ross, we see it on the DOM, the ladder. You can see it, pull up your ladder here on Topstep X if you don't have it, or your trading platform.
Yeah, I can expand it.
We're just looking at the quantities on the bids and the offers. The outsized orders, the 300 lots, the 500 lots, the 1,000 lots, in the S&Ps, that is. Those stick out. That's liquidity. Typically, your size is, as you see here in the S&Ps, your bids somewhere in between 100 and 200. As you see all the way to the downside in the bids here in the S&Ps. But when you see the outsized orders, that's liquidity. And those stick out like a sore thumb, and the market tends to gravitate towards them. Here's your poll, Rips. Is the NQ...
It's a little one. I mean, I'm not feeling like that's the real one yet. Every single poll, that's the thing. We get these polls, and then it goes straight up.
Yeah, man.
Every poll is met by a monster launch right back up to the top side here.
This has teleport vibes to me. This has teleport vibes.
Well, we're going to have a big injection of liquidity in about 3 minutes here. So, I mean, my stop is right there. We're probably just going to get knocked out. I mean, this is not looking pretty here. This is not looking good. This is my nightmare.
Yes, you said this is going to be a nightmare. It's certainly not easy by any means right now. We are, I mean, I don't know. They tried doing the zombie rally yesterday. That didn't work. They took it lower. We're trying to, maybe do the zombie rally. I don't see this thing. I don't think this market is going to run on the legs to the upside.
Yeah, I might just have to join chat on this. The NQ ending up or down. It looks like the ups have it by 70%. So I might have to join you folks.
Let's see. It kind of tracks with what Tilt's showing. Tilt's showing 66% long right now.
I thought it would be higher than that.
I don't know how much market participation.
Yeah. Well, that's true, Andre.
I don't know how much market participation is on right now.
Oh, here we go. Perking back up. Gonna probably swipe at these 50s now and just knock me right on out here.
Come get me.
Yeah, this is originally where we were longing right before this segment. We were longing up in this area last time. Stopped out there, by the way.
Sorry for your loss.
Did you hear that? So deadpan. So
Dolby, are you long right now and not telling us?
No, I'm not, dude. I'm not. I'm trying to get short actually, but just further
Are you
up.
serious?
I'm trying to get short, but further up. I want stop runs. 61.
I feel like this thing is just going to go infinite bids. So why fight them any longer, right?
Because we're still in a range. I got to play the range.
Yeah, we are. You are right.
I mean,
We
listen, I
are
missed the
going to-
bottom one, so now I'm going to try the top one. I mean, we missed it by like 4 ticks. We got stopped out at 08.
I think we might have gotten stopped out of the exact top tick of this range here. But let's see. If we get a pullback, I will try a long. That's what I'm looking for here. If we if we can't beat them, we join them. And if chat is saying long, then I gotta respect chat because chat saved my tail yesterday.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, you
All
can
right,
join my
chat.
club today of getting
What's
stopped
your
out by
club?
the tick. Getting stopped
What
out
is
by
it?
the tick. That's a pretty fun one.
Wow.
Yep.
Happened to Michael today too. Dolby time, I think.
Oh, yeah, it did happen to him. Yeah, I think it's going
Yeah.
around.
It's going around.
It's a contagion. It's a contagion.
It really is.
Take down. Let's rest. Okay, Komodo Dragon. I think we'll see if that happens, but we're upticking here. But like Dolby said, we are in the range. We got to see if we break out of this range. I think they will try to retest.
Well, I'm
5100.
layering up some orders here, so we'll see what happens.
Long or
We're
short?
trying this again here, chat. This is for you. We're trying some longs here. I guess we could do some breakout longs here too as well, in case we start breaking up here. We'll try to get to 8 contracts. Looking for this break of what am I looking for? A break up above 59 and a quarter here.
59 and a quarter. Okay, that would confirm to break out to the upside.
Nina
then.
says, "Don't do it." Now you guys are turning on me. You guys and gals in chat, you want this? We want the long.
Oh, chat. You can't give
Oh,
mixed
boy.
direction. You gotta.
You can't tell me to do one thing and then another.
Pivot 18, 60 perhaps. A while to go here.
Andre, really deep question for you. Is it true that all roads do lead to VWAP?
Man, don't get me in trouble. You know what you're doing right now. Don't get me in trouble, dude. Do not do it. You know how I feel. I can't say it anymore on TV because I'm taking it too literally. I'm taking it way too literally. But to answer your
Well, the
question,
way
yes,
that
they all
I
do
see it,
lead
I
to
think
VWAP.
that all roads do lead to VWAP here.
They do. It's a secret. They really do. Except for right now, we're running away from VWAP. But yes.
Yeah. They do run away from VWAP. We do have liquidity above the 60s here, so I am long now, thanks to chat. We have 5 contracts long. We will have an ad here at 54 and 56. So this is for you, chat. You folks out there are my spirit animal. I really appreciate yesterday's win. We did $1,500 on a trade together. So let's try for another $1,500 trade, if not more.
Okay.
Something
Coming
that's
up
actually
here
pretty
to,
interesting here in NASDAQ tilt is that the long average and short average price are nearly identical. They're off by 1 tick.
Ooh.
But 70% long. Eddie, what do you got?
There is a meter experiencing technical difficulties on our MOC imbalance. So just want to let you know I'm watching. As soon as it gets fixed, I will chime in again.
I've never seen this one before.
All right, so we're getting close to being short our first one here.
Wow, I'm long 8 lots now. Thank you, chat. Look at this thing go.
Short.
What a squeeze. Is there 1,000 lot on the offer?
On the bids, stacking bids, 1,000
Wow.
S&Ps.
Wow.
This is crazy. 50. I mean, they were at the day almost.
What a squeeze. Now they're going to go on the offer here. 800 on the offer. You see that at ones?
Yep. Someone's clocking.
What are they doing to us, Andre? Why are they trying to do
Make
the
us-
old switcheroo on us?
Haters, dude. They're hating Rips. That's okay though.
Oh,
Liquidity
my
the upside
goodness.
means we're just going to rally. Liquidity the upside means we're just going to rally. So let's.
Okay, well, should we add then? Should I add more to my position here?
Here we
My
go.
destiny is in your hands here, Andre.
Stop it. Stop. But the answer is yes. And always pulled pork, baby. Power hour style.
As you see that, we start dumping. We dumped about 8 handles there to the downside here.
Don't ask me right now. I'm driving the.
Oh, I got a perfect fill on that short.
Did you?
Oh,
What
I
was
got
your entry?
Let's go.
Dolby's fading me again. Oh my goodness.
Dolby time.
No, Anne Marie and I are fading you, not just me. We're both fading you.
Oh, Anne Marie's incredible. Oh, I see that. Anne Marie's short with Nick Dolby here. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Dolby time.
Starting to get a little hot underneath that t-shirt, huh? Starting to sweat a little bit.
Well, if we did get a squeeze, we could see the action all the way up to 71. So I'd probably want to cover there. Let's see if I can do a cover like right below 71 there. We'll do a sell market if touched right there at 68 3/4 for 8 contracts. Oh, let's see. We're not looking good here, folks.
Yeah, what was that?
We only got one. That's my biggest regret.
You only got one
What's that,
contract?
though?
This is pulled pork
got
hour, my
one.
friend.
Couldn't get.
This is
Didn't go far enough up, man. Didn't go far enough up. We're doing good though. It's a good trade.
Hey, I got her at 2
another,
p.m. I guess we're a little late on this, but we got a little update for some of our live funded traders here at TopstepTV. Rips, the man, sitting with us in the middle right here, up $2,500. We got you down for Deanna up $400. Isaac Rivera down $2,500. Dakota up $1,800. And the boss, the chief, having a tough one today, down $2,800. Mr. Michael Patak. So that looks like he's going to break his 4-day win streak there. Definitely manageable loss considering, but he's stuck to his DLL, and that's it for the day. Not the easiest trade, not the easiest markets to trade.
Nice. Happy to be at the top of that board. That makes me happy. At least something's going right in my life today.
Yeah, well,
I mean, come on, you're on power hour.
Not in combine land
you're
right
a
now.
power.
I'm trying to get a nice combine trade for everybody out there that's watching, all our bell to bellers here. I think you led me a little bit astray here. You didn't tell me to take profit.
Stop that. That's the chat's fault. Don't look at me.
Andre, you told me to add into this, didn't you?
I know. I pulled pork. Stay strong. Stay strong.
Okay, well, we got an ad in. We're 9 contracts long as we're fading here.
Okay.
So we longed the top. We shorted the bottom. We are in a rinse spin cycle right here. This is some of the worst trading I could ever produce here.
Oh, boy. Peter Ping and Razabal every. Yep. This might just be a slow grind to the upside. No.
I would love that, Andre. Talk. Say more of that to me, please. Hold me.
It might just be a slow grind to the upside. We're gonna squeeze these shorts. We're gonna squeeze these shorts.
Yes. I like the way you're talking right now. I can vibe with
right
that.
now. Yeah, we've got a delta of minus 14,200 in the ES. I'm sure Nasdaq's got a negative delta as well. And
we are stepping up here in the S&P. They look like they want to swipe this up at 5101. What instrument are you trading over there, Dolby Time?
Here we go.
NQ? Are you really?
Yeah, we're short 18,061.
61. Wow, what an entry. That was when I should have exited.
Nice fill, Dolby.
Really good. Yeah, that was really
That's
good.
really good. That's really. Yeah.
Limit orders,
Did you say
chat.
so myself?
Limit orders.
Yeah.
Have the market come get you. I'm not guaranteed this even turns into a winning trade.
Oh, man, we are squeezing. See, chat knew it all along. You folks were just teasing me. You folks knew it all along here.
800 on the bid. 800 on the bid. 1,000 on the bid. S&Ps. 1,000 on the bid. Filled. Unbelievable. We have some serious buyers in this S&P market.
Somebody's trying to get out.
I mean, the bull's strong right now. We're just gonna.
If I should get out of this position, should I close my short or keep the short, chat?
There's a button in TopStep X that you want to be pressing there, Dolby. It's called the reverse button. Join RIPS button. Hit reverse right now. That's how we win.
Is that? Well, that's what that says. Join RIPS button. I like that.
We knew it, chat. Look at this. Good job. Thank you, chat. I went from thinking that you folks were bamboozling me out there, and now we got this one on lock. I love this. I'm back to loving this trade.
Dude, everyone's saying to close. Oh.
Wait, which side? Wait, are they saying Dolby close or Rips close? Because, I mean, that's two very different trades.
They want me to close my short at 18,061.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, we're diddling around here at these 50s, so, I mean, can we get this squeeze all the way into the close here?
Is it worth holding to possibly take a losing trade, but a chance to fade the entire chat and win? That's really what I'm weighing here.
If I learned one thing yesterday, it was do not fade chat. Join them. They're geniuses.
Oh, boy. Rips, careful.
Someone said
you can't win if you close it, Dolby. Remember that. But you also can't hit max loss if you don't close.
It's also not a loser. It's also not a losing trade unless you close it. So don't forget that either.
That's what I've heard.
Anyways,
just leave it open indefinitely.
100%. It's the only time it's a loser.
Oh, goodness. We are perking up here, folks. Look at this.
You are.
Can we actually get this Percocito all the way up above the 60s? That is the question.
Move stop to infinity. That's a good one. That is a good one.
Dolby, it's not too late to press that reverse button. I'm telling you right now, it's not too late.
Definitely not reversing, if anything. Definitely not.
It might be too late in about 10 seconds here, buddy. Rocket ship is fueling up. Get your moon boots on.
No, I don't know, dude.
Ooh, get your
I
moon
don't
boots
know.
on. MOC imbalance meter experiencing technical difficulties still.
What is?
Nothing
the MOC
yet.
imbalance. Right, Eddie, was still the same problem?
MOC.
Still,
How about we do How about we do a quick little update on market internals while the market is trying to figure out whether or not we're going to get paid on this chat trade.
All right.
Nicely volume at 471 million shares, which is 4% above its 1 month average. Advancers are leading decliners today by 2.3 to 1 in the NICE. In the NASDAQ, however, we do have 4.54 billion shares of volume, which is 4% above its 1 month average as well. Advancers are leading decliners by 1.6 to 1. The VIX index is down 3.5% at 13.35. There's your market internals update.
Thank you, Eddie. Do you have anything for us, Eddie? Or are you still waiting for those numbers? I think
Well,
we have a headline out of that.
Mester is speaking. One of the highlights here of Fed Mester says we can't rely on the pace of disinflation last year to continue this year. That's probably the only important thing that has fallen out of the pie hole of Fed Mester.
We are holding
Still
above
waiting
these
for this
50
MOC.
here, by the way.
Someone reminded me about crude oil, about not buying 78s. Well, it looks like we ran 78s by 6 cents, and now we're up to 78.28 for almost a 30-tick trade. If you had done,
This thing's starting to run here. We're getting above here, 51.01. Did we tap into that? Knock, knock.
I'm
We tapped into that big order. 724 lots are remaining there at 51.01 and a quarter. Knocking on the door, ES. Kool-Aid Man's coming through. Watch out there, Andre.
Kick down the door.
What do you think?
Yes, sir. Let's see. I think so. I think we can go through it. I think these shorts. I think these shorts are starting to feel the squeeze. And we got last update reading from my man John Hoagland. Minus 14,600 as we continue to uptick here. So the shorts keep coming in, and we ain't going lower. If you were short.
Oh,
right now,
there it goes. We just took out 51.01 and a quarter with an 850 lot on the bid here. Can we hold? Boy, this is quite some tug of war up here.
Yeah, big.
We had a huge perk to the upside there, also in the NASDAQ, almost up to those 60s. Boy, it's just it's crazy because right when we're thinking about we're going to blast off and start running, somebody comes and puts a wet blanket on the party. Dolby, is that you? Are you the one putting it up on the offer here?
Nope. Dude,
What's
I'm out break even. I'm out break even.
Holy smokes. There we go, folks. I'm going to try to cover here on the offer. Wow. Try to cover here on the offer. We got one as a runner. Nice work, chat. We did it. Let's go.
Good job.
You did it again, chat. I never doubted you. Go back and watch the game film. I never doubted you. Not once. Not one single time was I like, boy, I hate this trade. I'm feeling like crap on this trade. Not one single time. You could go back and review the game film. I swear. Never had a doubt in you, chat.
Oh man, dude, that's
we have a
that's a strong bid there.
Formation. Holy crap! Check this out on NQ.
All right, boys. Before we get into the final 19 minutes of this trade, we got to check out our top quiz winners. JD, do you have those readily available?
We got them. Here they come.
Thank you, sir.
No drum roll needed, Eddie. Thank you. Bob the Builder, right at the top of the list. I didn't get a chance to look at this before time to see if any familiar names in there, but
I'm gonna try to short two up here.
there they are.
Colby, stop it.
Can't.
I hope you see your name on there.
Yeah, if you did, congratulations. Thank you, JD.
And don't forget, everybody that signed up for a Topstep X account that doesn't already have one is getting one. So if you don't see your name on this list, you might have something else coming. Keep an eye on your emails tomorrow.
Thank you, JD. That's pretty cool. Everyone that signed up is going to get one. That's what we do here. All right, we're starting to see some buyers coming in here.
If it wasn't for chat, I never would have taken this position. So I have to thank chat again for this one. This is incredible. We are jamming. We're up almost $2,000 on this position, chat. You know what we call that, Andre? You know what we call that, right?
SLG.
That's what we call a sack lunch.
It never gets old. Dolby, stop shorting the market and join chat. I'm telling you, chat knows what they're talking about. We're back to back. We're just looking at the last 2 days right now in chat. We have a 100% win rate together. I'm telling you.
What's your sample size? 2?
2 days, okay? That's a lot. Last time I checked. 2 trades, 2 days, 100%. That's what I'm talking about, chat.
Okay, see you
The
tomorrow,
math tracks
chat.
by me.
Keep it up.
Dolby did not seem thrilled about the sack lunch right there.
He didn't get fruit snacks in his sack lunch today, did he?
No,
It was
I
the
got one of
most
those
mundane.
crappy
Num, num,
healthy
num. Oh,
ones.
here we go.
Oh, okay. What are
We
you guys
got
talking
stopped
about,
out
though?
there.
Look, I was-
We're out of that trade, chat. Good job. Hats off to you, chat. We did it again. Back to back, 100% win rate. I love it. I can't wait to see you folks on the next Power Hour.
Okay, come on. Look, I missed that short by 2 ticks, and that would have paid almost 15 immediately. 15 points. Missed it, chat. We missed the short.
I mean, was chat really looking for a short, or were we looking for longs there? Come on, let's be honest with ourselves, Dolby.
I was looking for shorts, and I almost got filled. It's just like, it's a game of inches. It's a game of inches. Rips.
Is that right? This is a game of inches. Oh,
Yeah.
the cliches are flowing today. I love it.
That's what Madden said, right? It's a game of inches.
I think Madden also said, well, you got to listen to chat. Chat knows what they're talking about.
Boom.
Boom.
Boom. Oh, it's so good. Oh, shit. There it is. I knew Madden was there. There it is. All right, so taking a look here at the tilt. 50-50 ES, 50-50 NASDAQ. There's nothing really happened there. We did.
Is it really
we got the
50-50?
squeeze.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah. Here, my Topstep back show me 50-50. Thought we were going to see a little bit more of a squeeze. We did see a pullback here. We do have 16 minutes. We still haven't got the MOC numbers yet. We might not get those for the rest of the day. Eddie's got his eagle eyes all over it. Just got an update from John about Delta. It is minus 13,000 in the ES. The shorts are still not unwinding, and they're taking more and more heat up here near the day highs.
Feel bad for everybody who chased longs.
You couldn't leave it alone, could you?
Dude, Dolby time.
Risky ass trade. Just buying it up here.
Dolby, if I need some
Dolby.
seasoning on my steak for later, I'll just hit you up because you got all the salt right now, don't you?
Yeah, I'll give you some.
Dude. His timing is so good, though. It's so good.
I'm looking forward for this to go up. That's all. So I can short it again.
Trey, any trades for you during Power Hour, or are you just driving over here?
No, I have to drive. I was kind of got away with one this morning in fast markets and was reminded to focus on the segment as opposed to trading. So
Stop thinking about trade. We're gonna have that. We're gonna have orders hitting the tape here in less than 5 minutes here. By the way.
Yes, we will.
Well, if we've got some time here, I just want to give another special surprise to all our listeners and traders out there. Next week we've been talking about that we are going to be in Vegas. Okay, so Monday and Tuesday, business as usual. And here is the cherry on the sundae. Wednesday through Friday, yes, that handsome gentleman in the blue hue of a box, RIPS, and Coach Dakota will be taking over from 8 to 11 a.m. Central. And the Topstep team is off to our biannual offsite get-together. Anne-Maire and Deanna will be joining them also. So next week, Wednesday, Friday, RIPS is driving with Coach Dakota.
That's going to be a lot of fun. I'm super excited about that.
Wow, really? A little takeover, Rips and Dakota style.
There's going to be a little Rip Step
Dolby sounds thrilled.
TV, little Dakota Step TV.
Dolby sounds
That should be awesome,
thrilled
actually.
Right
I'm super excited about it.
Yeah. And then we'll have Vegas again.
Hopefully around June 14th, because that's when I booked.
Yeah. That's when we're trying to peak here. We're going to try to peak for our trading. We're trying to peak right there in June. Hey, they may be cutting rates by then, and we might see some good volatility with the uncertainties. How many more rate cuts are coming up for the rest of the year? Hopefully we see a rate cut. Obviously, it'll probably be priced in for the most part, but you never know with those inflation numbers because inflation's been a little bit sticky. So we'll see come June what the Fed's thinking and what the interest rate markets are showing.
Wow, NVIDIA is almost back up at 800 here. I can't believe what a bunch of resilience in NVIDIA here. And that's, we probably have some folks that are buying the the call options that are causing that squeeze. I haven't looked at the option chain in NVIDIA today, but I would assume that folks are piling in back into those 820s, those 800s. Could be crazy.
Well, NVIDIA had good earnings. We all get to live another day. Rips, isn't that right?
NVIDIA propping up the market for everybody.
That's pretty much how it works.
I actually heard the core of the Earth is powered by NVIDIA. So get to spin. Just keep on spinning. Feed the machine.
Check it out.
AI
Fortunato
machine.
in chat says, Rips and Hoag were talking about the squeeze on the earlier segment. I rode that all the way to $1,500 profit on 2 contracts. Way to go there, Fortunato.
Nice. Beautiful.
Nice job.
That's love to see that. All right. New highs coming here. The S&P's new highs.
You're short one? I got to go long one then. I'm long one.
Out of here, Rips.
Nice.
Out of here, Rips.
We are squeezing.
Now Rips is squeezing.
Yeah, there we go.
Here's the
Woo.
squeeze. Here's the
Holy
squeeze.
squeeze.
Go back down. Short
No.
2 at 71 3/4. Go back down.
I'm going to add if we hold these 71s. I will add to
It's
this.
so expensive up here. Who would
Hey, John,
ever
what's
want to buy
what's
up here?
Delta
It's so
ES?
expensive. Who would ever want to get long up here?
those 1,000 lots sure did. Dolby, I don't know what to tell you. Those 1,000 lots kept buying it. They're like madmen, dude.
Our risk is fine.
Yes.
We're short.
I added a second lot here, Dolby, just for you, buddy.
Rips. Ripping my face
Yes?
off. Ripping my face off, Rips.
Good old Nick Cage. And who was in that movie, Face Off? Nick Cage and...
John Travolta?
Yeah, there you go. Travolta. Thank you, Eddie. Coming in the clutch there.
Come on down.
This is a very orderly squeeze, I must say, but a squeeze nonetheless.
Yeah. Somebody let the air out of the balloon a little bit at the top there.
Typically, squeezes are a little bit more violent.
That's what I'd like to see. I want violence to the upside here.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of work has to get done on the 1 minute chart here. A lot of work. Those higher lows are pretty ridiculous right now. We haven't even.
I mean,
made
if NVIDIA gets above 800 here, it's going to be curtains. And we might get stopped out here for a little bit of a give back. Do we get stopped out? We're at 64 3/4 for our stop. Let's see if we get stopped out here. Pretty close. I mean, whoa, there we go. Hello.
What is that?
Holy smokes,
Wow.
Dolby. I'm sorry.
I'm out.
You're short. Rest in pieces there, my friend. Wow. Good night, Dolby. We'll see you on the next one, buddy.
Curtains.
Wow.
You almost got stopped out.
And I am, wait for it, trying to get a fill here on the offer. In fact, no, I'm going to take that offer. I'm pulling that offer. I'm going to ride this thing up into 97 here. Let's get it. Let's go, Dolby. There we go. Up into the 90s. Oh, my goodness gracious. I got to get out. I'm out. I'm out there. We made $2,000, chat. That's because of you. Thank you, chat, again.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
This just in. Finally, they fixed it. MLC in balance, 4.1 billion to the buy side. 4.1 billion to the buy side.
So that's what that was.
Had to save it for power hour for your position. That's why.
I'm not going. Power hour has been profitable. This has been a profitable hour for on the whole.
You know, it's not just power hour. I will say this: chat has been profitable. I owe it all to chat. So again, thank you, chat. You folks out there keeping me honest.
The momentum in the ladder. That was incredible.
Yep,
it really did.
It's been really cool. What a community we have here.
100%.
Just remember, chat. We almost had 08s. Just saying, 80 points. The difference between an 80-point winner and getting stopped out was 4 ticks. Game of inches, Andre. Game of inches.
Sure is.
I still think we can get all the way up to 97 halves here, by the way, in the NQ. That's my target for the top side.
I mean,
definitely within reach. You can see it here on your Topstep X ladder where the prices go 100 prices above, 100 prices below. You can see the prices into the abyss as we continue to make new daily highs in the S&Ps and NASDAQ. Shorts are definitely getting squeezed as we speak. How much room there is.
I don't call them shorts anymore. I call them Dolbys.
Dolby time. Dolby. Dolby was just...
The Dolbys are getting squeezed out there.
Dolby
Dolby
did not like the rally. Dolby said,
I am eating shit
I've
right
seen
now.
enough of this rally.
Oh, goodness. Are you trying to pick a top here? Because, I mean, we are starting to flush down a little bit.
Nope. I'm destroyed. My ego's bruised and battered.
Oh, get out of here. It's just one day. It's
right
just a
now.
couple trades.
Shattered. Just
I'm excited
shattered.
though. Next time that we're on here on Power Hour together, I can't wait for the next chat trade. I'm taking it without hesitation. I'm going to see if we can actually go 3 for 3. We're going to start tracking this together, chat. So make sure you join me next time I'm on Power Hour, which I think is going to be next Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure, but we'll do it together. Don't forget. We'll hang out again.
You're on fast market. You're on fast markets tomorrow, Rips.
Yeah, but fast markets, we take it seriously. We do live accounts. We do XFAs. We got to take it a little bit more seriously here.
Gotcha.
Fighting words. Oh,
You know,
what is
Power
this?
Hour is when you let your hair down.
20
Agree.
points off a daily range high.
Nice. There you go, Dolby. See, I knew you had it in you.
I didn't take a position. I'm just talking about
Oh,
it.
why are you teasing me there, Dolby?
Talking about it. Bruh. Seriously. Too early, chat. Too early. Okay. We are going to manage our
Delta
risk. I'm not
minus
going to take another
11,000.
trade on this account. So we are down 646 in the trading combine, but we can switch to practice account now.
There we
I'm
go.
going to try to use the practice account and just keep a real account for Power Hour. Keep a real one for Power Hour.
The man in charge, Michael Patak here in chat saying he ended down only $2,000. He was down $3,100. He's only down $2,000. So not still up on the week, small couple hundred or scratch. Nice work there, MP. Way to go.
I mean,
That's what I'm
would've
talking
placed
about.
A 50 lot for you. For 2 for 2.
That is great news. I love to see that, MP. Nice job. You probably took the same trade as chat here, by the way. Got to trust the chat.
Yeah. They did a good job. I mean, listen, I think it's collective intuition. You know, it's a powerful.
I mean, we're hitting
one.
100%. I'm going with the 100% win rate here.
I'm switching to practice. That's good.
Nice
I'm gonna
trade,
try to
Michael.
short highs again in a practice account. Nerd has a question. How long does your trading combine accounts last typically on average? Well, I don't currently trade in a trading combine actively. I trade one on Power Hour. So that performance isn't necessarily good. But back in the day, when I was doing trading combines, you had to do a trade for at least 15 days, for at least 2
Holy
weeks.
smokes. Here comes the big MOC, by the way. Wow.
4 billion.
Holy smokes. This is nuts. This volatility is insane right now. Wowzers.
Right, how are you?
I think we are actually going to get that 97 tag here.
Yep.
Wow. And there it goes. Wow.
These shorts are just puking.
97 halves was my target to the upside. I wonder if we're actually going to exceed that now. We're looking for 18,100. Somebody called that out in chat. Said maybe it was even Hoag that said we're going to get 18,100.
Wow.
Crazy.
Goodness.
Yeah, my trade status is lagging. For some, it says I'm short NQ. No, that was hours ago. That was before I wised up and I learned that chat knew best.
Delta starting to finally unwind NQ. Yep.
Wow, what a push
Yeah,
there.
I mean, we got
the setup. We got the setup we were looking for. It's a setup we preached about all day. We monitor all day, and finally in Power Hour it materializes, and it's a setup that we've been. I mean, it's working right now. The short squeeze is working right now. Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
it's range breakout.
This is the trade.
It is
Yeah,
working.
it's a range breakout. That's what it is. Yeah. So
Yes,
this
it
is
is.
the long we tried to play during the segment before this. I tried hitting up, the lows below the 30-minute range, but we ended up getting stopped out by a couple of ticks. But this is the setup that we were looking for. And then you see the range, and then it's not going to stay in the range forever. It's what we're talking about with Hoag. And then, it did all the business it needed to do and had to go find a new place to do business. And so it, slingshot itself up out of the range. So bigger the range, bigger the move out of it. And that's kind of how this materialized here. Just too early, really. That was good stuff.
Yeah, I think Hoag was the one who called 18,100 here to the top side. We were trading 51.12 in the S&Ps and 18,100 now in the Nasdaq here.
Whoa.
Wow, what a move. What a beautiful move. Chat, you folks nailed it. Congratulations again. Love to see that.
Oh, yeah. That's why you tune into Power Hour. And that's why you watch all day. We talk about these setups all day. Always talking about the bigger the range, the bigger the breakout. Boom, here you go. Deltas.
I mean, equities are going nuts. We have a ripper from Amazon, Google, Microsoft is going nuts, Meta's going nuts, Tesla's going nuts.
Wow,
this is wild. What a market. What a beautiful market we're blessed with here.
Oh, we were just bitching about the market about 50 minutes ago, Rips. We were just.
I don't know what you're talking about, Andre. That sounds like a lie that you're trying to tell right now. I just said, I remember saying at the top of the segment, I love this market. This is the easiest market I've ever traded.
It's so good. Isn't it funny how we flip-flop so quick? It's so great.
1 hour.
You have to be like water when you're trading these markets. Liquid is the key.
Absolutely. Power Hour is the place to be. Thank you for joining us. Shout out to all the Bell to Bellers, all the Mag 7 ripping to the upside. You got Rips here. You got Dolby here trading up. It's pretty good stuff. You got John there in the chat, man, giving you the best information possible in real time. You have access to all the best traders, resources in the future trading game right now. So,
wow, look at that flush right back down.
Wow, it's
wow.
Right.
Holy smokes.
What was that?
I gotta go back to my book map over here. Wowzers.
Yeah, me too.
This market is nuts.
Oh my God. I'm getting whiplash just watching this thing. Oh my goodness.
Nuts. Buckle up.
I mean, I would say that would have been a nice short from the top, but I don't even trust this to the short side. I don't think this is just such a wild market here. This is, again, we talk about this often just to get serious for a moment. This is what you see at the end of the day where you have large funds or large positioning trades. They're coming off or they're going into the market here. Obviously, there's counterparties to both sides of the trade. So you usually have one large party that's coming out of a trade and one party that's going into a trade here.
Exactly.
Or two parties coming out.
All right, less than 2 minutes here, gentlemen. That was one hell of a close. We aren't done just yet. Taking a look at Topstep X on the People's tab here, the third tab on the left. We have 60 seconds left in the trade.
Well, I will say this. Thank you so much, chat, for joining me and Andre and Dolby here on Power Hour. I do really appreciate everybody who tunes in, especially those Bell to Bellers. Really do appreciate everybody's support for TopstepTV and the YouTube channel here. It's so tremendous. It's wonderful. And it's so great to trade alongside each and every one of you. So I thank you so much for that call. It was awesome. We made $2,000 together, and I hope to see you next time here on Power Hour, and we'll do it again.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff, Rips. Oh, look at 1,000 lot here. And that's 2,000 lot. 2,000 lot. S&Ps right here. 5109. 5109. 2,000. There is. Wow, dude, look at this. Wow. 2,000 lot on the bid. It's too fast. I can't see if they actually traded. Look at all this liquidity come in.
Insane.
There it is.
Wow.
See,
wow.
Holy moly.
Wow. Oh my. Wow.
It broke it.
Wow.
It broke the ladder.
Wow.
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 All right,
What a
folks,
close.
here's your show. Holy moly.
Guys.
2,000.
That
Eddie,
is
man,
Get
you
the
got
pink
that. That was
monkey?
called the close.
insane. Holy crap, dude.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for another exciting episode. Great to have our chat participating as much as they do. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow. It is the end of the month here today, so we will be starting a fresh month tomorrow. Just want to give you a little update on what we've got coming out tomorrow. Tomorrow here, we've got 8:45 here Central. We do have the U.S. manufacturing PMI. We also do have the construction spending. We'll have the ISM manufacturing at 9 o'clock. Also, the ISM manufacturing price for February. We got our Michigan sentiment. That's going to be at 9 o'clock. And Bostic's going to speak at 11:15. And, of course, we've got our Baker Hughes rig count at 12. Just a reminder once again here, next week, we will be having Monday and Tuesday business as usual here at Topstep TV, but coming in Wednesday through Friday. We got Rips and Coach Dakota will be taking over from 8 to 11 a.m. Central Time, and we will have Deanna and Anne-Marie joining in also. Tomorrow's menu, it'll be Friday the 1st. Join us early here. Rips is going to join us here for opening call with Hoagland and myself, and he's going to stick around for fast markets. We got Hoagland Mick for shoulder tap. Peter Tuckman will be joining us for power players. We got Jack and Brooke. Hoag and Deanna will be doing group coaching with JD. We do have our strategy lab with Anne-Marie, Robert, and Dolby. And to end the day power hour, Andre Dolby, yes, Batman and Batman. And our good friend True is going to be with us here. So I'm looking forward to that. And of course, remember, it's great to have you here at Topstep TV. And want to make sure that you know that you're always invited here by all means. And get yourself some rest. We love having you here each and every day, and we hope you love being here with us each and every trade day. Hopefully you learned at least one thing today, and if you have, well, then you're on your way to moving forward on your trading journey. So get some rest, relax. Tomorrow's the end of the week. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Have a good night. Take care.